In an empire where the leader made a pact with darkness, a guard wouldn't even be remembered for defending the kingdom. Such was the position of Cain later, Imperial Guard, someone who would be wiped from everyone's memory. In Cain's last moments, the rebel leader, Halo Reston, stared at him amidst the chaos. He didn't even understand why Cain had decided to reach such a position. With a sword in his chest, Cain saw his life flash before his eyes. Born an orphan, I lived for 28 years making my own choices. Don't start a pointless discussion, young master, Halo screamed, begging Cain to open his eyes, but they closed more and more. In tears, Halo tried to save the one he cherished so much, but the light left Cain's eyes. Walking on a water mirror, Cain saw the universe above him. The endless world seemed to be the afterlife. Freedom didn't seem so impressive, which made him remember Halo's crying. Leaving behind the young master who should know what to do, Cain wondered how he would savor freedom. A light, however, appeared, catching his attention. A mysterious power attacked him, filling him before he could realize. When he opened his eyes again, Cain saw a man with golden hair. "You were born healthy, Karen." The man looked away, asking if the father would like to hold the baby. Upon seeing a man in rich clothes approach to hold him, Cain wondered what was happening. Halo, who had become a middle-aged man, lifted him, calling him his grandson. The baby suddenly began to cry, surprising the grandfather. But Cain just wanted to know what was happening. He couldn't believe he had become Halo's grandson. Years later, in a school, the teacher was telling a story. The knight Cain later, who perished with the evil emperor 40 years ago, became a symbol of loyalty for remaining faithful until the end. With that, he finished commenting on the latest opinion on modern history, asking the young master what he thought. At the desk, the young man asked what the teacher's view on the matter was. Surprised, the teacher revealed that he thought the Grand Duke merely wished to restore his friend's honor, as everyone knew that both Duke Halo and Lord Cain were friends. Standing up, the young man asked if the teacher really believed that. With an irritated look, Karen, Halo Reston's third son and Count Pale's only son, complained, "I think Grandpa holds a grudge against his old friend. That's why he's deliberately spreading his friend's name." Surprised, the teacher asked why Karen said that. Karen revealed that, instead of joining Halo, Cain had chosen to perish with the Emperor, something Halo didn't accept. Rather than becoming a hero, as Halo was trying to make him, Cain would prefer to be forgotten. Karen's thoughts scared the teacher. There were records that the duel between the two ended quickly, due to the difference in skill. But thinking that Cain later allowed himself to be defeated, by not wanting to join his friend in the revolution, made such a hypothesis truly plausible. Despite Karen's deduction, the teacher couldn't agree with him, otherwise he would be punished for blasphemy. In the end, he answered the boy by just stating he had never considered such a perspective. The teacher's answer made Karen laugh. "I'm just kidding. Why do you look scared?" The name of Cain later's reincarnation had become Karen Reston. He was now Duke Reston's youngest grandson. It took time for him to get used to it, especially being Halo's grandson. Cain couldn't believe the bastard had made him a hero. While walking through the mansion, he found his new father praying. Pale was Halo's youngest son. Upon finding him, Karen cleared his throat to get his attention. Pale asked if his classes had already finished, and confirming it, Karen wanted to know if he was praying again. Karen imagined Pale was worried about the awakening ceremony. Pale apologized. "As you know, unlike your two uncles, I never had magical powers. That's why I'm worried about passing such a tragedy on to you." Placing his hand on Pale's shoulder, Karen reassured him, reminding him how great a father he was. Pale was moved by Karen's words and hugged him. He couldn't help but pinch his dear son's cheeks. Thus, he quickly took him to dinner. Karen was carrying a stone, which he tossed up while thinking about the awakening ceremony. In his past life, he had asked Halo what such a thing was, who explained it was a family ritual to awaken the innate magical power. While resting after sword training, Karen asked if power was something one was born with, something he didn't care about. Halo, however, explained that not everyone could awaken the power, and that if they didn't, they couldn't inherit the family. What excited Halo was the legend that there was a secret power passed only to the head of the family. Curious, Cain had asked if that was like a treasure. Seeing Cain ask the question, Halo wanted to know if he was interested, but Cain looked away, giving a half answer. Seeing his friend act proud, Halo ended up laughing, which made him irritated. However, Halo had an idea. "When I become the head of the family, I will teach you this special technique." The ritual to awaken magical power made Karen remember that day in the past. However, revealing a mysterious power, he showed that Pale didn't need to worry, as the magic awakening had already been done many years ago. In the kingdom, there was a large, busy structure. Inside it, a train was parked. For many, it was the first time seeing such a locomotive. Karen's mother revealed to the boy that many of the technologies used to build the train had been created thanks to Pale's sponsorship. Although Pale felt flattered, she insisted on the compliments. Karen recognized his father's achievements and showed how proud he was. That man hadn't awakened magic, but alone he possessed 30% of the Reston dukedom's finances. With an always good mother and a father devoted to the family, Cain saw in this life as Karen perfect parents. The train quickly left the station, and upon leaving the city, he was faced with a cloudy sky. Karen looked through the window at the clouds and noticed something. From there, he could see the main property of the Reston family. They were heading to the great fortress Blue Sea. He knew that a certain person was in the fortress. Halo Reston, his former friend from his past life. Smiling maliciously, Karen wondered, "So what if you made me a great figure in history?" Pale suddenly woke up, surprised by the power that seemed to surge around his son. Letting slip his look of malice, Karen swore internally against Halo. "I will definitely become the opposite of what you wanted to paint me as. I will ensure all your efforts are in vain. I will be the worst trash in Reston." Karen asked Halo to wait for him, as his precious and future worst grandson was approaching. The train quickly approached the glass station. Upon descending, the guards and the butler greeted the third young master. Plumpale returned the greeting to Heinrich, who replied that he was well as always. The protagonist observed the so-called Sea Wave Knights. They seemed to have noticed that he had already awakened mana, something the knights in his family's territory hadn't perceived. It was a matter of time until Halo heard about it. Although it didn't matter much to Karen, Heinrich led the way, guiding them to the palace. Upon arriving at the main residence, a maid told young Karen that the count asked him to wait while he greeted the elders. Looking at the reception room, Karen realized how large the place was. Observing the entire city through the window, he wondered if he should go to the library. However, at that moment, someone appeared behind him, mocking, "To the library as soon as you arrived? You really are what the rumors say, a bookworm, aren't you?" The young man before him mocked Pale, his uncle, for not having awakened, recommending that, just like his father, Karen try to make money among the commoners. A dark look came over Karen's face. His cousin released mana in his hands, irritated. "Do you want to fight? I'll show you what real mana is." However, with just a look, Karen pressured his cousin. "I didn't know there was a stray dog in the main mansion." Karen's cousin felt the enormous pressure of his mana. "When did you awaken magical power? My father never told me about this." Scoffing, Karen revealed that even his own father didn't know about it. Karen's cousin was surprised to hear him say they had a problem. Gritting his teeth with a smile, Karen pointed to himself. "We don't need two mad dogs here. I'm the one who will take on that role, so keep quiet, understood?" Karen's cousin became even more frightened, especially upon seeing him as a being of darkness, who laughed heartily. "Time for a good beating, cousin." In another room, Heinrich was telling everyone about the confirmation of Karen's awakening, recognized by the knights. Raphael, the family's second son, surprised by the secrecy of the information about the boy's awakening, asked Pale what he was planning. Head lowered, Pale revealed that he himself didn't know. Tales. The first son asked Raphael not to speculate, as it was normal for Pale not to notice his son's magical power awakening. Snorting, Raphael couldn't help but scoff. Pathetic. Suddenly, a servant entered the room, calling the butler in a hurry. He didn't even know how to explain the situation, which caught the attention of the three brothers. He only said 3 words. "The second young master." These words made Raphael stand up, pale. Quickly, understanding what had happened, tried to assert that there had been a misunderstanding. However, Raphael released his mana, running to check the situation. His eyes were filled with fury. He found his son passed out on the sofa in front of Karen. Karen, upon seeing his uncle, bowed slightly to greet him. Raphael, however, grabbed him. "How dare this ill-mannered brat? What do you think you are doing?" While Pale rushed to help his son, Karen only replied, "Cousin Leo insulted my father. If it was against your father, would you just stand there, uncle?" Irritated, Raphael shouted, claiming he was talking nonsense. Pale tried to stop his brother, but his mana was oppressive. "Shut up, Pale! This is only happening because you didn't know how to raise him." Before the situation worsened, the butler interrupted them. Calmly, Heinrich revealed that the family lord would judge the incident personally. Hastily, Pale retrieved his son from Raphael's hands. Putting Karen down, Pale checked if he was all right. At that moment, the butler began to guide everyone out. Sighing, Pale told his son that they also needed to go. Karen nodded, wondering what it would be like to meet Halo after so long. The sun had already set. Sitting in front of the window, Halo asked, "What is the reason for such an incident as soon as you arrived at the Blue Sea Fortress?" Pale stepped forward to explain, but Halo interrupted him. "I didn't ask you. I want to hear the answer from your son." Knowing that he wouldn't do something that caused problems without considering the consequences, Halo wanted to know the details of the story. Seeing Halo act generously, wanting to hear him before punishing him, Karen spoke briefly. "Cousin Leo insulted my father." Irritated, Raphael spoke up. "Tell the truth." Halo furiously banged on the table, ordering his second son to be silent, forcing him to apologize, stating that they could simply call Leo to confirm the story. Halo asked the butler if his grandson's treatment had ended. When the butler left, Halo revealed that that wasn't the only question he wanted to ask. Knowing that Halo wanted to know how long he had been awakened, Karen revealed that it had been 3 years, which surprised his father and uncles. Halo questioned why he had hidden the fact of his awakening. Still surprised, Karen said he only found out that it was magical power after reading a book. Curious, Halo asked what happened next. Chuckling, the boy scratched his head. I wanted to keep it a secret. It's more fun that way, isn't it? Especially since the knights in the territory had no idea. Halo asked the question once more. Just to be sure, the next moment a servant opened the door, announcing Leo's entry. The boy had bandages on his cheeks and a bandana over his eye. Immediately, Halo questioned if Leo had insulted his uncle. Before Leo could answer, Karen lowered his head, feigning sadness. I'm sorry, grandfather. Even though Leo laughed at my father, calling him a vulgar man, obsessed with money as well as incompetent and arrogant, with no right to succession. Despite that, I shouldn't have attacked cousin Leo. Leo began to tremble, asserting he hadn't said all that. Snot ran from Leo's nose, who was immensely frightened upon seeing the mana secretly overflowing from Karen. Once again, Halo asked the boy if what Karen said was true. Leo ended up confirming the story. Sighing, Halo stated that he would postpone the punishment for both, as the awakening ceremony would be the next day. Thus, they were dismissed to rest in the mansion. Later, Halo asked the butler what he thought of Pale's son. The butler wasn't sure, but showed interest in the boy. Halo confirmed his curiosity. Not only had the boy awakened 3 years ago, but he had also hidden it from everyone. The funniest thing for Halo was the boy's questioning about the level of the knights in Pale's territory, as if pointing out his negligence with his son's lands. The butler thought the lord was overthinking, but Halo was sure that the boy was different from the others. Finishing a drink, he waited to discover more the next day. Standing up, he thought about the next day, curious to know if Karen would complete the awakening ceremony safely and what he would obtain then. Halo's curiosity was as great as the darkness of the night. In the distance, in the forest surrounding the kingdom, something shone like the moonlight. Inside a spot in the forest, there was a small pillar where a stone with a symbol mysteriously glowed. On the night of the next day, something happened in the forest. A group from the Reston family entered the forest. Karen was accompanied by his grandfather, father, uncles, cousins, and the elders. Despite being retired, Karen still felt they were skilled. Due to the presence of his uncles and cousins, Karen imagined something important was about to happen. In a short time, the group reached the pillar where the stone was shining. Surprised, Karen recognized that stone, the Oath Stone. Facing it, Halo stated that the awakening ceremony would begin. He explained that by passing through the crack opened by the Oath Stone, they would find a world of stones. He also said that the world shown by the Oath Stone was different for each person, and that the ceremony would end when they used the weapon obtained there to destroy that world. Listening to the story, Karen simply nodded. Halo looked at Karen with interest and, taking a pendant, brought it closer to the stone. The pendant and the stone resonated with each other as they approached. A power overflowed, rising to the skies. The pillar of energy illuminated the night, as well as the entire forest. Pale stood in front of his son, protecting him from the overflowing power. A portal had opened, and Halo looked at Karen. Are you afraid? Worried, Pale asked if his son was really all right. Patting his father's hand, Karen reassured him. Remembering Halo's instructions, he approached the portal with confidence. It will be easy, since destroying things has always been my job. Before the young man entered the portal, however, Halo snorted. Overcome your fear, Karen. Confused by the advice, Karen passed through the portal. The protagonist reappeared in another world. He looked at the fire in front of him, recognizing the burning palace where the bodies of countless knights were scattered. Karen walked through the place until he looked up. Are you a being of darkness? A voice appeared in his ears. The blood that runs in your veins cannot be invaded by an inferior being. Overcome your fear and ascend the throne. What you desire is there. Karen opened the palace doors, entering, staring at the nostalgic place. He saw something on the throne, having protected that place with his comrades. Karen felt as if he were walking over them. The voice appeared once more. Child blessed by the cold northern sea, although your soul has lost its destiny, you have finally arrived here. In the name of the Blue Clan, I welcome you. Upon seeing the sword on the throne, the sword he recognized from his past life given to him by the Emperor, Karen was surprised. It was the demonic Sword of Ruin. The voice in the space ordered Karen to infuse his mana into the sword. The protagonist refused, as the Sword of Ruin would devour his soul. The voice, however, stated that the evil thoughts of the sword had already been extinguished by his grandfather. That was just a distorted form. It ordered one last time. Awaken your sword, young one. Only you can awaken it, Karen thought with his soul, with Kane's mind. If he could really touch the sword, he was afraid of going back to being the old man who had reaped countless lives. However, Halo's words appeared in his mind. Overcome your fear. Irritated that Halo was being overly kind, he discovered the true purpose of the awakening ceremony, to make the family heirs overcome their fears. Karen then touched the sword and held it firmly. In the boy's eyes, the sword's energy surged. Karen felt the sea embrace him, the blue clarity surrounding him. Before him was the Sword of Ruin, which was purifying his shadows. The voice of the Oath World did not know why the sword had found the young man in that way. The sword was originally the sword of the progenitor. Rael, the sword that Halo took, was also the progenitor's sword, but unlike his, The reason why that sword was not in the historical texts was because it possessed a different nature from the family. Trying to master the sword, Karen gnashed his teeth fiercely in a dispute of energies. With his eyes closed, he questioned the oath voice about what was happening. The voice told him to hold on, as the mana inside the sword was being engraved onto his body. Karen felt the mana in his body become intense, an incredible effect provided by the sword. As soon as the sword ceased, he could perceive how incredible the blue mana was. Curious, he asked the true name of the sword. The voice revealed that the sword, which had eliminated countless beings of darkness and taken their powers, was the sword that everyone feared. Its existence had been erased from memories. The sword born from the deep sea of death, a completely somber place, was called Guillotine, the sword of execution. Learning the true name of the sword, Karen murmured to himself. The voice commented, "This sword, full of darkness, matches your destiny, boy." Curious, Karen asked the voice who it really was. Being part of the Blue clan, Karen imagined it could be the family's guardian, the Blue Dragon. The voice, however, stated that he didn't yet have the power to hear its true name, but that when he obtained it, he could find it in the Northern Sea. Curious, Karen asked how he would leave that world. The voice answered, questioning, "Shouldn't you already know?" Karen was surprised as the answer was so direct. Raising the sword, he brandished it forward. In the forest, everyone was waiting for Karen. Halo asked Pale not to worry so much. He knew it was difficult for the man to see his son walk a path he himself hadn't trodden. However, he warned Pale that this was all the more reason for him to compose himself. Suddenly, the oath stone began to tremble. Everyone was surprised, and Leo screamed, "The oath stone is breaking!" Halo was surprised to hear his grandson. The stone had shattered, and an oppressive energy was released. Halo didn't even know what was happening. Holding a sword, Karen reappeared in the forest after crossing the portal. "Did I really come back?" With an embarrassed look, he asked where the oath stone had gone. With diverse expressions, everyone stared at him. Surprised, Karen asked if the oath stone had broken. Pale put his hands on his head, worried, asking what his son had done. Karen scratched his head, not knowing what to say to his grandfather. Halo trembled in surprise as he looked at his grandson. He was staring at the sword Karen was holding. He recognized the guillotine, the sword of the ancestor Rael, the sword whose history had been erased, transmitted only orally to the family heads and elders. Halo didn't understand why the sword had appeared at that moment. He wondered if the time for the alliance was approaching. Worried, he asked if his grandson wasn't afraid of the sword. The boy holding it merely nodded calmly. Halo understood what had happened. He remembered that, long ago, the ancestors who failed to fulfill the alliance with the Blue Dragon to annihilate the beings of darkness left behind the Oath Stone as proof of the alliance, waiting for the one who would one day restore it. The Oath Stone shattering and the sword reappearing told Halo that Karen was the one who would succeed this alliance. Halo Reston suddenly raised his hand. "I declare that Karen, son of Pale, is a legitimate member of the Blue Sea Fortress, a direct descendant chosen by the guillotine, and possesses the right to inherit the spiritual sea style." Raphael was irritated to hear that the boy would inherit such a style. Tails stared at the boy and his father while thinking about the sword he had received. Believing he knew all the family's swords, Tails had never heard of that one. Just looking at it made Tails feel shivers down his spine. Although Pale's son was now treading a path his father never took, Tails swore he would never let the matter of succession be influenced by this variable. Stating that the awakening ceremony was over, Halo ordered everyone to return. Before they left, however, Raphael ran up to his brother, asking if he would just stand by and watch. Tails, however, stated that they would talk in private. Raphael knew that someone influenced by greed, besides his own abilities, must be feeling the crisis. Curious, he asked if his brother knew that sword. Shaking his head, Tails denied it. Irritated, Raphael released his mana. "I don't understand why this happened to Pale's son of all people." Tails, however, stated that what mattered now was that it wasn't the time to fight among themselves. A few days later, a group headed to the train station. Karen, however, would stay behind, which worried his father, but made the butler question, "Is there any safer place than the fortress?" Pale, however, feared internal threats more. Despite this, he believed that, with Halo in the fortress, the brothers would not act against his son. Clearing his throat, the butler addressed Pale. He revealed that the one who would lead Karen's lessons would be Lady Sabina. Pale was surprised to hear his aunt's name. He believed that the classes would be easier with her. Karen knew that woman. Sabina Reston, Halo's sister, and known to be a master no less skilled than him, called the White Wolf. Pale told his son that his aunt always looked favorably upon him, so he asked the young man not to disrespect her. Finally, the butler revealed that the head of the family had left a message for Pale. Halo had sent word that he would prepare a residence so that he could visit the fortress anytime he wanted. Pale ended up being moved by the simple gesture. Before leaving, he thanked the butler Heinrich. He knelt, asking his son to be careful and to contact him if he needed help. Sometime later, the train departed, leaving the walls behind. Karen accompanied the butler and the knights, climbing the grand stairs. The butler was guiding him to meet Lady Sabina. Karen also didn't want to keep his great-aunt waiting. Before they went, the butler asked if he could offer some advice. Karen listened to him gratefully. The butler revealed that Lady Sabina hated being called grandmother, so he should also avoid the term great aunt. Wondering what the problem was with being called that, Karen simply agreed to the advice. Soon they passed a small wall. A garden in the forest covered the surroundings, with a large wooden house in the center. The butler revealed that only direct descendants of the family could enter the cultivation cabin in the Blue Sea Forest. Advising that Lady Sabina was inside the cabin, he asked Karen to proceed alone. Finally, Heinrich revealed that Karen's cousin, the young Lord Leo, was also there, as his father had personally requested Lady Sabina. The protagonist licked his lips maliciously, thinking of having some fun. Saying goodbye to the butler and the guards, he ran towards the cabin. Heinrich watched him. Adjusting his glasses, the butler commented to himself that he would see some life in that place after a long time. Upon reaching the large wooden door, Karen could see the blue mana overflowing from the internal area through the cracks. He stopped in front of the door until he heard a shout. "Why are you standing outside? Aren't you going to come in?" The protagonist carefully opened the door, introducing himself. "Karen Reston, son of Pale, respectfully greets you." Karen was surprised by what he saw. The woman sitting there was confused. "What is it? Are you surprised that I don't look old like you imagined, Karen Reston, son of Pale?" The great aunt, who looked more like a beautiful older sister, commented calmly, "To think that you are dear Pale's son. Time really flies." Not believing that Sabina had reconstructed her own body with magical power, Karen blurted out, "No, that's ridiculous." It can't be. He couldn't believe it, as that could only be done by those who reached the realm of 8-star knights. As soon as Karen entered the cabin, Sabina told him to sit cross-legged. She ordered him to sit next to Leo, who was startled to see Karen. Sitting next to Leo, the protagonist joked, "It seems we're meeting often, aren't we? Let's get along." Having heard the boy before he entered the cabin, Lady Sabina commented that she had never imagined she would hear the title White Wolf from the mouth of someone as young as him. Hearing the boy claim he had read it in a book, Sabina became interested in him just like her brother. Curious, Karen asked what his grandfather had said about him. Sabina revealed that her brother had said she would like him, which was confirmed upon seeing him. Halo had asked her to help him, for one day he would navigate and govern the vast sea. The request for her to become a beacon for the boy was still on her mind. Having seen Karen for only a few minutes, she could perceive the potential he possessed, deeply vast like the open sea. Although currently rough and untamed, the potential was as great as a tsunami. Sabina never imagined finding such an interesting boy at her current age, but taking care of her nephew would be fun. Starting the lesson, Sabina stated that the cross-legged position was the most important for the foundation of mana training, but they could train without being in that position after passing the introductory stage. Standing before them, she revealed the intense mana in her body as a demonstration. The mana surged like a hurricane, making the boy's hair flutter. Karen stared at Sabina's blue mana, who affirmed, "The sea domination technique is nothing more than a method to govern it. Using blue mana, you will be able to create and operate oceans with your own body." She taught that they would be able to create and operate more and more oceans, and when they reached the 8th, they would be at the 8th star. Above it was the stage where the 8 oceans merged as one, the 9th star stage. Sabina revealed there were only 3 people at that level on the continent, with only one of them in the Empire. Karen was surprised, knowing that this was his grandfather Halo. Hearing the boy, Sabina confirmed the information. With a determined look, Karen swore he would surpass Halo in this life. Lady Sabina could see the strong desire he possessed and smiled mysteriously as things were getting more and more interesting. In the cabin, Sabina instructed them to flow mana through the passages opened by the awakening ritual. As the 2 boys flowed mana through their bodies, she reminded them that they should not try to control the power of the sea, but accept it. With his eyes closed, Karen felt sea waves inside his body. He tried to concentrate this power in his heart. Sabina, who was watching them, was surprised. She couldn't believe that the mana Karen possessed was that of someone who had just finished the awakening ritual. Leo, who had learned the sea domination technique 2 years ago, was only at the 2nd star level, but in contrast, Karen was carving his mana passages on his own, even without being taught. Karen frowned slightly, feeling the pain of his body being split. Sabina saw the boy stop the training abruptly. His ability to control his own training pace was also surprising. Suddenly, Sabina noticed something. Leo had fallen to the ground. Sabina ran to lift her nephew, reminding him that he shouldn't force himself to operate mana more than he could. Sabina blamed herself for focusing too much on Karen and forgetting her surroundings, forgetting that they were still just children. Although she was there to protect them, Karen scoffed in a murmur. "Cousin, pathetic." Sabina couldn't help but compare the two boys, one who had forced himself and got hurt, and another who had understood his limits. Karen's composure to understand his limits made Sabina wonder if he really needed a beacon. Thinking of something, Sabina called out to Karen and affirmed, "I will guarantee your safety for 3 years. For 3 years, focus on building your strength to protect yourself." Surprised by the advice, Karen nodded. In a training field, several apprentices fought with swords. In front of them, someone commanded, "Don't be sloppy. Swing as if it were a real battle." The commander then spotted someone. Leo walked beside Karen, asking if he was going to use the sword he obtained to train. Irritated, Karen questioned if Leo disliked him carrying the sword he received from his grandfather. Before they continued the discussion, the commander approached, welcoming the two. Sir Xerus Winterguard, commander of the Northern Wolf Knights, introduced himself, stating that he would be in charge of Karen's training, affirming it was a pleasure to meet him. Karen could tell just by looking that Xerus was an 8-star master. Although it might seem rude, Xerus stated that he would not call the young man the Duke's grandson, not until he was recognized by the Blue Wolf Knights. Karen didn't mind, stating it was more comfortable that way. Hearing the boy be humble and knowing that it was a tradition of the Reston family to gain respect through skills, Xerus found such a reaction interesting, as most would openly show their displeasure. Xerus ended up looking at Leo, one of those petty people. Just by looking at Karen, Xerus wondered if the future successor had finally appeared. Feeling as if yet another person believed him to be the future head of the family, Karen smiled maliciously, irritated. His smile frightened both Xerus and Leo, who had already tasted his fury. Trembling, Xerus corrected himself internally. Did someone even worse appear? A bigger scoundrel than Leo? 3 years passed quickly. In the Lord Halo's room, he and his sister were having a drink, although he would have preferred that Sabina not drink his liquor. Sabina didn't want to hear such an ungrateful thing when she had spent 3 years of her life teaching Halo's grandson. Sipping his liquor. Halo thought about those 3 years, changing the subject. He asked what impression Sabina had of the boy. She could only define him as one thing, a monster. Halo commented that she should have the courage to call his grandson a monster. But for Sabina, even calling him a genius was an insult. Halo turned to Xerus, the instructor, asking if he thought the same. Surprised, Xerus affirmed that he had the same opinion as Lady Sabina. In every aspect, physical abilities, innate talent, his attitude towards training, as well as courage. In addition to all that, I feel that he is superior even when compared to the first son and heir, who is said to be a genius. Surprised, Halo asked if Xerus was comparing him to Hugo, the first son of the Tails family. Someone said to be the best within the Empire. Xerus confirmed his thoughts. Next to him, Sabina joked, "It will be a problem for the family not to manage the situation correctly, right, brother?"
Halo didn't understand what she was talking about, but she explained, "Think about the influence Karen will have on the line of succession, what Karen will mean for your sons."
Halo questioned if Sabina was saying that his sons would be a threat to their own nephew. Seeing her brother pour another drink, Sabina questioned him about what would happen if Karen's talent were known throughout the Empire. In her view, this would influence the decision of who should be the successor. Faced with his sister's words, Halo became worried. Changing the subject, Sabina asked, "Now that the Oathstone has been broken, is it the end of our family? The number of magical beasts crossing through the Northern Sea has been increasing." Halo immediately told her not to say absurd things and reminded her, "The one who breaks the stone will create a new one." This was the message passed down from generation to generation since the creation of the first Oathstone centuries ago. However, Sabina was hearing such a thing for the first time. The prophecy passed only among the family heads. Faced with the imminent era that was approaching, Sabina commented, "It seems the shoulders of the cute young boy will become heavier, won't they?" She asked when Halo would tell Karen about the matter. The Lord was waiting for the right time to arrive. In another residence, a letter had arrived for Pale. "Father, are you well? I want to apologize for not visiting you while I'm training. The weather is getting cold, please wear warm clothes. Recently, I mastered the 4th stance of the Jihei style and the 4th form of Harang swordsmanship. As you instructed, I tried my best to get along with others, and I'm especially taking care of cousin Leo." Finally, Karen asked for a favor in the letter. "My allowance ran out, so could you send me a little more money?" Smiling awkwardly, Pale finished reading his son's letter. Putting the letter away, he commented to Heinrich how anxious he had been leaving his son at the Blue Sea Fortress 3 years ago. He was surprised by how well Karen had adapted. Heinrich couldn't help but comment on how the fortress was no longer calm thanks to the young man. Sighing, Pale recalled how he had often told his son that it wasn't good to stand out. However, for the butler, a gem would always shine. Changing the subject, Heinrich revealed that the situation might change from now on. Information about Karen could start to leak. Worried, Pale asked if Karen would be assigned a mission soon. Heinrich confirmed, revealing that he would accompany the Blue Wolves. Pale was worried about one thing, the fact that his brothers disliked Karen's growing influence in the fortress. Regarding this, The butler could only say one thing. Lady Sabina is very fond of Lord Karen. Pale thought it was normal, as Karen was her nephew. He remembered how Karen had mentioned his aunt in the letters over the past 3 years, but now, hearing it from Heinrich, he felt more assured. Satisfied, Pale felt that the monthly allowance he was sending was being well spent. Seeing how Pale even made jokes, Heinrich also felt relieved. A new worry arose for Pale when he remembered that Sabina would also be leaving the fortress. However, Heinrich reassured him. Lord Karen has formed a strong bond with the Blue Wave Knights in the Blue Sea Fortress. That is an irrelevant title, but it has reached the point where the Knights personally gave the young man a nickname. Smiling awkwardly, Pale commented that he had already heard about such a nickname, the young mad dog of the Blue Sea Fortress. In a distant area, constructions were erected until late afternoon. Near that place, a man was fighting with a wooden sword. Confronting him, Karen ended up breaking his own wooden sword due to the repetitive effort. The man heavily retreated, admitting defeat. However, Karen contradicted him. How could you simply distort the path of your sword and take the blow, Hans? Don't you remember that the Harang sword is useless when dominated? You need to meet force with force. An adult like you cannot be so weak. Hans couldn't help but be impressed, as Karen was the only one who could criticize his strength, even though he was injured. For Karen, Hans had balloon muscles. The young man was being honest in saying that Hans was weak. Leaving the subject aside, Hans admitted feeling overwhelmed facing him without using magic. The previous year, the situation was quite different. In light of all this, Hans revealed that Karen might be assigned a mission soon. Hans said he heard that Sir Zaris would decide the missions this time, instead of the family head in the capital. Although Hans was worried about the young man being sent to regions where beasts were appearing more frequently, Karen excitedly shouted to Leo, "Brother, did you hear that? We're going to be sent on a mission." Leo, however, didn't want to go on the same mission as Karen. Upset, he ended up losing focus and was reprimanded by his trainer. Getting back to focus, Leo tried to tell himself that when he completed the mission, his parents would praise him. In Pale's house, he revealed the reason for calling Heinrich, the letter sent by Karen. He held a small cloth bag, asking if the butler would like to see what was inside. As Heinrich took the bag, Pale revealed its origin. The feud inspectors discovered it in the wagon of a merchant coming from the barony of Bellis. As soon as he opened the bag, the butler's glove turned turquoise blue upon coming into contact with the powder inside. Pale confirmed Heinrich's surprise. There were narcotics there. It would be necessary to investigate the barony of Bellis. Affirming the smell of the substance, Heinrich agreed. Later that night, the train arrived at the capital of the Blue Fortress. A mysterious man got off the train, observing the fortress in the distance. The full moon illuminated the blue sky of the fortress, surrounded by the forest guards were constantly keeping vigil over the fortress. Young man with a bottle in his hand was hiding from these guards. He recognized the effort to obtain that whiskey. It's always a thrill to mess with Zaris's collection. Even having reincarnated, Karen couldn't forget the taste of liquor. Suddenly, he saw a face he had never seen before, accompanying a man through the fortress. The man showed concern. Is Duke Reston really absent? It's an urgent matter. But the employee accompanying him confirmed that the Duke had gone to the capital. The employee was surprised to see Karen, who asked what brought the man to the fortress so late. Karen discovered that this was Baron Rohan from House Bellis, who had urgent business. Rohan looked at Karen, wondering if he was the son of the third prince who had been removed from the line of succession. Remembering the young man's name and that he had awakened magic. Unlike his father, Rohan Bellis introduced himself. Karen affirmed that he would listen to Rohan, which surprised the employee, who thought it better to send him to the commander of the knights, who was taking care of the fortress. Worried Rohan the most in the situation was the young man carrying a bottle of liquor. Remembering how a baron would normally send an attorney, but had come to the fortress personally, Karen imagined that the matter was truly urgent, so it would be more appropriate for a noble to receive him. Understanding Karen's reasoning, the employee bowed slightly, stating that he would inform Zaris separately. Analyzing the situation, Rohan could see that the boy was not just a troublemaker, as his political judgment was impressive despite being so young, even though he was carrying a bottle of liquor. While still wondering if drinking so young was allowed in the Reston family, Rohan followed Karen. The two met in an office house, where Karen listened to the story. So, to summarize, the problem is that the group of bandits has settled in the eastern mountains of the barony, right? And since they appeared, narcotics have started circulating and commoners have disappeared to be sold? Rohan confirmed the story. As the barony's lands were poor and without royal experts, they hadn't been able to form a proper army in the last year to respond to the bandit threat. Unable to deal with the matter, Rohan revealed that his own father had led a small group of soldiers to attack the bandits. But instead of succeeding, they suffered great losses. And even his father was injured in the battle, being bedridden ever since. He blamed himself for being incompetent. Suddenly, Karen placed the bottle of liquor on the table. With a deep voice, he roared, "Bastards like that deserve to be swept out of the kingdom." Calmly, Karen stated there was something he didn't understand. Even with weak military power, bandits shouldn't be able to deal with a common army, even without confirmed information. Rohan revealed that they suspected they were deserters from the southern kingdom, which was at war. The protagonist analyzed the situation. Without space in the north, it would be normal for a fugitive army to create public order problems wherever they appeared. For Karen, the theory of the bandits being deserters was the most plausible. Changing the subject, Karen held the bottle of liquor. "The weather isn't very good. Would you like a drink?" Filling the glass, Karen revealed that, although Rohan didn't know, the barony was close to the territory where his father resided. This was a situation he couldn't ignore. Hearing the young man affirm that he would like to help personally, Rohan thanked him, accepting the liquor. As soon as he took a sip, the boy warned him, "This liquor was taken from Sir Xerxes' collection, so keep it a secret." Rohan was startled when Xerxes himself appeared at the door. "Didn't we agree that you would stop touching my liquors?" Rohan hastily stood up, apologizing. However, Xerxes didn't blame him, as he couldn't know about the origin of the liquor. Changing the subject, Xerxes commented on the bandit problem. Rohan confirmed the problem, stating that this was the reason for his visit to the fortress, to ask for reinforcements. While thinking about how to help, Xerxes remembered Karen drinking and took the glass from his hand. He also apologized to the Baron for showing such discourtesy. Xerxes reassured the Baron, stating that the fortress would not turn its back on an old comrade in trouble. This made Rohan more relieved. Thus, Xerxes announced that he would soon organize troops to dispatch them to the Bellis barony. The moment Xerxes announced what they would do, Karen asked, "Sir Xerxes, let me go." Xerxes didn't want to take the risk. However, the conversation between the two surprised Rohan, as the young man didn't seem to be more than 13 years old. Xerxes acknowledged that he had reached the 3rd-star realm in 3 years, but reminded him that a real battle was a completely different world. With a look of regret, Karen warned that overprotection wasn't good. However, Xerxes didn't want to send him to run the risk of fighting against enemies whose size, strength, and base were unknown. Since that was the thought, Karen asked, "What if I make an offer you can't refuse?" Both Xerxes and Rohan were curious. The next day, Leo couldn't understand why he had been called. Karen tried to cheer him up, as it was their first mission. Xerxes felt he had been tricked. He couldn't understand how Karen had brought Lady Sabina into the situation. Seeing the lady he loved being with the cute nephews, Xerxes thought it might be a good opportunity for them to have a reliable guardian accompanying them. Seeing how Lady Sabina had agreed to allow Leo to go on the mission, Xerxes believed that she was also satisfied with the result of his training, even seeing that only Lady Sabina, the White Empress, would be in charge of the situation. Rohan wondered if it was okay for her to go with just the 2 boys. He was afraid of having to be responsible if anything happened to Duke Halo's grandsons. Seeing the Baron's fear, Xerxes reassured him. He stated that with Lady Sabina along with the boys, nothing would happen to them. Upon hearing Xerxes, Sabina corrected him. "Unless the boys face a serious danger to their lives, I don't plan to intervene." Both Rohan Bellis and Leo himself were startled to hear Lady Sabina. Even knowing that Sabina trusted the boys, Xerxes thought her judgment was too much. Sabina, however, revealed that there was a reason for not wanting to intervene. Sighing, Xerxes nodded, understanding her will. With the time for them to depart approaching, Xerxes ordered them to board the train. Leo gnashed his teeth with a certain fear. Seeing the boy's nervousness, Sabina reassured him. Feeling nervous is normal, but think of this as a chance to prove that the hard work of the last 3 years was worth it. A chance to be recognized as a member of the Blue Wolves. The young man was surprised by Sabina's instruction, but soon nodded. Scoffing, Karen asked, "Do you always need someone encouraging you, brother?" Upon entering the train, Karen guided his cousin to find their seats. Head bowed, Leo felt the pressure. The moment when he would need to prove himself was approaching. The train station announced, "The magic train departing from the Blue Sea Fortress, heading to the Bellis barony, is departing." The train left the fortress, heading towards the ordeal the young men would face for the first time. Heading through the forest, the train reached a snowy area near the mountains. They discovered that they needed to treat Sabina's presence as confidential, because as soon as the bandits knew of her presence, they could flee. She asked if Rohan would like that to happen. The Baron quickly denied it. Rohan looked at Karen next to him, who was sleeping, and wondered if it was okay to trust 2 children. One of them didn't even know the meaning of nervousness, while the other worried about both. Leo had a look of concern and sadness. At home, Leo had been scolded for getting along with Karen. His mother reminded him of what had happened 3 years ago. His mother reminded him that Karen was not a friend, but a rival, someone who had brought him into disgrace and made his father lose reputation. Seeing the boy silent, she told him to say something. Surprising his mother, Leo replied in a way she didn't expect. "Mother, I'm sorry, but Karen and I are not rivals." He reminded her how even Hugo, called a genius, hadn't reached the 3-star realm until he was 14. While Karen had reached the 4th star at 13, Leo compared himself to him, having reached the 3rd star at 15, and saw the difference between them. Despite treating Karen as a goal, Leo couldn't call himself a rival to him. Irritated, Leo's mother scoffed at her own son for his inferiority complex, but he denied having such a thing. "Karen's very existence is the driving force that pushes me to work harder and harder on my own," Leo's mother sighed. To her, her son was looking at the trees but not seeing the forest around them. Suddenly, Leo woke up upon hearing Sabina call him. She questioned him if it was that difficult to get rid of nervousness. Leo ended up not denying it. Sabina understood that it was his first mission, but asked him to control himself a little more. She pointed to Karen, reminding Leo how his cousin was someone who would even sell him to save himself, while he thought too much. Sabina affirmed that he wouldn't need to doubt himself. "I know better than anyone that you worked hard in the last 3 years. After all, I was the one who trained you, right?" Leo ended up recovering, even if just a little. "Yes, master." By this time, the train was 20 minutes from the territory of Baron Bellis. Standing up, Sabina stated that for the mission they would go to different addresses. Curious, Rohan asked where the White Empress would go. Opening the window, she affirmed that she couldn't appear in the barony, so the matter wouldn't spread. Seeing the Empress wanting to jump from the moving train, Rohan was shocked. Before jumping, Sabina told him to call her Lady Savina from now on, reminding him that her nephews would be with him. Sabina told Rohan not to worry too much. Rohan and Leo were shocked when Sabina actually jumped from the train. They ran to the window, while Karen laughed heartily, gritting his teeth in despair. Rohan wondered why everyone in House Reston seemed crazy. In the Bellis residence, a man coughed heavily. He showed the young men of the Reston family how his body was not in the best shape, so he apologized for not greeting them properly, asking him not to worry. Karen asked Lord Bellis how his wounds were. Having passed the point of danger, the man appreciated the concern. Remembering the past, Baron Bellis revealed meeting Karen and Pale 10 years ago. He praised the boy for having grown up, commenting that Pale must be proud. Hearing the compliment, Karen felt uncomfortable not knowing how to respond. The Baron asked how he could call him, since he was uncomfortable. Karen asked him to call him whatever he found easiest. Knowing that this was the young man's first mission, the Baron asked if he was already at the 4th star of the Zehai style being so young. Karen confirmed, revealing that his cousin was at the 3rd star, though. Hearing the details about Leo, the Baron complimented, "The main family must have a very high opinion of you to send you here." Leo was surprised by the Baron's words, who revealed hesitating to ask the boys to face such a difficult task. Karen answered the Baron, "We understand your concern, but if we fail, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the honor of the Blue Wolves? We do not intend to fail." Having said that, Karen asked if Leo didn't think the same. Surprised, Leo quickly agreed. The Baron coughed while thanking the young men and worrying his son. Seeing how the Baron needed to rest, Karen stated that they should go now. Entrusting the mission to the young men, the old Baron advised that a guide had already been prepared to take them. As they went to the snowy forest, Leo tried to talk to Karen. Karen thought he was already tired, but Leo had a serious question. Can we really trust this herbalist guide? Although the herbalist was a skilled local guide designated by the Baron, they had no guarantee that he wasn't with the bandits. Karen was surprised to see him finally use his brain. Karen nodded to Leo's assumption, stating that the guide should also be part of the bandit group. Leo asked how he could know that. The protagonist revealed how, because of the conversation I had with the young Baron when we arrived at the station. When he was alone with Rohan, Karen asked how he planned to find the bandits' hideout. Rohan said they would use a traitor from inside the kingdom. Karen pretended to find that an excellent idea. Hearing the essence of the story, Leo questioned his cousin about why he didn't reveal it to him earlier. Karen remembered how Leo had been worried and nervous all day, with no time to talk about anything. Leo couldn't understand how the Baron had the courage to leave them with a traitor. The very fact that the traitor hadn't been punished already showed the situation. Karen commented to his cousin that this showed the Baron's desperation. They were being treated as bait now. Sons of nobles walking through the vicinity of a barony was a perfect trap setup. As they walked deeper into the frozen forest, Karen commented, "It looks like they are ready to surround us." In an instant, several bandits appeared before the guide. The bandit leader handed a bag of money to the guide. "Good job, Sven. Since they are nobles, I'll add a little more." A bald man in the group pointed to the boys, commenting that they didn't seem to want to follow them peacefully. While Leo trembled with nervousness, Karen put his hand on the sword hilt. A malicious and intimidating smile appeared, with a piercing voice. "Worms like you dare to spread narcotics in my father's domains?" In the Bellis barony, a clear cough was heard in the main residence. Rohan asked his father if he was well, and the old man reassured him in response. Rohan passed a glass of water to his father. While waiting for him to drink, the young Baron asked, "Father, do you think the two young dukes will be okay?" The fact that they sent two boys to the forest without concrete information about the bandit showed the Baron that the fortress trusted their abilities. The Baron, however, could not help but comment that the young man named Karen reminded him of Duke Halo when he was young, not only in appearance, but also in confidence and his relaxed, magnanimous attitudes. The Baron couldn't help but have expectations regarding the boy. In the White Forest, due to the snow, red was painted. The guillotine sword was brandished by Karen, overflowing with blue mana to strike his enemies and put its name into practice. Amidst the bandits, Karen fought alone, putting an end to each one of them with a single attack. The traitor guide, although fallen, still possessed some consciousness. To him, that young man could not be treated differently from a monster. This was the same thought Leo had about his cousin. The bald bandit gritted his teeth at being stained by the red of his friends. He hastily warned the captain that they should return and inform the main unit. But the captain was furiously gritting his teeth, his eyes red with rage. Refusing to be defeated by a brat who smelled of milk, he advanced wielding his axes. Karen noticed the enemy, more powerful than the others, approaching quickly. The bandit raised both axes like a bloodthirsty berserker. However, with a single swing of his sword, Karen commented calmly, "He is so ridiculously noisy." The cut hit the center of the bandit, who fell to his knees before Karen. Watching the battle, Leo had unknowingly unsheathed his silpid sword. However, he put it back. As the service had already been concluded by Karen, Karen was already impressive, but the aura the sword emitted exuded a feeling of oppression. Leo touched his own neck, feeling that the sword wanted him. The last bandit, the bald one, raised his hands hastily, surrendering. Upon surrendering him, Karen asked his name. Urha promptly introduced himself. With a malicious look, the protagonist asked if Urha had a rope. The man quickly replied, handing the item to him. Leo watched, confused. Surprisingly, those tied up were Karen and Leo. Seeing their hands bound, Leo asked Karen if they really needed to do that. Despite the ropes, he questioned whether it was necessary to give a weapon to the bald bandit. Karen explained to his cousin that to find the bandit's base, they needed to be convincing. They couldn't just walk around carrying their swords. Giving the swords to Urha would serve to pretend they had been captured. As they walked, Karen shouted at Urha. He asked the bald man if they were deserters. Urha confirmed, "We were from the 9th Regiment, 1st Battalion of the 3rd Infantry of the Cease Kingdom." What Urha said confirmed to Leo that they were from the south. Karen, curious, asked how big their group was. Urha revealed that, including a mage and his 2 knights, they were a total of 130 men. Sweating after revealing all the information, Urha blamed himself for having met such boys, who seemed like just common nobles. The blue-eyed boy especially made Urha's heart beat faster due to fear. Leo asked, this time, why they had come to a remote region of the north among all places. Urha revealed that the commander had promised that they would be able to make enough money to live well. The fact that the commander of a mere infantry unit was personally accompanied by a high-level mage was striking, especially since numerous men who should be making money as bandits were in the failed barony of Bellis of all places. To Karen, all this made no sense. Upon arriving at an area, Urha stopped, warning the boys that they were close to the camp. Karen, however, wanted to be sure with his own eyes. Guarding the camp, a bandit saw Urha return. From the watchtower, he shouted, "Did you bring guests, Urha?" The bald man promptly told him to shut up. However, the man in the tower asked where the others were. Next to him, another questioned whose swords Urha was carrying. With an irritated voice, Urha replied, "Can't you see? I captured these noble brats. Don't look at them because they are mine." The rest of the companions are chasing the guards who were with them and managed to escape. With Urha's request, one of the guards in the watchtower ordered the gates opened. When Urha entered through the wooden walls, some companions asked if he would be happy to be praised by the chief for the first time. Others in the corner complained, stating that Urha could have brought the brats to the camp later, already irritated by the situation. Urha kept telling them to shut up. Meanwhile, Karen followed him, observing the surroundings. Karen felt the calmness in Urha, but above that, he felt a great power coming from somewhere. Urha suddenly began to shiver while sweating. Karen realized that the guillotine sword itself was reacting. Leo approached his cousin. Further ahead, they could see crows tied to wooden posts. Surprised to see them, they were even more shocked to realize that in the middle of the posts, there was a red magic circle that used the sacrifices for black magic conjuration. From the magic circle, a dark energy began to rise. Karen hastily told Urha to cut the ropes and hand him the sword. Holding the guillotine, the protagonist ordered Leo to take his own sword. Karen knew they would need them very soon. Before Leo could understand what Karen was saying, skeletons appeared, summoned from the magic circle. Urha was startled to see the monsters. At least a dozen skeletons with swords and shields emerged from the magic circle. A voice echoed, laughing, "The guests went to the magic circle on their own? What a blessing." In the surrounding houses, several men with bows bows and arrows pointed at Karen and Leo. Amidst them was the captain, who looked at the young nobles with contempt. Karen looked around, but there was no sign of the dark mage. He was probably hiding while maintaining the conjuration. Suddenly, Karen raised the sword, pointing it at Urha. "If you attack us, I will attack him too. Is that all right with you?" Karen commanded the actions, startling Leo to see that he had completely abandoned the honor of the nobles. Faced with the threat, the bandit leader fell silent, surprised to see a noble using a hostage, when he should be the most honorable of all. Karen lightly pressed the sword against Urha and asked the bandits if they really needed to be honorable. Losing the argument, the bandit leader changed the tone of the conversation. "You are amusing, but you are wrong. A worthless hostage is useless. This bald man is worth nothing. Do what you want with him." Urha was surprised by the chief's shout. Seeing how useless Urha was, Karen cursed him, making him apologize. Surrounded, Leo asked Karen if he had a plan, smiling. The protagonist confirmed and revealed, "All we need to do is take down their commander." Upon seeing the blue mana, the bandit leader was surprised. Karen made a request to Leo. "Cousin, I'll leave the skeletons to you." Leo didn't understand the request, but upon seeing Karen violently overflowing with blue mana, he realized that he wanted to defeat the bandit commander personally. Like the flow of a river, Karen advanced. Leo shouted for him, but a skeleton attacked him. Reacting quickly, Leo blocked the enemy's axe while wondering what his cousin was doing. He didn't believe he could handle so many skeleton soldiers alone. Seeing the boy advance, the bandit leader ordered the archers to shoot. However, Karen was already too close. Activating the third style of the Harang sword, a wave-shaped cut hit the archers next to the captain, making them drop their bows and their own arms. Karen jumped towards the captain, who cursed him, bothered by the bandit's noise. Karen brandished the sword. The cut appeared like a sharp wave, tearing the enemy's glove. The man fell to his knees on the ground, screaming in pain. Karen warned him, stating that he should have attacked sooner. Remembering that the Blue Sea Fortress did not have the strength to face other territories, the bandit asked why they were there. Karen did not mind hiding it. "The barony is close to my father's territory, but don't worry, you will live. You will be taken to the fortress." From where he was, Karen saw Leo dealing well with the skeletons and complimented him. Leo's sea wave sword crushed the skeletons before Karen's eyes. Suddenly, the bandit leader scoffed. "Do you think you will leave here safely?" Snorting, Karen asked his name. The bandit revealed himself to be Michael Knox. As soon as he heard the name, Karen attacked his knee to prevent him from walking. Michael screamed in pain, which made the archers aiming at Karen pull the bowstrings even further. Karen laughed, pushing the sword. "Order your men to lower their bows." Michael hastily obeyed, overcome by fear of the boy. He couldn't believe he had lost to 2 boys, but he awaited the arrival of other people, some they wouldn't be able to deal with. Even being members of House Rest and Karen, however, could see in Michael's eyes that he was planning something. He knew the bandit was counting on the mage who had summoned the skeletons. Scoffing, Karen asked if he really thought Reston would send only 2 children. As soon as Leo defeated the skeletons, an explosion echoed at the camp entrance. The gate had been knocked down. Entering the camp, a woman was carrying someone by the hair. Sabina was carrying the captured mage, or at least his head. As soon as she entered the camp, Sabina called out to Karen and Leo, "You lost the most crucial evidence. You failed the mission." Irritated, Karen took it out on Michael with a kick, throwing Michael down the stairs. He asked Sabina if she had liked the method she used. Sabina gave them credit for the strategy to enter the camp. The intelligence matched someone from House Reston. However, she reminded them that she would deduct some points for having thought of using a hostage. While what was left of the mage and Michael met, Karen approached, being questioned by Sabina about why he chose to use a hostage plot. The protagonist revealed wanting to attack where they least expected it. No one would imagine that nobles would take hostages. Surprised, Urha agreed with Karen, he himself not understanding the reason. With everything unfolding that way, Sabina couldn't help but comment, "Karen, I've never seen you like this. A complete lunatic." Smiling, the protagonist simply thanked her. Looking at the bandit leader, Sabina stated that they would return to the fortress, as she had questions to ask. Upon hearing Sabina's orders, Michael Knox realized he was in much bigger trouble than he had imagined, as all the Restons were crazy. A guard found a prison and shouted, "Over here!" 2 men appeared at the door, looking for their family members. A girl who had been kidnapped spotted her father. In tears, they reunited, the father apologizing for not having been able to protect his daughter Isabel. Karen observed Urha next to him. He could perceive that the former knight and now bandit felt guilty. Karen, however, joked, reminding him that it was too early for that, as he would go to the barony prison along with his companions. He would be taken along with the bandit captain to the Blue Sea Fortress. Sabina questioned Karen if it was okay not to tie up the bald man. The young man thought it was all right for now. They would need help to transport the other bandits to the Blue Sea Fortress anyway. Despite leaving Urha untied, Karen advised him not to lower his guard. Suddenly, one of the people approached, asking if Urha would also be punished. The protagonist agreed, reminding the villagers that Urha was also considered a bandit. One of the men, however, said words that mitigated Urha's sentence, revealing that he had taken care of everyone while they were imprisoned, and even secretly brought medicine to the sick, or given food to the hungry. As many asked for mercy, Sabina asked Karen what he thought. The protagonist thought for a moment and stated that he could consider leniency, as Urha had also guided them to the hideout. The ex-bandit felt touched and swore, "I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life, young master." Leo, who was on the second floor, called Karen to take a look at something. The protagonist became curious and followed his cousin with Urha. Upon entering a room, he was faced with numerous barrels where a light could be seen. Checking the inside of one of the barrels, he discovered countless magic stones. When the bandits were taken to the city, tied up by the hands, the villagers shouted words of justice. "Perish in prison, damn bandits!" As everyone was happy, Leo commented that the young baron would probably receive them with a banquet. However, he felt as if Karen wasn't even listening to him. Karen was thinking about the magic stones, the real reason why the group of bandits was hidden in a remote and insignificant place. The baron's family probably didn't even know there was a magic stone mine in the territory. Although he didn't know the quality of the stones, the mere existence of the mine was enough to attract attention. Seeing the malicious look on Karen's face, Leo wondered what his cousin was planning. As they walked, Sabina saw the young baron approach. Accompanied by guards, the baron welcomed the trio. While his men took the prisoners away, Sabina showed the bandit leader on Urha's shoulder and stated that they would be taking him to the fortress. The young baron didn't mind this. Before they left, the young baron wanted to say something to Sabina, but she stated that she was only there as a guardian, so he should talk to the boys, addressing them. Rohan revealed that he had prepared a modest banquet, inviting them to participate. Surprisingly, Karen stated that they needed to return to the Blue Sea Fortress immediately, so they could talk later. Rohan was surprised, as he still needed to discuss the payment for the mission. As the territory was currently in bad conditions, Rohan revealed not having the money at the moment and asked for a deferral. At that moment, the malicious look appeared on Karen's face. The protagonist then commented, "I was wondering why the bandits chose to stay in the Bellis Barony. The barony is in a remote area with no local spices. It is literally an isolated village, isn't it?" Rohan tried to endure the insults to his territory as best he could. Having ridiculed the place, Karen showed a magic stone what the bandits were looking for. When questioned if he was aware of their existence, Rohan revealed never having seen them, nor even imagined the existence of a mine in his territory. Imagining such a thing, Karen decided to make a proposal to the young baron. "How about developing the mine in conjunction with the Blue Sea Fortress? We will add the condition that the fortress will provide the initial capital, in addition to the security forces." Surprised, Rohan wondered if the boy understood what he was saying. Even setting aside the development of the mine, the cost of storage, in addition to the maintenance of the guards, would be immense. However, having someone like the Reston family participating in the barony's mine would also benefit them. The young baron was surprised to imagine that Karen had already foreseen and calculated all the possibilities. However, the fact that he was negotiating on behalf of the family was the most surprising. Stating that he had to report on the agreement beforehand, Karen declared that if the project was approved, the Blue Wolf Knights would be stationed in the territory. Thus, the economic and security problems of the place would be solved. Having heard Karen's proposal, Rohan sighed, asking how they would divide the mine's shares. Karen, however, got rid of that responsibility. "You will need to discuss that with my father. A child like me is not qualified to talk about financial details in business after all." Agreeing with Karen, Rohan affirmed that he would also talk to his own father. Having heard the whole negotiation, Sabina snorted, although she seemed satisfied. Later, as they headed to the train station, Karen asked Sabina why she had said that things could have gotten complicated in the bandits' hideout. Remembering the matter, she raised a bag with something round inside, because of this guy here. Surprised, Leo asked if she was talking about the dark mage she had defeated. Sabina revealed that he was not a common mage. Crossing her arms, she told the details. His name is Ted Delaharda, a Class 2 wanted man within the Empire, and a 6th Circle mage. Karen was surprised by the mage's level. Sabina was worried about the fact that a Class 2 fugitive was running freely within the Empire with southern deserters, while Karen and Leo were busy with small enough fish not to notice the most important part, reminding the boys that they would only get stronger by fighting powerful people. She instructed them by saying that if they had defeated the mage first, They wouldn't have wasted time with the small fish. Therefore, the mission was considered a failure. Having revealed the mission's assessment, she told Karen to keep those points in mind. The moment Leo felt left out, Sabina addressed him. As soon as he heard his name, Leo looked at the master. Sabina unexpectedly praised him. "You were better than I expected. It must have been your first time facing undeads, right? You should have a little more confidence." Hearing the encouraging words, Leo stood at attention, nodding positively. Later that night, Lord Halo returned to the Blue Sea Fortress. A butler was already waiting for him, welcoming him. Halo asked if anything was different. Heinrich revealed that the knights sent to the west had returned. In addition, Karen and Leo were returning from the mission in the Bellis Barony, accompanied by Lady Sabina. As soon as Heinrich reported the events, an employee rushed towards the lord. He was carrying a parchment, a letter from the imperial palace. Halo was confused, as the emperor had said nothing before he left the capital. Upon opening the parchment, Halo's eyes widened in surprise. Unexpectedly, the emperor had invited Karen, who was still returning to the Blue Sea Fortress, to travel to the capital. The train soon arrived at the Blue Sea Fortress. Carrying Michael on his shoulder, Urha disembarked. While Urha was impressed by the size of the fortress, Michael tried to convince him. "Do you really believe what the boy said? You're going to be thrown in prison too. If we want to survive, we need to take advantage of the moment when the guards are distracted." Urha listened carefully to Michael's words and punished him, shutting him up with a punch. Karen and Leo watched Urha show that he wouldn't believe the words of someone who called him useless. Suddenly, someone arrived at the station complaining about the noise. Pale crouched down to check on his son. While greeting his Aunt Sabina, he revealed that he had been summoned because what his son had done in Baron Bellis's domain had become a headache. Leo suddenly bowed, greeting Pale. "How have you been, uncle?" Smiling, Pale commented that he had heard that Leo had also excelled in the Baron's lands. "Your older brother must have heard about it too. He must certainly be pleased with you." Upon hearing about his father, Leo became awkward to respond. Since everyone must be tired, Pale suggested they proceed to the fortress. Staying behind with Pale, Sabina asked if he knew anything, as the Empire's situation seemed unstable. With a brief analysis, Pale revealed the powerful families are rapidly uniting, centered on Duke Salmon and Marquis Diaz. He revealed that his father, Halo, planned to meet with various families in the capital to understand the situation. He even canceled everything after talking to the Emperor and failing to get satisfactory results. Duke Salmon and Marquis Diaz, the same men who overthrew the tyrannical emperor, elevated the current emperor to the throne and now hold the real power in the kingdom. The reason for Sabina's brother to retreat after the fall of the former emperor was because he judged that it would be best for the empire. However, a betrayal seemed to be underway. Sabina sighed, commenting to Pale about what seemed to be the end of an era of peace. Since the family also planned to start moving, Sabina commented that what Pale's son had done could bring them great benefits. With a reasonable pretext, they could now place family troops in other lands to expand their influence. Sabina praised Pale's son for achieving something so advantageous at the perfect time. Pale didn't feel complimented by his aunt's comments and didn't know how to react, but she reminded him that the compliments weren't for him. Soon, another person arrived to receive the boys. Zeras praised the work they did, crushing a gang of deserters. When Karen pointed to the man carried by Urha, stating that he was the leader, Zeras affirmed that he would interrogate him. "I will extract every last drop of information while he is still breathing." "Sir Karen," Hans pointed to the man carrying the bandit leader. Curious about his identity, Karen startled Urha by saying, "He is also a bandit. You can take him." But saying that Urha was an informant, he asked them to treat him well and release him later, as he was thinking of using him as a personal servant. Having decided this, Karen prepared to return to the fortress with Leo, but Zeras stopped them, stating that the mission was not over yet. Zeras told them what they needed to do. "You need to fill out a report. This is part of the mission and improves future performance." Karen asked if they would need to write the report separately, but Zeras stated that they could write it together. Hearing this, Karen left the written work to Leo. Since he himself had done most of the heavy lifting, Leo tried to ask if it wouldn't be faster if they wrote it together. However, pulling his cousin closer, Karen whispered, "Think carefully. As soon as the report is delivered, your father will read it too, right? This means we should boost your achievements in the report. This is your chance to gain his support." Zeras watched the two boys murmur to each other, ignoring their plans. Zeras told Hans to take the prisoners to the cells. Zeras was startled when Sabina suddenly threw a bag at him. "Here is another wanted man." She also stated that she would let the boys take care of the report that was supposed to be done by her. Karen said goodbye to Leo. Following another path, Leo was curious to know where he was going. Karen revealed wanting to go to the Ether Training Hall, the place he could use now that he had reached the 4th star. Zeras was impressed to see Karen go straight to the training hall upon returning from the mission. It was unbelievable that the boy was only 13 years old. In a room in the fortress, Halo summoned some people, even though it was late at night. He wanted to report what he discovered in the subjugation of the monsters that were appearing more frequently. In the presence of his sons and the butler, Halo told Heinrich to also summon the captain of the knights, Xerus, entered the room carrying a box. Halo revealed that inside, there was a piece of leather from a monster that appeared on the plains of the western firmament. As soon as he opened the box, a dark energy overflowed from the leather, an energy that, according to him, was not merely strong, but the dark ether energy of the tyrannical emperor. Upon hearing such a name, the three brothers were surprised, each exhibiting a different reaction. The most surprised, Pale, reminded his father that the tyrannical emperor had been defeated a long time ago. For Halo, there were two possibilities. Either a remnant will of the tyrannical emperor still existed, or he himself was still alive. Before drawing conclusions, Halo revealed that the matter of what happened in the Bellis barony reached the emperor's ears. Pale was surprised to hear from his father that Karen had been summoned to the capital, but stating that he would not send Karen alone. Halo decided to send both Leo and the Sea Wave Knights with him. First, however, he asked for Pale's opinion. Halo would not send the boy by force. Worried, one of the brothers asked if this wouldn't cause problems. Halo denied it, because Karen was still just a child. Besides, he wanted to hear exactly what kind of agreement had been made with the son of Baron Bellis. Karen, who was in mana training, would be called by Xerus. Karen was training in a cabin in the forest. Sitting on the floor, he made mana flow through his body until he felt a presence. When did you arrive? Xerus revealed that he had arrived not long ago, commenting that he had heard that the only one who could enter there without being immediate family was Xerus himself. Karen stated that he didn't remember him entering at any moment, so he asked if there was something urgent. Xerus nodded, stating that the boy would soon have to go to the capital. The news was a surprise to Karen, who heard from Xerus that the family head was summoning him to the council to tell him the details. Karen followed Xerus to Halo's office. An employee opened the door, announcing the arrival. Calling the boy into the room, Halo asked for confirmation if he had completed the first mission. Upon hearing the confirmation, Halo stated that he wanted to hear about what happened in the Bellis barony. You do not yet have the right to represent our house in negotiations, so why did you act independently with the Bellis family? Karen waited to finish hearing not a compliment, but a complaint. His grandfather questioned him. Did you never imagine that your arrogant behavior could be discourteous to the Bellis family? Karen replied firmly, no, I merely proposed an agreement to the Bellis barony. He accepted my proposal willingly. At that moment, I judged that there was something much more important than the formal etiquette of nobles. Halo was curious to know what the boy had thought and what could be more important than courtesy. Karen answered without hesitation, the honor of the family. Everyone looked at the boy, and even Halo was surprised. Considering the value of the agreement, Halo expected the boy to be boasting about his own achievements, but instead, he was putting the benefits the family would receive first. In Halo's view, the boy's tact was excellent. Raphael couldn't help but look at Karen with a frown. Karen noticed both Raphael's gaze and the caution in Tails. Halo put an end to the matter. The agreement you achieved will be of great benefit to our house. I will let Pale handle the negotiations. There is no problem with a father shining with the merits of his son. Pale was excited to receive the honor, stating that he would depart for the Bellis barony at dawn. Halo moved on to the next subject, the Emperor's letter. The Emperor wanted Karen in the capital. As the news had reached him, Xerus had told Karen that, even before Halo returned to the fortress, the Emperor had already sent the letter, which showed the throne's intelligence network. However, in Karen's eyes, the current emperor was just a puppet. The information network must be managed by the factions of the noble families. Halo stared at his grandson for a moment before stating that he could choose not to go to the capital if he wished. He expected his grandson to already know what it meant to go there. For Halo, the noble houses would want to confirm the boy's identity. Therefore, it would be smarter not to draw attention, avoiding going to the capital. Pale knew that his father didn't need to give Karen the right to choose, so he wondered why he did. Karen, however, replied differently. Of course I'll go. I'll even be able to see my maternal grandfather, who is in the palace, after a long time. However, Karen asked if he would go alone, since Leo had also participated in the mission. The comment caught Tails' attention. Halo agreed with Karen, stating that Leo would go with him if he accepted, as well as Hans's squad that would escort him. With a surprised expression, Karen asked if they really needed an escort, having his other grandfather in the palace. Frowning, Halo warned him not to deceive himself. They are not being assigned because you are special, but because we don't know what trouble you will cause. In shock, Karen ended up nodding. Thus, it was announced that Karen would depart in 3 days. The next day, a meeting took place in the Bellis territory. The negotiations were being signed. Present were the young Baron Bellis, Karen, Leo, and Pale. Confused, Pale asked the young Baron if his father was aware of the terms. Rohan nodded, stating that his father had agreed. Pale reminded him that the mine would be given 80% to Reston and only 20% to Bellis. With the price of crystal stones, even a small difference would form a large sum. But nonetheless, Rohan was ceding 10 of the 20%. To Karen and Leo, Pale couldn't understand the reason for such an unfavorable decision. He found the retribution for the boys quite excessive. That's why he believed there was a reason for Rohan, who graduated from the Imperial Academy, to make such a decision. Rohan didn't even try to hide it. It's to gain the sympathy of Karen and Leo, the two young wolves. Rohan meant to say that he was basically investing in the two boys who would one day lead the Blue Sea Fortress. Seeing the confidence Rohan had in the boys' talent, Pale understood the decision. Baron Bellis truly has a good son to have such sharp vision. When it was time to hear the boys' opinions, Leo looked at Karen and saw him smile with malice. Karen spoke on behalf of both. We gladly accept. We will continue to build a strong bond from now on. In the end, the bond between the great house Reston and the small Bellis barony was formed. Upon returning to the railway, Leo asked Karen how they would divide the portion of the revenue they obtained. The protagonist answered mercilessly, "Obviously, I will take 9% and you will take 1%. Shocked, Leo questioned why he would take the largest share. Karen put his arm over Leo's shoulder, questioning him with a clenched fist. Haven't we been getting along so well? How can you refuse? Afraid, Leo quickly accepted. Pale observed his son and nephew so close. He ended up smiling because they were getting along well, when in the past they constantly fought. Despite Pale's happiness, he didn't know what the little rascal of a son was doing. Upon returning to the fortress, Leo heard the news that he would be going to the capital, and he was still surprised. Karen told him not to be nervous. But Leo couldn't help it, as they would be meeting the Emperor. Changing the subject, Leo blushed. We'll go to parties too, right? I heard there are many beautiful women in the capital, Dacus. Suddenly, Sabina appeared at the window with a bottle of drink. Dacus is truly a fun place. Many strong people are there. Sabina treated it as a great experience for the boys. Looking around the room, Sabina didn't find any wine to celebrate. Karen seemed to be hiding something, claiming they only had water glasses. Upon picking up the glass, Sabina, however, stated that anything served to pour wine. While throwing a glass to Leo and another to Karen, Sabina revealed her surprise to discover that Leo also drank. Leo put all the blame on Karen, but he had already become an accomplice. Sabina filled their glasses. Since it's being served by your master, there's no reason to hesitate. Sabina praised the way the two handled the situation. Placing the bottle on the table, Sabina commented, however, 3 years have passed since I made my promise. It's a bit disappointing, but I won't see the chaos you will cause in the capital. Sabina seemed sad as she spoke. Leo was practically crying when he commented that he had heard that his aunt was going to the Northern Sea. He was worried that they wouldn't see each other again. Sabina scoffed at Leo upon hearing him. With such sentimentality, will you really be able to talk to a woman in the capital? Sabina smiled with the corner of her mouth, recommending that when Leo went to parties, he shouldn't go with Karen. She told the reason. Considering the appearance, talent, and good tongue he possesses, can't you imagine what will happen? Leo could already see all the women around Karen. He put his trembling hands on his cousin's shoulders. Karen, don't ruin my chances of getting married. Furious due to Leo's imagination, Karen cursed him. Sabina interrupted the fight, calling them to continue drinking. In another room, Halo was also drinking liquor. Pale knocked on the door, announcing his presence. As soon as he approached, he bowed, asking if he had been summoned. Halo commented that he had heard about the negotiations. He was surprised by the shares that Karen and Leo had received. Pale commented that he had seen how the Baron's opinion seemed to have been reflected in the actions, since he himself called it an investment. Halo, in the end, thought the situation had been good. Receiving a reward was never bad. Serving a drink? Halo stated that he would leave the matters about Bellis for Pale to manage. Pale thanked him for the opportunity, as well as the drink. However, he knew that another subject was coming. Halo went straight to the point, reminding Pale how the Emperor had never summoned anyone other than him. Halo treated the invitation to Karen as quite unusual. He revealed to his son how, in the private audience, he could see the Emperor's fearful look. Halo felt that the Emperor feared he would also overthrow him, as he did with the tyrannical Emperor. This gave indications that someone else was exerting some influence. Pale asked the Lord if he was talking about politics. Considering the whole situation in the capital, Pale questioned if he shouldn't have refused the Emperor's request. He didn't understand why Halo didn't. Halo heard Pale question the reason and frowned, before revealing, surprising his son. I want to know what Karen is capable of. Karen had been chosen by the ancestral sword guillotine. This meant that the boy was destined to be at the center of the family, whether Pale liked it or not. He would inevitably face external forces, countless threats. If he is going to bear the future of our family on his shoulders, he must be able to withstand this. Finishing his drink, Halo asked if Pale was worried. In response, Pale drank the entire drink in one go. Halo's gaze lifted to his son, who replied, "Father, I trust my son." The answer was surprising to Halo. However, he sighed, repeating the phrase, "A good answer." The next day, in front of the fortress, Sabina chose a horse. Xeris approached her, asking if she wouldn't say goodbye to the young masters. Xeris ended up surprised by the answer. "Last night, we shared a drink for a good time." Xeris understood that such liquor must be one from his collection, since the boys would be busy with the trip. Sabina also didn't want to get in the way. Mounting her horse, Sabina said goodbye. Before leaving, Sabina came across someone at one of the highest windows. Karen nodded in farewell to his great-aunt, saying goodbye to Xeris once more. Sabina made the horse depart arrogantly. Karen watched Sabina leave for the Northern Sea, the land where she felt at home, and a place she invited him to go someday. The letter Sabina left for him had been simple. Frowning, Karen imagined that his uncles would start moving soon. Since Sabina had departed, Karen suddenly heard someone's voice. Tails had approached, stating the obvious, "Your aunt is gone too." Karen had spotted the tiger leaving the cage. In front of the station, carriages carried the luggage prepared by the chief butler. Seeing how many things were being organized, Karen asked Xeris if they really needed so much fuss. Xeris affirmed that yes, since they would be meeting the Emperor as representatives of the family. What irritated Karen the most was the presence of Hans's squad, said by Xeris to be there to protect them. Hans corrected him, stating that they were there to prevent the two from causing trouble. Hans's provocation really irritated Karen. That morning, upon meeting Tails, Karen greeted him, ignoring the comment about Sabina. Tails asked Karen if they were going to the capital and, unexpectedly, asked if he could ask a favor. "I hope you don't behave in the capital the same way you did in the fortress." Tails's request revealed to Karen that he had been watching him over the years, stating that there were many enemies in the capital who targeted the family. He warned him, "If you give them an excuse to do something, I will personally punish you." Faced with his uncle's threat, Karen just smiled. "Thank you for the wise words. I will definitely do the right thing." Tails ignored the fearless response. "Good, then return safely." Karen watched Tails walk away and smiled maliciously.
Does he think he scares me with the status of first prince?
"I'm going to make that arrogant expression contort in pain. Just wait, Tails." The preparations for the trip were concluded, and the magic train prepared to leave the station. While Karen threatened not to spare Hans if he caused trouble, someone ran towards them. Urha approached, scratching his bald head. He thanked Karen for the new chance given to him. Karen startled him, however. "The reason I'm taking you to the capital is actually to throw you in prison there. I told you not to let your guard down, didn't I?" Hans received a message on the communicator pearl, authorizing the boarding of the train. He relayed the message to Xeris while Karen continued to provoke Urha. Xeris asked the boys once again not to cause trouble, looking especially at Karen. Having warned them, they prepared to board. However, Karen was interrupted once more. Pale ran towards his son. Karen was surprised to discover that his father was at the fortress. Tired, Pale said that Halo had summoned him. Changing the subject, Pale stated that he wanted to see him one last time. Pale didn't understand why Karen's maternal grandfather wanted to see him so much. Karen also wanted to see him, however. He commented that he hoped the Emperor had many gifts prepared. Pale looked fondly at his son. Placing his hand on Karen's shoulder, Pale asked, "Please return safely." Finally, he asked his son not to cause too much trouble, which irritated him as everyone asked him that. In an office, Tails watched from the window. He waited for the train to leave. Thanks to loyal employees, he discovered that the second prince's wife was making plans in the capital. However, he didn't want to get involved in the matter. The train left the fortress. As soon as the journey began, Karen asked how long it would take. Hans commented that they would travel for 6 hours, going straight to the autonomous territory of Thebe. Leo was excited to hear about the territory where commoners elected their governor through elections, a place where commerce and industries were more developed. Karen pointed out the important thing, remembering that this was the place where most of the empire's money circulated. Hans reminded him of the reason. There was class equality in Thebe, because of their influence in the capital. Karen, however, remembered reading that servants who escaped from tyrannical lords fled to the territory of Thebe. Hans revealed that sometimes Thebe sent large requests to the Reston Knights Order, which surprised the protagonist. Karen became interested in the kingdom of Thebe, deciding to visit it when he had time. As they began to enter the territory, Karen decided to sneak there when the agendas were fulfilled. Leo got excited and decided he would go with him. Suddenly, Karen felt something. The guillotine sword was reacting and releasing. Energy, the sword felt the external danger as they crossed the desert area. This made Karen imagine that Tails and Raphael might have planted something in the entourage. However, he believed that the two wouldn't be so foolish. Upon taking the sword, he stood up and told Hans to contact the territory of Thebe immediately. Hans was surprised, but Karen quickly shouted, "There's no time for explanations! Alert the other passengers to prepare for an attack." Hans immediately grabbed the communicator stone, sending the message to the guards in the entourage. Karen wondered how someone planned to attack a moving train. In an area ahead of the train, a hooded person had placed countless barrels on the tracks, in addition to a rope. The person signaled to someone carrying a torch. The individual carrying the torch left the large group of bandits and approached. As the train approached, the leader gave the signal. The man carrying the torch set fire to the rope. The train quickly approached the barrels. An explosion was imminent. As soon as the train reached the barrels, the great explosion happened. Flames rose as high as mountains. In the autonomous region of Thebe, a commotion was happening in a large residence. Several people pointed at each other in front of the mayor, asking him to punish one another. The mayor sighed, blaming himself for having gone there. He dreamed of returning to the days when he was just an economy minister. The city that he believed to be egalitarian for all, regardless of status, had shown itself to be a place where groups of merchant commoners and groups of noble commoners always fought. With a headache, he cursed the chaotic mess. Suddenly, someone entered the meeting room in a hurry. The man ran to whisper something in the mayor's ear. Hearing the news, he told the man to withdraw. One of the people in the meeting questioned what was so urgent as to interrupt the meeting. He wanted to know if it was related to the tax audit. Lighting a cigarette, the mayor asked him not to worry, because the tax audit was nothing compared to what had happened. Surprised, the noble asked if the tax audit had been canceled. Irritated, the mayor replied, "No, it wasn't, but it can go to hell." The mayor revealed that 5 minutes ago, a train heading to the capital, departing from the Reston Duchy, had exploded with the Duke's grandsons aboard. The noble asked what relation that had with them. The mayor took a long drag and replied, after throwing the cigarette into his drink, "What I mean is that we are completely screwed. With the explosion that had happened, a crater was formed, and the magic train derailed." Karen gritted his teeth, recovering. He stood up, checking on Hans. Hans was taking care of Leo and quickly asked Karen if he was all right. The protagonist was fine. Upon hearing the confirmation, Hans grabbed the communicator, asking for a report on the situation. Of the 11 guards, 1 had been seriously injured, Dale, while 2 had been lightly injured. Urha also sent a report, stating that 2 casualties had occurred in the cabin he was in. Karen asked Hans where they were. Hans revealed they were about 10 kilometers from the region of Thebe. Having contacted the region, Hans hoped they were already mobilizing. Hans stated that, while he bought time, the 2 boys should flee as far as possible. At that moment, the guillotine sword began to react again. A person appeared next to the window of the overturned carriage. Karen immediately drew his sword, responding to Hans. "We can't run away, Hans." The protagonist stated to Hans and Leo, "They destroyed the railway, which is precious to the Emperor. This is no different from an act of treason." He also reminded him that Leo's leg was injured. Despite this, Leo could still fight, showing that there was only one option. Karen attacked the man who was outside the carriage. The man lost his leg. Karen, with a malicious look, had a good view of him through the window. While attacking the first traitor, he shouted, "Let's finish all of them!" The leader of the hooded bandits frowned upon seeing his subordinate attacked. Upon leaving the carriage with Leo and Hans, Karen spotted more enemies than he had imagined. At the same time, the squad of knights exited the carriage, stepping in front of the boys to protect them. Hans could see that those men were skilled fighters, at least in rank 3. Their leader, however, was in rank 6. From behind the mask, he ordered, "Karen Reston, abandon your weapon and surrender." That was a voice distorted by magic. The bandit leader drew daggers, stating that if Karen surrendered, everyone else could go. The protagonist smiled upon seeing that the bandit's goal was to capture him alive. "Hans, do you know what this means?" Hans was surprised as he understood what Karen was planning. Carrying the guillotine in his hands, Karen advanced. "They can't do anything against my life, but I can against theirs." Hans slapped his own face. While shouting for the squad to protect Karen, the protagonist had already reached the first bandit. With extreme malice, Karen hit the first enemy. As soon as he knocked him down, the other bandits rushed in his direction. Quickly, knights and bandits began to cross swords. Karen was having fun brandishing the guillotine, making his enemies suffer. With a macabre look, Karen challenged them to face him all at once. Since no one was approaching, Karen asked if he should advance instead. The bandits realized that Karen was not common, something that was not in the agreement. Irritated, the leader of the gang told everyone to get out of the way. He would face the boy. Before Karen could face him, Hans advanced. Karen was surprised. Hans wanted to defend his young master from danger. The hooded leader threatened, "You are rushing to your end, Fortress Knight." Hans was willing to risk himself to put that to the test. As soon as the battle began, Hans jumped towards the bandit. With a long, curved sword, the bandit prepared himself. The swords clashed. sending off sparks. The bandit suddenly noticed something. He jumped back, dodging the oppressive power of Hans's attack. Hans frowned as his attack was deflected. Surprised, he saw the bandit make strange movements. Those blade movements showed that he was a knight of the Sultanate of Pabar, Shion Hakimi. Hans wondered what a knight from such a distant place was doing in the empire, as both places had a non-aggression pact. The fact that a Pabar knight was after Karen was even stranger. With the battle, however, becoming favorable to them, Hans hoped to discover the answer soon. With Leo and especially Karen clearing the battlefield, everything was fine. Hans, however, was surprised by Shion's sudden advance. The sword pressed him, forcing him to defend himself. Shion scoffed darkly. "Do you have the luxury of being distracted, Haerang Knight?" Bravely, Hans shouted. "Your formation has already collapsed, Shion Hakimi." With the power of blue mana, Hans forced Shion to retreat. He ordered the knight to surrender. Shion looked around, realizing that his men had indeed fallen. Hans returned the advice Shion had given. "If you surrender, your life will be spared." However, Shion had no intention of giving up. Shion's eyes turned black and his pupils red. He would use everything he had to complete the mission. Using the mana return ability, Shion charged towards Hans. Hans could see that Shion had no intention of returning alive. Hans felt that even the young master was in danger now. However, he could do the same. Hans released all the mana he possessed. Hans's eyes turned blue like the mana as soon as he used the power to confront Shion. But at that moment, Karen's voice emerged. "Hans, I'm disappointed. Didn't you come with me to prevent me from causing trouble?" Karen appeared behind Shion while he was charging towards Hans. The protagonist smiled, preventing Hans from giving up his own life. Shion quickly turned to face Karen. The protagonist showed who he really was by brandishing the guillotine. The arm Shion used to hold the sword detached from his body. The sword fell to the ground before he could realize it. As a final comment, Shion muttered, "Karen Reston, you are a monster." The protagonist was happy with the compliment. However, worried, he saw the sword begin to tremble. That meant there was still some threat. Karen shouted at Shion, "Are you still planning something?" Hans was surprised as Shion's red as fire mana grew. Shion looked at Karen, apologizing for having no resentment against him. The protagonist was confused. Hans suddenly ran, shouting, "Squad members, protect Lord Leo." Leo was surprised. Before he understood, all the knights jumped on top of him. Hans did the same, jumping over Karen. The mana overflowing from Shion went mad, launching attacks everywhere. Confused, Karen questioned Hans about what was happening. Hans revealed that Shion was using a self-destruction attack. Hans, crying, apologized for being incompetent. Shocked, the protagonist looked at Shion, who had almost completely transformed into fire. While Shion created a large explosion, Hans begged Karen to survive. With the shockwave caused by the explosion, everything around was swept away. Trees were knocked down. Karen saw that happen personally. A voice from the depths of the ocean emerged at that moment. "What an idiotic master. It's been a while since I tasted fresh knight's blood, so I'll earn my keep. If you don't want to be blinded, close your eyes." Minutes later, Hans woke up with Karen shouting at him, "How long are you going to lie there?" Confused, Hans stood up. "You brat! I even sacrificed myself as a shield for you." Irritated, Karen questioned who had asked to be saved. If it weren't for that voice, things wouldn't have ended well. The protagonist heard the sword's voice tell him to be grateful. He was truly surprised to hear it. He discovered that this was a sword with an ego, and the reason they managed to survive the explosion that created a large crater. While the injured were being attended to, Karen analyzed the sword with an ego, something he believed only existed. Thanks to the forging of evil blacksmiths who used souls as raw material, the guillotine cursed Karen for comparing it to a sword with an ego, while the sword explained that it had saved him from the explosion using all the absorbed mana. A carriage approached. Karen calmed Hans down upon seeing that they were not enemies. Karen refocused on the sword, asking if it only absorbed mana by fighting enemies. It could also absorb his mana, however. A knight on a horse approached, introducing himself. "I am Hiri, captain of the autonomous territory of Thebe Watchmen." The protagonist put the sword inside the scabbard so that it could no longer speak, while Hans introduced himself back to Hiri. Hans also introduced one of Archduke Halo's grandsons, Karen. Hiri lifted the visor of his helmet. "The territory of Thebe feels deeply responsible for dragging you into this unfortunate incident. By order of the mayor, we have come to safely escort you." The group accepted the escort, grateful. The first carriage followed the dirt road. As Karen looked out the window, Hans asked if he was sure they wouldn't return to the fortress. Even investigating the location, the results could be uncertain. Hans believed it was still too early to judge that the threat had disappeared. Karen reassured him, advising that he had contacted Zaris before leaving and he should be on his way. Karen was irritated by Hans being overprotective. The Imperial Guard in the capital must have moved too. "Don't worry too much." Changing the subject, Karen asked if Hans knew Shion. Hans revealed that Shion was a 6-star knight from the Sultanate of Pabar. Karen remembered that the land of the Sultans was in a desert east of the empire. Protagonist wondered if the non-aggression pact was being threatened. Things were more complicated than he imagined. Hans didn't think, however, that relations with the Sultanate had worsened to the point of being attacked. Karen questioned Leo, a member of the family, if he didn't think that what had happened was justification for the start of a war. Leo could not answer the question. He ended up looking at the dirty clothes he had taken off. Distractedly, Leo's hands continued to tremble, even though he tried to stop them. Karen knew that Leo was like that because it was the first time he had eliminated someone. However, Karen hoped that Leo would overcome it soon, because that was life. Hiri, who was accompanying the carriage, looked out the window, advising that they would arrive at the autonomous territory soon. Looking out the window, Karen could perceive how rich the territory was. As soon as they approached the main gate, he could see a large building with several gears in its decorative structure. The mayor received the group cheerfully, welcoming them. He demonstrated relief at seeing the group arrive safely. Immediately, the mayor stated that he would cooperate with the House Reston investigation. Karen interrupted him. We already know that Thebe has no relation to the attack. Hans affirmed the same to Mayor Grein, asking him to be calm. Hans could see that Grina had aged since the times he was the economy minister. Grein sighed, feeling the weight of the position of mayor. Grein quickly tried to act more cordially, but Karen asked him to feel comfortable talking, as it was not pleasant for him to be treated with such formality by someone older. However, Grein could not accept talking casually with the lineage of a ducal house. Since he couldn't accept that, Karen told him to kneel to demonstrate sincerity. Grein noticed Karen's intentions and quickly accepted his kindness. The mayor then invited everyone to go to another place to continue the conversation. While wine was being served, Karen surprised the mayor by revealing that the bandits destroyed the train using not manna, but smuggled explosives. Karen, who had served the drink, reminded the mayor that explosives were not obtained without passing through the Army Supply Agency. As such an agency was under the control of the Empire, Karen believed that the smuggling of explosives was almost impossible. Thus, he asked if they could have been brought from outside the Empire. Green was shocked by the assumption that they could have been obtained with the help of the Sultanate of Pabar. Green realized that all that made sense, as only Pabar and the Empire could produce high-quality explosives. Having made Grein understand this, Karen asked if a merchant guild in Thebe involved in smuggling wouldn't cause problems. Grein observed Karen's sharp deduction. He quickly agreed that the possibility was the most likely. Grein would not disagree with Karen so as not to be suspected of complicity. Karen watched the mayor drink the wine and asked him to keep one thing in mind. The members of the Blue Wolf Knights and the Blue Sea Fortress suffered casualties in this incident. Grein was surprised, realizing that he needed to cooperate. Being part of the Knights, Hans attentively observed the mayor. The mayor quickly tried to change the subject, asking how Karen's father was. The protagonist was surprised. Do you know my father? Grein nodded animatedly. Of course, I have brotherly relations with your maternal grandfather, Brother Gale. Surprised, the protagonist commented, hearing about such connections so suddenly. You really are a politician, aren't you? Grein quickly corrected himself, asking if there was anything more important than that. Suddenly, someone hastily opened the door. Mayor! Urgent news from the capital has arrived. Grein stated, however, that he already knew that the Imperial Guard had moved. However, the employee corrected him. Not just the Imperial Guard. Tax Commissioner himself has departed, leading Special Division 1. Grein was shocked. Commissioner Gale Ferriton was known as the King of Darkness. He was the brother Gale that Grein had mentioned. Trembling, Grein asked Karen if he had already expected such a movement. The protagonist dangerously gritted his teeth. My grandfather appreciates me very much. Enough to drop everything and come running to save a grandson in danger. The full moon night quickly arrived in the territory of Thebe. Several people populated the streets and noticed the arrival of countless knights. A large entourage had arrived. At the head of the entourage was Gale Ferriton, Karen's grandfather. Some people observed the entourage in the shadows, hooded. A man commented to another, since it's related to his grandfather. He arrived quickly. In the mayor's office, several merchants were fighting. A tax investigation so suddenly? What is this? Didn't you say there was already an agenda? Why is it happening tonight? The merchants didn't understand why they couldn't have time to prepare. Even if you are a puppet mayor, you should at least give us some time. Grein was already getting annoyed with the accusations. He banged on the table furiously. Do you know how serious this is? A young man entered the room, stating that the mayor was correct. Karen reminded everyone, not only was the Emperor's railway destroyed, but Duke Reston's grandson and the people of the Blue Sea Castle were attacked with suspicious explosives smuggled in the commercial guilds in Thebe. All the merchants looked at Karen, who asked if they now understood the gravity of the situation. The merchants looked at each other, surprised and scared. One of them tried to speak for everyone, stating that they were just asking for time to prepare. Karen questioned who the old man who dared to speak was. The bearded man quickly introduced himself. His name was Humir, a viscount and leader of the Humir Commercial Guild. Hearing the introduction, Karen stated that he would make sure to personally deliver his name to the tax commissioner, his grandfather. Suddenly, another door was opened. An employee opened it, introducing the special division of the tax agency, as well as the main commissioner. The merchants fell silent when Gale entered the room. The white-haired man shouted at everyone, "From now on, your commercial guilds are subject to a tax investigation. The tax agency has received complaints of illicit gains through tax sharing and attempts at tax evasion." Karen observed his grandfather, murmuring that he looked more like a soldier than a government official. Curious, Leo asked Hans if the first special division was really that scary. Hans told the boy that the first division dealt with powerful guilds and nobles. Due to this, they could even mobilize the Imperial Guard. The boy realized how scary they could be if someone didn't pay taxes. Suddenly, Gale approached Karen. "It's been 3 years, Karen." He exchanged the severe expression for a loving smile. "How have you been?" The protagonist nodded upon seeing his maternal grandfather. When they gathered in the garden, Gale asked his grandson if he really didn't need treatment. Upon hearing about his grandson's well-being, Gale asked if he suspected who the mastermind of the incident was. Gale frowned, asking if it couldn't be a family matter. Karen denied it, stating that if it was his uncle's doing, they wouldn't leave suspicious traces. Karen saw that those who had attacked them left clues on purpose, almost as if they wanted to make them believe that the culprit was the Pabar Sultanate. He recalled how Cheyenne didn't even bother to hide his own identity. Suddenly, Gale stroked his grandson's hair. "Do you want to find the culprits and punish them?" Gale stated that as a grandfather, he was against it, not because he didn't know about his talent, but because the world was vast and full of powerful people and dangers that could attract him, revealing his thoughts. Gale asked him to stay alert until they traveled to the capital the next morning. This was also the Emperor's wish and order. Gale asked the young man to let the adults handle the matter. Smiling, Karen decided to obey. With a serious look, he stated that he would stay quiet. Gale, however, watched him. He could see in Karen's furious mana and in the mischievous smile that his grandson had no intention of keeping his promise. In the Oyen residence, several suitcases were being moved to a carriage. A man came out of the residence complaining, "Why haven't you left yet?" A woman in the carriage looked out the window at the man, asking why he wasn't going with them. The man asked his wife not to worry, as he would soon be going with her. The carriage then departed with the man's wife and children. The man watched the carriage drive away. On top of the building, a mysterious figure watched him. The hooded man there announced the family's departure over the communicator. While the owner of the residence went back inside to pack his things, the one on the roof began to move. In the darkness illuminated by a candle, Karen sharpened his sword. Someone opened the door. Noticing that the young man was polishing the blade in the middle of the night, the man questioned if he was planning to look for trouble once more. Karen couldn't believe that Xeris had started complaining as soon as he arrived. Xeris stated that he had heard that the commissioner had forbidden Karen from leaving, which made Karen ask if he was there to stop him. However, Xeris revealed that he was only there to deliver a message. Clearing his throat, Xeris asked him to listen carefully. "Karn Reston, youngest grandson of House Reston, listen. The moment you receive this order, track down the culprits and collect the debt with their lives. Show them clearly what the law of the Blue Sea Fortress means." Upon hearing the message sent by his grandfather, Karen trembled while laughing. With an extremely sinister voice, the protagonist replied, "I, Karen Reston, receive the command of the family head." Karen firmly grabbed the sword. The boy's gaze made Xeris imagine that the night would be extremely long. In one of Thebes' busiest night streets, where people gathered after drinking and open flirting occurred, a few women were surprised to see 2 young men. Leo was still confused as to why they needed to go so far, but Karen wanted to go exactly to the underworld market to find the best information. Leo, however, just didn't understand why he needed to pretend to be the servant. Karen, who was also wearing a mask like his cousin, reminded him, "We are going to East Thebe, where lawlessness runs rampant. If young nobles are seen walking around, wouldn't they attract suspicious attention?" Despite understanding this, Leo still didn't grasp why he had to be the servant. Karen merely shushed him as they were approaching a dark street. This was the place Sir Xeris had mentioned. The duo walked down the dark alley where not even a soul dared to go. Following behind Karen, Leo continuously looked back, as he didn't have a good feeling. Karen was already exasperated with him. "If you are scared, you can go back right now." Just then, Leo was startled by a voice that emerged from the dark. "This is not the place a young master should be visiting." Before the duo, a hooded being appeared, musing, "For you to appear here, what must it signify?" Karen immediately put his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparing for if anything happened. The hooded person, however, approached, revealing, "It's a pleasure. I was sent by Sir Xeris. It will be an honor to escort you, young masters." The man with gray hair and a burn scar on his face removed his hood, introducing himself. "My name is Julio." As soon as he found the boys, Julio asked if they should go now. A safe hideout has already been prepared. Upon arriving at the new house, Julio informed the boys that sound-dampening artifacts had already been prepared. Therefore, they could speak freely. The protagonist looked around, commenting, "You must have been through difficult times around here." Julio, however, made a revelation he was from Thebe. This made Karen curious. How does someone from Thebe become an informant for Reston? Julio did not reveal much, merely stating that he was repaying the kindness Sir Xeris had shown him in his youth. Understanding the situation, Karen wanted to get straight to the point. "Those who said we would be going to the capital and that they would attack the Reston house with smuggled explosives, do you know who they are?" Julio did not hesitate to answer in the affirmative. Taking a notebook and flipping through it, Julio commented, "From what I've discovered, there are 2 merchant groups dealing with explosives in the black market." He showed one of the pages of the notebook to Karen, revealing they are the Kerr and Caligo groups. Julio, however, disclosed that the Kerr group had already established its position in Thebe and was then gradually leaving the black market. Karen then asked about the Caligo group, and Julio revealed a bit about them. Formed by a group of former prisoners, they would do anything, as long as they made money. Julio also knew something extra. "I found out that the Caligo members left the city earlier today." Karen was surprised by the suspicious information. That morning had been exactly when they had been attacked. Leo remembered perfectly. Karen now had 2 suspects, one that did anything for money, and the other was abandoning the black market. As there wasn't much time for investigation, Leo asked where they would go. Karen smiled and questioned, "Isn't it obvious? Those with nothing to lose are always the ones who act recklessly. They would be going to find the Caligo members." Julio volunteered to guide them to them. In a large residence, a conversation was taking place. One of the sides seemed very worried. "Brother, are you really going to let young Karen act?" Gale sighed, recalling the letter he had received, asking him to let Karen go. He had no choice but to agree. The mayor of Thebe remembered how the wolves claimed to have their own ways of acting. After some time in thought, he revealed something to Gale. "Actually, young Karen asked me for a favor." Karen's grandfather became curious. With a worried look, Grine revealed to Gale, "He asked me to stop you no matter what. He was planning to move alone, regardless of the Archduke's permission." Gale couldn't believe his grandson's thoughts. However, Grine reassured him, "Hasn't young Karen already proven his abilities?" Still, Gale worried about his 13-year-old grandson. Grine, however, reminded him, "For a genius, age is just a number." Still, Gale remembered they were in Thebe, a place where danger could arise at any moment. There were even merchant guilds buying influence from politicians. Preparing to drink the wine again, Gale commented, "Your son-in-law chooses to remain on the border, while the powerful families of the capital fiercely control the situation. This place is full of people who would, do anything to gain the favor of these great families. This is Thebe." Before the senior's words, Grine could say nothing. Gale, after revealing what he was worried about, revealed that this was also the reason for the emperor to intervene in Thebe, so that the empire would not be moved solely by the self-interest of such men. Grine suddenly felt tired. He had imagined he would spend his last years in peace, but it was far from it. Gale had nothing to do at that moment, so he asked them to wait for the end of Karen's investigation. Grine ended up remembering something. "Oh, brother, there is one more thing you must know. Sir Mason is in Thebe." This time, Gale was speechless with surprise. He didn't understand what the unyielding shield, the 8-star knight Mason, would be doing in such a place. However, he soon thought of something worrying. Meanwhile, crossing alleys and narrow streets, Karen, Leo, and Julio had arrived at their destination. Before a wooden door, Karen asked, before entering, if that was the only exit. Entering the place, he showed his concern, as in cases of emergency, it would be possible to seal the place from the inside. Julio ended up walking to a bookshelf, where he pulled a book. The bookshelf moved, revealing a staircase leading downstairs. Seeing the path clear, he asked, "Shall we proceed?" The group descended the tunnels where rats periodically scurried past. Again wearing the masks to hide their identities, Leo commented, "Karen, it seems we won't be able to pass easily." Before them, 2 armored knights appeared and questioned, "Julio, it's been a while. What's going on?" Julio pointed to the boys, stating that he had brought some guests. One of the guards, who already knew that Julio only dealt with big clients, had to disappoint him. "Unfortunately, no clients today. Leave." Julio showed surprise and asked what was happening. The guard answered curtly, "The president's orders." Julio tried to ask them to at least tell him the reason, but the guards did not want to answer. "Just leave while I'm being nice." The other guard was already drawing his sword. Seeing his actions, Karen approached, scoffing. "What's with the sword? Are you perhaps planning to attack us?" Leo was surprised and tried to restrain him. However, Karen was already putting his hand on his own sword, provoking. "Come on, try to attack. Let's see what happens." Karen stared at the guards. His provocative words continued to emerge. "Come on, wield your sword if you dare! Go on!" Karen used a nickname for Leo and ordered, "Urhan, we will be following Plan B." Leo was confused, as there was no such thing. The tension grew in the room, as a battle seemed about to begin. One of the guards, seeing the boy's arrogance, couldn't contain himself. If words won't work, there is no other way. The guards were preparing to attack when Karen made a move first. A trace of energy emanated from his eyes, showing his focus. While Karen was preparing to attack, he heard a voice complain, "Idiot master, I don't want to accept filthy blood." Showing its surprise at seeing the sword speak tirelessly, it just didn't want to attack the guards directly. Instead, it asked Karen to strike the enemy's sword sheath. Karen did so. Brandishing the sword, a slice of energy hit the enemy weapon. The cursed sword did its job, cutting the enemy's sword in half, which fell to the floor, the sound of steel hitting concrete echoing through the crypt. The other guard held his sword tightly upon seeing that his partner was now disarmed, but shock appeared in his eyes. He was being attacked not by the target he was facing, but by the masked partner beside him. Watching the two boys fight, Julio was impressed. He recognized the skill of the young masters of the Reston family. Leo asked Karen to at least warn him when he was going to act, but the protagonist retorted, "But it looked like you were enjoying it too, Urhan." While Julio was still observing Karen and understanding why Zeras let him act, the protagonist pointed the sword at the guards and asked, "How about we play hostage for a bit?" While Julio was shocked to hear Karen's words, as nobles did not use hostages, one of the guards threatened, "Do you really think you'll escape unharmed?" Seeing the audacity, Karen realized he would need to handle the situation. It was at that moment that a sword symbol glowed on the warrior's chest armor, and a woman's voice emerged. "This has gone too far. Would you mind not being so hard on my subordinates?" The protagonist returned the question with another provocative one. "So, the leader of the Caligo Guild cares about her subordinates?" The woman's voice showed firmness in the answer. "Of course, they are friends who have been with me since the tough times." Hearing her words made the guards look at each other. The woman's voice continued, protecting her subordinates. "I can't let them be eliminated by young wolves." Such a statement made Leo realize that she already knew their identities. While Karen was still thinking, the woman invited them. "Please, come in." But Karen was still wary. "I am happy to hear the invitation, but isn't our bond of trust still fragile?" With that said, he pointed the sword at the guards and continued, "That's why your beloved subordinates will become my hostages." The woman's voice did not seem agitated. "You are exactly as the rumors say. You really enjoy playing like this, don't you?" She then ordered one of the guards, "Cal, I will let you guide our guests." The man with a bowl-cut hairstyle nodded at his boss's order, and while being held by Karen and having a sword pointed at him, began to guide him. Meanwhile, in the mayor's grand residence, Gale remained in shock upon discovering that Mason Paul was in Thebes. This could only mean that a certain person was also with him. Grine agreed, as he shared the same understanding. Gale could not believe that the sixth prince, an illegitimate son of high lineage and a reckless temper, was in that city. Seeing Gale's expression, Grine asked why he was worried. Gale revealed he imagined the sixth prince was in Thebes because Mason had been chosen for the Imperial Guard to protect the sixth prince, and this was someone who always acted unpredictably. Grine, however, imagined that the prince had gone to Thebes as a mage, since the land was a place where numerous items could be obtained. Taking a sip of wine to forget his worries, Gale revealed what was troubling him. "What worries me is the possibility of him meeting Karen." Grine believed that nothing would happen if they met. However, Gale knew his grandson, despite the short time together. If Karen has nothing to do, he will always find something to entertain himself with. It didn't take long for Karen to shove the guard against the door to open it and yell to whoever was inside, "Welcome your guests!" But as soon as he saw who was inside, he was surprised. There was a young man with a golden mask and a hooded person next to him. The young man sitting on the sofa drinking tea recognized the protagonist, Karen Reston. Besides being surprised, Karen realized that was not the only impressive thing. The young man with the golden mask stood up, walking toward him. "I never thought I would meet Karen Reston, who is famous in places like this." Karen could see that the mana energy coming from the man behind the young man would be that of someone at the 8th star, just like Sabina or Xeris. With so few knights of that level in the Empire, he wondered who the man was. Leo also alerted Karen about the person behind the young man, but the protagonist had already realized they weren't just some street thugs. Addressing the young man, Karen Karen questioned, "Don't tell me you are the head of the Caligo Guild?" However, he denied it, revealing he was only there to meet his sister. Surprised, the protagonist asked if he was the younger brother of the Caligo Guild leader. The young man answered straightforwardly, "You could say we are adopted siblings. By the way, nice to meet you." Upon discovering the relationship between him and the guild leader, Karen moved quickly. He activated the secret technique of the Blue Wolves' swordsmanship, accelerating his movements. To the surprise of Leo, Julio, and even Cal, something happened. The Eighth Circle man sighed, shaking his head negatively, also watching the unfolding events. The masked young man started laughing and addressed his guard. "Look at this idiocy, Mason. It seems I am the one who ended up becoming a hostage." He was not afraid, however. "This situation is much better than I expected it to be. Coming to Thebe was the right choice." Karen was already confused by the situation. So close to his enemy, Karen could see his golden eyes and his pitch-black hair. Looking at Karen, he asked what would come next. "What do you want? A ransom demand? A threat?" Karen didn't focus on that. He focused on the young man's features, as well as the 8-star knight named Mason. This meant that the person he had captured was none other than the 6th prince. Amused by the situation, the prince asked, "How about we go straight to the imperial palace and destroy it?" While Karen was confronted with the prince's insanity, a woman's voice emerged, speaking to him. "So you switched hostages while I was away?" Looking back, Karen unexpectedly saw a pink-haired elf tied in a ponytail carrying a new tea tray. She asked him to explain the situation. The protagonist gave a simple answer, "I just grabbed someone of greater value. What do you think?" Stating that the prince wasn't that valuable, and making him show a disappointed look, the elf asked why Karen was speaking so formally to her. There was a very simple reason. "Because you are an elf, so your age must be much older than mine, right?" Karen could feel a dense flow of mana emanating from that woman. It was the same he felt from the man he was pointing his sword against, which meant they were both mages. However, that elf was someone much more powerful. Around her, magic seemed to turn into stellar symbols. With a dominant look, she stated, "If you came looking for the source of the explosives from the attack on the Reston family, we are not responsible, so why don't you lower your sword and talk to us?" Karen refused, and instead questioned why he should believe her. The elf sighed upon hearing him and revealed her full power, engulfing the entire room with her mana, as oppressive as her voice. "If we were the ones who attacked the Reston family, I would never even leave a clue that would lead to my base." Whether Karen or Leo, they were shocked to see the incredible magic and power that was at least at the level of a 7th Circle mage. Showing her true power, which made the environment as mysterious as the night stars, the elf asked, "Now, are you ready to, talk?" Sometime later, Mason's and the prince's cloaks had been spread out, while their masks were left on a table. While serving tea, the elf once again stated that they were not the ones who used explosives to attack the Reston family. "Although we deal with explosives, these are only for experiments." Karen, who was unexpectedly being hugged by the prince, just like Leo was, questioned if this had been done by the Kerr Guild instead of the Caligo Guild. The elf, however, did not believe the Kerr Guild would do something so cowardly. While listening to her, Karen started to get annoyed, pushing the prince's arm off his shoulders. The prince unexpectedly smiled. "Isn't this enough intimacy for friends?" Pointing to himself, he requested, "Just call me Rio." The protagonist scoffed, irritated. "Friends, my foot." Behind the sofa, the knight who took off his mask warned, "Watch the words you use with the prince, young wolf." This time, Rio asked Mason not to be so strict, but Mason himself couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. "I can't believe my brother's youngest grandson is a complete lunatic." The protagonist frowned, wondering how Mason knew Halo. After serving the tea and hearing the provocations, the elf asked if they could get straight to the point. She apologized for introducing herself late. "I am Poina, the president of the Caligo Guild. It is an honor to meet the 2 grandsons of Archduke Halo, the continent's greatest hero." Poina continued the subject she was discussing earlier, reaffirming that they had not been the ones to use the explosives, but revealed that she could tell who the culprit was. Poina, however, demanded a condition. Sighing, Karen already expected there would be a demand. He waited for her to say what she wanted. The elf took a sip of tea and stated with a slight smile, "I want you to become friends with Rio." Rio patted Karen's shoulder, who was surprised to hear the request. Karen knew that getting involved with the royal family would be troublesome. Isn't it obvious what people will think when they see a house of dukes and a prince walking together? That won't just look like a simple friendship. Poina paid attention to Karen's words, as he was very aware of his position. Rio, however, contradicted him. "It's normal for children to become friends, and this wouldn't be a disadvantage for the Reston dukes, right?" Frowning, Karen asked what advantage they would receive. Rio was ready to answer, "The Reston family will have to start moving as well. This would serve as a warning to the royal court and the central nobles, don't you think?" Rio's words showed showed that he could think and not always act like a lunatic. Despite this, Karen remained cautious. "Why go so far, Prince Revelio?" The sixth prince smiled, proudly declaring, "I will do anything that makes my father suffer. My dream is to become a cursed son. That is my purpose." Karen went back on his thoughts, as Rio really was crazy. Poina was curious to see what Karen's decision would be. "So, what are you going to do? The night in Thebes is long, but we don't have much time." Confused, the protagonist asked what she meant. Poina revealed that the Imperial Guard that had gone to the city had a separate purpose. This left Karen even more confused, so Poina revealed, "It is about the case where the grandsons of the meritorious Reston family were attacked. However, the Imperial Guard is not actively solving the case. Have you ever stopped to wonder why?" Everyone listened to Poina's words with curiosity, as it was quite suspicious. Karen asked for her answer, until he guessed it himself. "Are you saying the Imperial Guard is in cahoots with the culprit?" Poina only smiled and stood up, stating, "The answer might change, depending on who the culprit is." To Poina, it was clear that the Imperial Guard had a different goal than Karen did. Poina picked up a scroll of documents, revealing that it contained the movements of the culprit, and everything related to the incident. With stubborn eyes, she stared at Karen, asking if he would accept her offer. The protagonist stared back for a moment and made his decision. The day was about to break when carriages continued to be loaded with supplies. The leader of that organization hurried the employees so that everything would be moved quickly. The man who had been contacted for the service received the guarantee that as soon as he managed to do what was required, the Imperial Guard would erase any evidence so he wouldn't need to worry and would thus receive a title of nobility as was promised to him. He had sworn to do his best, all for the title he had always wanted to achieve. Still, he felt he was the only one doing all the cleaning up of the evidence. He cursed the Duke's grandsons for surviving. Suddenly, a man entered the office, running hastily. "My lord! My lord!" Hastily, the man warned that the knights had just arrived. The culprit for the attack was shocked to the point of stuttering. "Is it the Imperial Guard?" At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the assistant. "The Oyeon Guild really works hard, even at night." Who had arrived was not the Royal Guard, but Karen, who upon facing the leader of the Oyeon Guild joked, "The house is quite busy, huh?" He was shocked to see the grandson of the Reston ducal house. Karen also recognized the name in front of him. "And you are the piece of trash who wanted to get rid of me." With a provocative look, the protagonist commented, "For someone who tried to get rid of someone, you seem to love your family very much, don't you?" At that moment, Xeris appeared at the door behind Karen, carrying a bag. "Young master, I brought what you asked for." Seeing the leader of the Oyeon Guild get agitated upon seeing the bag dripping a red liquid, Karen provoked, "Are you curious to know what's inside?" The man stammered, refusing to believe. "Could it be my family?" Karen just threw the bag on the floor, telling him to look if he was so curious. Trembling, the man ran to the bag, and upon opening it, began to cry desperately upon seeing several hands. "No! My family!" The protagonist made him snap out of his mediocre condition with a slap, ordering, "Look closely, stop making a scene." As soon as the man recovered from his agitation, Karen asked, "Do you think those calloused hands belong to your family?" Confused, the master of the Oyeon Guild asked whose they were. The protagonist revealed the truth. "These are the hands of those sent by your partner to attack your family." Hearing the young man, the man cried with relief, thanking fervently. But Karen warned him, "Don't celebrate yet." With a terrifying look, Karen showed his sword, and placing his hand on the man's shoulder reminded him, "You allied with those who conspired to attack the Restons. Many people perished because of this. Those who attacked your family are not guilty, but you are. You will spend the rest of your life in the underground prison of Cheonghae Fortress, and you will regret every day you are alive there." Xeris, standing at the door, crossed his arms to ensure Karen's words were true. Karen ordered Xeris to take the man away, and the knight did so. Outside, several knights were already waiting, ready. Meanwhile, at the Caligo Guild base, the conversation continued. Poina had heard there were rumors about the Emperor's health not being good, so she asked the prince directly. Rio was quite satisfied with what was happening, because thanks to it, the nobles were causing an uproar. The prince wanted to rest, but heard Poina remind him, internal conflicts in the Imperial Guard are intensifying, and the division between those pro-war and those allied with them is decaying. Still, thanks to me, we gained a reliable ally, didn't we? Rio couldn't understand how that was thanks to his sister. He smiled confidently, declaring, Karen is totally surrendered to my charm. Poina still couldn't believe Rio acted this way, as he wasn't like this when they met. It was hard to get used to. Remembering the past, the sixth prince seemed melancholic and lost in time. Yes, it's true. As soon as I escaped the palace intrigues and arrived in Thebe, my mother's life was hanging by a thread. If it weren't for Sir Mason, we would have departed this world a long time ago. Rio's words carried a great sense of gratitude. He felt the same way about Poina. If I hadn't met you in the city, I would never have learned magic. I am who I am thanks to both of you. Besides the two, the prince knew that Karen would also be an important person for him in the future. The house of the Archduke, the continent's greatest hero, would soon begin to move. At the city hall, a commotion was already starting. The mayor's voice was loud due to his surprise. What do you mean by that, Karen? You want to publicly announce that the Restons were attacked, as well as the details of the investigation? Gale believed that, if the matter became known, the Restons' prestige would be stained, so he asked if he was sure. The mayor was also worried, as Thebe's reputation would also be affected. Karen was confident in his plan and reassured Gwyn, rest assured, it won't be the mayor who will be held responsible. Karen laid the loose ends on the table. This will simply make it impossible for those who did it to even think about hiding the incident. The young man chuckled, already imagining how Grain would benefit. The mayor will become a leader who fights against injustice. Before leaving, Zaris received the order from Halo to allow Karen to do whatever he wanted. Zaris did not know what the young man was planning, but he would follow his lord's order. With a maniacal smile, Karen confidently asked, "Trust me just this once." Now, he just wanted to wait and watch the unfolding. In the Grand Blue Mansion, a message had arrived, sent by the young Master Karen. Reading the letter, Halo was surprised. He wants to announce the damages of the attack and the results of the investigation. The butler, Herrick, confirmed the young man's request. At that moment, another person arrived at the Duke's office and bowed slightly. "Lord, you called me?" Announcing that a message from Karen had arrived, he invited Pale to enter. He extended the letter to his son, commenting, "Here is a report that a member of the Thebe Council is involved in the attack and has been arrested. The Thebe Council has promised full cooperation to prevent this from recurring. What do you think, Pale?" Pale took the letter to read it personally, though he had a worried look. Pale's assessment was that the plan could break the political balance in Thebe, which left him confused. Doesn't this essentially amount to giving power to Thebe's mayor, who previously had no power? Halo agreed, because until then the council was the one holding the power, but announcing that the council was linked to attacks would throw it into a bonfire of problems. Despite his grandson being reckless, Halo agreed that this time he had achieved a brilliant revenge. He could also see another achievement, the expansion of the Reston House's influence over Thebe. Despite being happy that Halo evaluated Karen's abilities so highly, Pale was still conscious that his son was only 13 years old. Isn't that too heavy a burden to place on someone so young? With a voice of warning, Halo reminded him, "Pale, didn't you say you trusted your son?" Pale raised his eyebrows in astonishment when his father reminded him, "A wolf must walk like a wolf. It's natural to worry about your son stepping onto wild terrain, but didn't you say you would trust him to the end?" Hearing his father's reprimand, Pale was silent for an instant before agreeing. "Yes, my lord, I will trust my son to the end." Halo was satisfied with the answer. Now he could continue with the matter. In any case, thanks to Karen, this incident will serve as a clear warning to the center's weeds, including those grumpy dogs in the Imperial Guard who are thirsty for power. Halo clenched his hands, remembering the past, and eventually commented, "If he saw this, he would have eliminated every one of those damn people with absolute certainty." Immediately, Halo ordered, "Pale, prepare for the storm that will arise. The time has come for Reston to move again." That afternoon under the sunset, Grind's voice echoed in front of the city hall to a crowd of constituents. "Citizens, I am ashamed that such an incident has happened in our proud city. A councillor who only coveted a little more power tried to eliminate the grandson of the continent's greatest hero, Archduke Halo." The citizens' voices spread, shouting slogans. "Take down those council bastards!" Grind roared with a clenched fist, swearing, "I, Grind, will return this city to the people. I promise to do my best." From an elevated floor, Karen watched the speech with his grandfather and Leo, who eventually commented, "He looks like a fish in water now." Knowing Grind, Gale revealed, "He is an excellent politician, Leo, and a great politician never misses a chance to gain what he can." Curious, Leo asked Gale if the politicians in the capital were also like that. Gale, however, denied it and revealed, "The reason Grind rose to such a high position is precisely because his skills are unparalleled." Leo understood Karen's grandfather's words. Apparently, the mayor was much more impressive than he seemed to be. What made Gale curious was that the whole plan had been created by a 13-year-old boy, and his grandfather, the head of the family, had allowed him to put it into execution. Gale recognized that Archduke Halo considered Karen's skills to be at a high level. This could lead to the young man being included in the Reston house's line of succession. However, Gale didn't know if that was a good thing to see. While continuing to watch the support Grine received, Karen turned to his grandfather and asked thoughtfully, "Are you okay?" Gale was confused by the question. Karen was clear in his concern. "You got involved in matters linked to the interests of the Reston house." With a downcast look, the young man revealed what his mother had told him. "She said you don't like to get involved in public affairs. I wonder if I made you, break your principles because of me." His grandfather bent down to be at his grandson's height and placed his hand on Karen's shoulder. "Sometimes moments when we need to break our principles will arise." Gale eventually revealed that he hadn't exactly broken his own principles, as he was on a mission. The Emperor also planned to keep the power in Thebe in check. "So, don't worry, this grandfather is fine with it." Karen listened to his grandfather's reassuring words, who seriously advised him, "If someday you need to do the right thing and your principles get in the way, don't hesitate, step over them." Revealing that he needed to do a few things before returning to the capital, Gale stated that he needed to leave first. Karen and Leo said goodbye to Gale, who departed immediately. Upon being alone, Leo thought of asking Karen something. What words of the mayor do these people like so much? Karen believed the answer was simple. The mayor declared that he would break the established powers. When those consolidated powers fall, opportunities open up for newcomers, and that makes them happy, doesn't it? Even after Karen's explanation, Leo still didn't understand. Karen joked with his cousin, "It's because you grew up like a hothouse flower, brother." Despite Karen saying this, Leo reminded him that he was the one who came from the wealthiest part of the family. That night, at the mayor's residence, he was highly praised. Karen didn't spare the compliments. "Thanks to you, Thebe looks vivid again." Greenie returned the compliment to Karen. "It's all thanks to young Karen for giving me the good justification to act, isn't it?" They continued to praise each other until Green changed the subject. He wanted to know about the Harang Knights, the Knights of the Blue Fortress. Entering the subject, Karen revealed that additional forces had already been sent by the castle. While listening to the two talking about politics, Leo maintained a confused look. Noticing the late hour, Green apologized. "I should be preparing for the departure to the capital tomorrow, but I ended up keeping you here much longer than planned." Karen reassured the mayor, revealing that, in fact, they were there to give him something. Grine was curious to know what he would receive. Karen first looked at Leo, with a smile that showed anxious happiness. He then looked for something in his robes. The protagonist dropped a small pouch on the table, commenting, "You won't need money to do great things?" As soon as he opened the bag and saw gold coins, Grine became extremely excited. Winking slightly at the mayor, Karen reminded him, "We set this aside from the profits Leo and I earned from the magic stone mine in Baron Bellis's territory. This is our little secret, right?" The mayor thanked him, stating that only the two of them appreciated him so much. Leo, however, trembled with sadness, as he had never agreed to hand over his money. The next morning, some horses had been prepared to leave with an entourage. All the young master's luggage had been prepared for their departure. Accompanying them, Xerus commented that the escort to the capital would be done by the Imperial Guard. This made Karen uneasy, as it didn't sit well with him. However, Xerus said that the head of the house had approved it, so he couldn't do anything. Since Hans was injured, Leo asked Sir Xerus if he would accompany them. Despite wanting to go with them, Xerus revealed that he had been assigned to escort the prisoners and the wounded. Instead of Xerus, the knight revealed that Hugo would be in charge of their escort to the capital. Karen knew very well who Hugo Reston was, the son of his eldest uncle, Tails, the genius who had reached the 6-star threshold at only 28 years old. Feeling that his plans for the capital would face countless variables, Karen complained, "I don't like this at all." Suddenly, a large carriage appeared at the entrance of the Xiao, mayor's mansion. From there, someone shouted, "Little brother Karen! Little brother Leo!" From the steam carriage inlaid with gold details, a young man stuck half his body out the window, shouting to the two young men, "Have you had breakfast yet?" Seeing his cousin, Karen asked Xerus if they could simply not go to the capital. However, that was not possible. Unlike Karen, Leo was impressed with the automobile. The sixth prince was quite excited and wanted the others to be too. "How do you feel about going to the capital together, little brother Karen? Aren't you excited?" The protagonist merely denied being excited and tried to ask why the prince was there. Accompanied by Mason, Rio asked, "You don't like being escorted by the Imperial Guard, do you?" He smiled, knowing it made sense since they were on ambiguous terms with the Reston house. Still, he reassured them, "Don't worry, I, the prince, will be with you." Placing his hands on his waist, the prince saw someone approach. A knight politely apologized to the prince as they ended up being late while finalizing the investigations into the destruction of the railway. The prince reassured Sir Ryuk and pointed to Leo and Karen. "Let's greet them first. These are the heirs of the Reston ducal house." The knight introduced himself. "It's a pleasure. I am Ryuk Heimer. Please feel free to call me Sir Ryuk." Hearing him state it was an honor to escort them. Karen and Leo fell silent. Karen primarily remembered Poina's question about why the Imperial Guard was not engaged in solving the matter of the attack on them. Karen held the scabbard of his sword, questioning the knight. "Is the investigation into the destruction of the railway that important? You didn't even care about the attack on the grandsons of the family that put the Emperor on the throne." Ryuk replied without even blinking. "Destroying the king's property is treated as treason, so the Imperial Guard must investigate it first." Karen was so irritated that he trembled as he tried to force a smile. "So that's the case. We will need to accept it for now." So that no friction would occur, the prince intervened, asking if they should go now. Xerus placed his hand on Karen's shoulder, praising him. "You restrained yourself well, young master. Before we discover who is behind the attack on our house, there will be no need to ruin our relationship with the Imperial Guard." The protagonist nodded but commented, "For now." At the moment, the situation was merely suspicious, but Karen internally swore, "If there is evidence that the Imperial Guard has become a lackey of a powerful house, then I myself will crush them." Karen was ashamed of such people. Even I, who sold my soul to the darkness to gain strength, wouldn't do something like that. The entire journey until close to sunset proved to be much calmer than Karen expected. Seeing Karen bored, the prince asked if he wanted to talk, but Karen was too irritated for that. Rio, however, remembered the mayor of Thebes' speech and asked, "That was your doing, right?" Rio knew that the mayor was trying to become the center of power and take the council's place with the Reston house helping him. Karen asked the prince what made him think that, and the answer was clear. Why would someone speak of justice? That's just a pretext. The prince praised what they had done, restoring the prestige the Reston house had lost with the incident in a brilliant move to gain another powerful ally for future fights. Discovering all this, Rio asked if that was Karen's entire plan. The protagonist diverted from the subject, returning a question. "So approaching the black market guilds wasn't a waste of time, huh?" The prince was proud to declare that he could also say that he himself emerged from the streets. "I went through all sorts of things to survive. Do you really think I wouldn't have that much sense?" After ending the conversation, the protagonist just started ignoring the prince and looking at the sunset landscape. The prince then rummaged through a bag and, upon taking out a small talisman, sent a message to Poina, who quickly replied, "What happened, Rio?" The prince used Poina to complain, "Don't fight too much, got it, sister. Karen is totally ignoring me." Poina, upon hearing him, requested, "Don't fight too much, got it? You are friends." Karen immediately denied being friends with the prince, which made Poina question him. "What about our agreement?" The protagonist ignored her, looking away. "I haven't agreed yet. I need to hear the terms first." The voice from the pendant smiled, as Poina had been caught off guard. Still, she asked Karen to think once more. "My proposal wouldn't be bad for you either." Karen, however, questioned her. "Don't you think we lack the trust to say something like that?" The elf was confused upon hearing him, but heard the young man say, "If I ally myself with an elf who is a guild leader without permission, the elders will surely persecute me." Poina prepared her tea and corrected Karen's thoughts. "I want to ally with you, not your family." The elf's statement left Karen confused. He questioned her motive. Poina was direct in answering his question. "It's clearly always worth investing in good products." The protagonist fell silent, giving Poina time to add, "Rio also needs a friend." That was the part Karen hated most about the deal. While they continued the car journey, Karen continued to listen to Poina. "If you want more trust, then receive the information I gave you as a gift. We will have several chances to help each other." Poina also requested, "If you need anything, contact me through the crystal. Goodbye." While holding the crystal with Poina's voice, the prince smiled at Karen. "Let's get along from now on, little brother." Karen couldn't deal with the selfishness of the prince and elf duo. Still, he received the communication crystal that Rio handed to him. While Karen analyzed the crystal, the prince looked out the car window, commenting, It looks like we are almost there, doesn't it? The protagonist ended up looking out the window when the prince spoke, and soon he saw what the prince was referring to. A large wall was ahead, which the prince used as a reference. Welcome to the capital, Dacus, Karen. The car quickly approached the gate, which opened for them to enter the capital. Since it was already sunset, when the car arrived at the residence where they would stay, night had already fallen. Only the lights from the windows served as illumination for the large stone brick mansion. Leo, who was sleepy, and Karen got out of the car. The prince stuck his head out the window and smiled, extending an invitation. If you want to take a tour of the capital, call me anytime. I'll give you a free tour. The protagonist, however, just refused. As the car sped off, accelerating and splashing mud behind it, the prince waved goodbye, shouting, "Either way, you'll see the city soon, so don't be so disappointed." Mounted on a horse, Sir Ryuk approached, also saying goodbye. "We will go our separate ways from here, young masters." The protagonist thanked Ryuk Heimer, who didn't need the thanks. "Don't worry, we'll see each other again." Ryuk and the other members of the Imperial Guard quickly departed on their horses, while Karen watched them. Internally, Karen was certain that they would meet again. He just didn't know when. From where they were, Leo ended up seeing a bright tower on the horizon and asked his cousin what it was. The tower that rose like a monument reaching towards the sky was the Magic Tower. The center of the entire tower shone, as if mana flowed through it. Upon discovering its name, Leo asked if the mages lived there. The building was extremely extravagant. Karen ended up agreeing with his cousin. He ended up imagining how many tons of money those mage bastards had invested in that construction. Seeing it in person now, it was completely different from what he remembered it being 50 years ago. Seeing the Magic Tower, Karen now felt he was truly in the capital. Leo observed with curiosity and confusion the various feelings Karen was displaying. For Karen, being back in the capital was no different from returning to the grave of his former self, Kane later. At that moment, a voice startled the two, who quickly turned around. "So you have arrived." Leo trembled slightly upon seeing his older cousin, Hugo. Karen observed Hugo with surprise. He hadn't felt even a drop of presence when he approached. He was seeing for the first time who the genius said to be among the best in the Empire was. Hugo extended his hand, greeting the two. "You must be tired from the long journey to the capital, Karen and Leo." Knowing the long journey they made to the capital, Hugo praised the boys for having worked hard. Being the first time he met Karen, he unexpectedly extended his hand. As they shook hands, Hugo commented a second compliment. "If I had known the youngest was so impressive, I would have stopped by Cheonghae Castle sooner." The protagonist smiled, returning a compliment. "Brother, you are as impressive as the rumors say." There was, however, a flame burning between the two, which scared Leo, the weakest of the group. Suddenly, a lady rushed out of the residence, opening her arms. "Karen, come here, my boy." Karen recognized his grandmother, who bent down, lovingly rubbing his hair. "How long has it been? You've grown so tall." The protagonist tried to force himself to endure the excessive affection until Karen's grandmother spotted Leo. "Pleasure to see you too, young man. I have already heated a bath. Come in and rest. Grandpa had some things to resolve, so he will return later." Karen's grandmother guided him and Leo inside, while reminding them, "We need to go out to buy a brooch for us to wear at the banquet tomorrow, so go to bed early. Understood?" As soon as he was alone, Hugo looked at the hand he used to shake Karen's, and seemed surprised. "My mana forced to retreat?" He still remembered that, the moment he released his mana to check Karen's abilities, the young man faced it head-on with his own mana, which was not calm like a lake, but raw like a sea in the midst of a storm. Previously, Hugo had received a message from his father, a request to keep an eye on his cousins so they wouldn't get into trouble in the capital, as well as to observe them. From the slight mana clash, he realized there was much more to discover. He wanted to know exactly what kind of person Karen Reston was. After taking a bath, Karen discovered what his room was. He immediately jumped into bed, completely exhausted, but his irritation was even greater. Clicking his tongue, he cursed. "The damn guy tried to inject mana into me out of nowhere." Hugo seemed like an inflexible fellow, although a bit different from his father, Tails. Leaving the matter aside, and now returning to the place that was his grave, 15 years after being reborn, Karen sought a costly liquor that he had stolen from the prince's carriage and maliciously wondered, "Should I drown my sorrows?" The protagonist suddenly looked around, and holding the liquor, stared at his sword, leaning next to the bed. Unexpectedly, he poured some of the drink onto the blade of the sword, which asked confusedly, "What is this now, master? If you're going to give me something to drink, give me blood." Drinking and not accepting the sword's complaint, Karen affirmed, I need someone drunk to vent to. Karen reminded the sword that that place was like his grave, but that was something it already knew. This left Karen confused as he had never told it. However, Karen had already had all his memories read by it. Sitting on the bed, cross-legged, he scoffed, as expected of a sword of the beings of darkness. Leaving the jokes aside, the protagonist commented, looking at the drink. The blue dragon said you were the sword I used in my past life. The sword confirmed the information, but it itself didn't know why it had transformed into another sword. It also didn't remember the events before being transformed, and swore, as soon as I find the one who transformed me, I will finish him off 1,000 times. The protagonist calmly corrected it. Once is enough, don't you know? Curious, the protagonist asked, why not go to the northern sea and ask the blue dragon itself? But the sword thought he was too weak to make such a journey. Returning to drinking, Karen walked around the room commenting, well, I could always investigate this on my own. Seeing how he drank non-stop, the sword asked if he was perhaps in a bad mood. Karen cursed the sword. Why would I be damned? Sword? Just as the sword wanted to discover something, Karen also wanted to know the reason for starting a second life. Seeing the reflection of his new body, Karen had the certainty that he could only have reincarnated with the influence of some immense force. While he was immersed in thought, the sword called him. Unexpectedly, it requested, this liquor, do you mind giving me a little more? The next day, upon leaving the mansion when the sky was already bright, Karen entered a street where countless vendors shouted, calling everyone who passed by to see their goods. With him were also Leo and Hugo. Leo, especially, made Karen quite irritated. You are embarrassing me. Stop looking around as if you were someone who has never seen the big city. Leo lowered his head, asking what was wrong. But Hugo accompanied Karen's thoughts. He's right, Leo. You must act with dignity as a family member. This made Karen maliciously mock Leo, but Hugo turned to him. Karen, you should show respect to your older brother in public. The protagonist irritably clicked his tongue, as Leo beside him also provoked him. Hugo reminded them that they could act freely when they were alone, but warned, outside, think about how you act, as that affects the family's reputation. Hugo's words made Karen ask, so, when we are alone, can I speak freely with my brother? Hugo merely ignored the question, pointing to the other side. It looks like we are almost at the shop we are going to. Karen became extremely irritated upon seeing Hugo ignore him and threw a childish fit. While following Hugo and Leo, Karen looked to the side and saw a shop sign with the symbol of a sewing machine. He stopped in front of the shop and called out to Hugo, brother, can we stop here first? Seeing the shop that only had clothes with old styles, Hugo was confused. You like that? Leo shared the same opinion. The style looks old. Are you serious? The protagonist placed his hand on Leo's shoulder and tried to teach him something. Trends always come and go. Saying that Leo didn't understand anything about fashion, Karen headed towards the shop entrance. Seeing them interact made Hugo observe them with curiosity. As soon as they entered the shop, a man came out from behind the counter, humbly receiving them. I am honored to receive such young nobles in my shop. The old tailor with a monocle and a measuring tape around his neck approached the customers, commenting, I normally don't, make clothes in young sizes, but if you trust me, I will do my best. Curious, he asked who would be the one making the requests. Karen, with wide eyes, recognized the tailor. Karen remembered his past life going to the tailor shop where the tailor worked in his childhood, and how he always saw him irritated at having to resew extremely worn clothes from battles. But since the boy was so skilled, the Kane later of that era couldn't help but use the clothes he sewed, even in battles. Thanks to Kane later's compliments, the tailor accepted sewing his clothes, although always with complaints. While measuring the length of Karen's arms, the tailor commented, since they will be the clothes of the grandson of Archduke Halo, I will put in extra effort. Curious, Karen asked how the tailor knew his family. The tailor stopped taking measurements and commented, it would be harder not to recognize the Reston family emblem. Furthermore, this place was regularly a stopping point for Sir Kane, a close friend of the Archduke. Surprised, Karen asked if he remembered Kane. Despite not knowing how Kane was in relation to others, the tailor remembered. To me, he was always a good person, but I don't think he ever knew my name. Thinking about the matter, Karen realized that, even going to that shop for several long years, he always called the tailor boy. He managed to feel for the first time the feeling of what it was like to be remembered by someone. When the tailor was heading to the inner part of the shop, Karen stopped him to ask his name. Karen could see the tailor's face and childish smile when he answered, my name is Luhan. As soon as the tailor introduced himself, the rushed voice of a girl emerged from the front door. Grandpa, did you hear the news? Sir Kane's enemies, Archduke Halo's blacks from the Reston house, are in the capital. A green-haired girl hastily recounted the news to her grandfather. without noticing who was in the shop. It was only after she finished speaking that she noticed the glances of the trio of cousins. She fell silent, while Karen stared at her, raising an eyebrow, wondering how Halo was supposedly his enemy. After a minute of silence, the young woman greeted Hugo, who returned the salutation. "It's the first time we've met since the last tournament, Miss Amy." Leo was surprised to recognize Amy's name. "Wait, you mean you are Amy Altura?" Confused, Karen asked if he knew the girl. Leo was surprised that Karen himself didn't know who she was. "She is a fencing prodigy who reached the 4th star at 17. Sighing, Karen wondered why there were so many geniuses in the world. Hearing Karen's comment, Hugo apologized to Amy on his behalf, embarrassed. Hugo then officially introduced the young woman. "Karen, Leo, this is Sir Amy Altura of the Imperial Guard." As soon as Karen started to introduce himself, Amy interrupted him. "I know, you are Karen Reston, right?" She approached Leo, who ended up blushing with shame, and recognized him too. Leo was as shy as a fan being recognized by an idol. Karen asked how Amy knew about them, and she replied, "The seniors who were assigned to escort you told me about you." Leo was disappointed to hear that Amy only knew him because of the escort. However, seeing that the young woman recognized them just by knowing their names, Karen realized she had an incredible intuition. Maybe she could have sensed their mana to make the association. Luhan left his duties and asked, "Sir Amy, have you eaten yet?" Amy quickly argued with her grandfather. "Stop being so formal with me. Speak to me as you used to. I am still just an apprentice. I'm not even a knight yet." Hugo approached Amy, putting her in a good light. "You are being too modest. You said you would be the one to lead the Imperial Guard for the next 50 years. At that moment, Karen interrupted the duo, questioning, "Why do people say my grandfather is Sir Kane's enemy?" The protagonist sighed, commenting, "He's the guy who sold his soul to a being of darkness, isn't he? What's so good about someone like that?" Shrugging his shoulders, Karen asked if he was wrong. Hugo tried to warn Karen about the words he was saying, but Amy was already irritated. "You dare to speak such words?" An intense fury had overflowed from Amy, as if she were defending her own parents. With this fury, she roared, "You dare to insult Sir Kane's honor! I challenge you to a duel!" Cleaning his ear with his finger, the protagonist questioned, "What right do you have to do that?" Tears welled up in Amy's eyes, who yelled, "I am doing this because I inherited Sir Kane's will!" The protagonist tried to argue against Amy's words, questioning her. What is this so-called will? Did he want to stay by the demonic emperor's side until the end? What if even that was caused because he sold his soul, and not because of his own will? Amy refused to accept Karen's arguments, and continued to roar. Even so, Sir Kane would have stayed by his side until the end, because he was a man with pride. The protagonist sighed upon seeing the girl's old passion, and commented, "She is the type of person you can't reason with." Facing her, Karen questioned, "How do you expect to be a knight when you show hostility so easily?" Amy continued to try to explain herself, stating that she wasn't doing that for personal feelings, but for Sir Kane's honor. But in the middle of the girl's explanations, a loud growl sounded throughout the tailor shop coming from her stomach. Leo was startled by the loud noise, and Karen smiled, asking, "How about we fill our bellies before the duel?" The protagonist told her to decide, and then began to release his mana, while asking mockingly, "Pig, ox, or dog? Or perhaps you want to go immediately outside to fight?" Karen's oppressive mana pressured the young woman, who raised her hand in front of her face to protect herself. Amy had heard that, like her, Karen had reached the 4th star realm, but seeing him in person, she was sure he was on a completely different level. At that moment, old Luhan coughed, drawing attention. "Why don't you join Lord Karen for a meal, Miss Amy? You probably haven't been eating properly since you are paying off your family's debts." Karen retracted his mana, listening to the tailor finish soothing the situation. "Since destiny has brought you together, enjoy something delicious together." Amy placed her hand on her stomach and ground her teeth, looking away. In the end, with a flushed face, she accepted the invitation. Karen, Hugo, and Leo were sitting side by side and stared at the other side of the table where at least a dozen plates were stacked. Shoveling more and more pieces of meat into her mouth, Amy noticed their gaze. She was ashamed of her actions, but tried to explain herself. "I am just eating well for the duel." Karen felt that Amy had taken a more polite tone, but she countered him. "Don't misunderstand. I will definitely pay for my share when I receive my payment next month." The protagonist reassured her, but Amy stood up, banging the table. "I can't accept a duel on, an empty stomach, but now we can shake hands and seal our agreement." Amy extended her hand towards Karen, who observed it for some time. The young woman's hand was rough, thick, and with countless scars. That was proof of effort, of someone who trained without using any tricks. The protagonist scoffed, lightly mocking her internally. "If it weren't for that old man's personality, you would be a great talent." Amy continued to stare at Karen, extending her hand to him, and curiously saw him assertively shake her hand. As soon as they closed the deal, Amy asked, "Can I order another dish?" Seeing the two shake hands, Hugo was still incredulous. One moment they seemed to want to devour each other, but the next moment they were in agreement. At that moment, outside the restaurant, a noble man with golden hair and olive-colored clothes was passing by. He looked through the restaurant window and recognized Amy, who was eating while talking. She seemed extremely excited, eating and, talking about training. The man left his soldiers behind, entering the restaurant alone. At the restaurant table, Karen asked Amy when they would duel. The young woman wanted to fight him as soon as she ate the new plate of food that was about to arrive. While Amy warned that he might get a beating from her, the nobleman approached the table, appearing behind her. His voice drew attention when he spoke to Amy. "You seem satisfied, Amy? If you showed up, you should have contacted me, your brother, first." With a malicious smile, he placed his hand on the girl's shoulders. Frowning in mockery, he stated, "You shouldn't be wasting time with these vagrants, right?" The protagonist stared at the man with a curious look. He continued to speak, as if nothing could touch him. "Do knight apprentices of the Imperial Guard perhaps have so much free time?" Adjusting his long hair, he continued arrogantly, "You even have time to gather with men like this." Seeing how the newcomer dared to even provoke them, Karen smiled. "It seems I've found a damned troublemaker." Irritated, Amy tried to push the man behind her away. "I already paid this month's installment." However, he continued to hold her shoulders. "I'm not interested in the money, but in you. Don't you get it yet? Isn't it better for you to be on good terms with your creditor?" Tired of being ignored, Hugo questioned, "Who are you to interrupt someone's dinner like this? Wouldn't it be polite for you to introduce yourself first?" The arrogant man was surprised to see that someone didn't know him. "Aha! Someone in the capital Dekus who doesn't know who I am? How absurd! I am Gal Kian." The name was familiar to Hugo. Gal, the youngest son of Count Kian's family. Hearing that the man knew his family, Gal smiled, confident. Hugo knew in detail. That is a noble family that lends money to other nobles, the capital's largest usury house. Gal was proud to see how much they knew about his family, and warned, "No one should be ignorant of our family's name. We control the finances of Marcus Diaz's house." This time, Karen entered the conversation, scoffing. "Bullshit that you control them." Gal was surprised by the mockery, and even Amy was startled. The protagonist stood up, holding his sword and questioning, "Do you think I came to the capital just to exchange pleasantries?" Gal gritted his teeth, furious. "Who are you, brat? Do you need a lesson?" Carrying the sword over his shoulders, the protagonist walked past Hugo. "Brother, I'll explain to Grandpa later." From his pocket, Karen took out 2 potions and showed them to Gal. "Do you see this? They are potions that heal fractures instantly. They are quite expensive, you know?" Faced with so much nonsense he was hearing, Gal was already grinding his teeth and his veins were exposed. Seeing how the man treated his words as gibberish, Karen jumped toward him, roaring, "I'm going to fix you with a good beating." Karen's maniacal gaze fixed on his target, while he reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll leave you alive." Faced with the attack, Gal just screamed in fear before suffering the greatest damage of his entire life. In an office, a shout of surprise was heard. "What did you say? Repeat that again." Before Gale, an assistant repeated once more. "Mr. Karen Reston, your maternal grandson, sir, the chief, was arrested by city guards about 30 minutes ago." Gale held his hands to his head, upon discovering that his grandson was already causing problems. He couldn't even remember how long his grandson had been in the capital. Investigating the situation, Gale asked the reason, but was incredulous when he heard the assistant say, "Under the accusation of assaulting de Gal Kian, the youngest of the Count Kian family." Gale thought momentarily, as he remembered having heard that name before. The assistant explained who de Gal was, a man known for being a womanizer. Gale was able to remember clearly upon hearing. Gal was someone who went after the daughters of men who owed him money. As soon as he had confirmation from the assistant, Gale cursed. That is a guy who should have departed this world a long time ago. But curious, he asked, how did Karen go after him? The assistant revealed that they weren't sure yet, but he had heard that Karen beat up Gal while making him drink healing potions. Gale was worried upon hearing that, as he knew that when it came to incidents between nobles, the Imperial Guard would take care of the investigation. Considering the relationship between the Reston House and the Imperial Guard, Gale knew that the circumstances would not be favorable for Karen, especially because the opposite side was the Count Kian's house. Gale stood up, intending to intervene. "I'm going to the police station!" The assistant, however, stopped the commissioner, revealing that he didn't think he would need to intervene. Gale didn't understand the assistant's thinking, especially since Count Kian, crazy for money, wouldn't stand still. either. To Gale's surprise once again, the assistant revealed the victim, Gal Kian, is asking for leniency for Karen. Remembering Gal's tears, the assistant continued. He says Karen is innocent and that everything was his own fault. He is shedding tears and begging mercy for Karen. He also claims he is determined to change. Gale didn't believe that the brute Gal Kian was doing this. With the assistant's confirmation, he laughed in the form of a sigh. Head bowed, Gale trembled slightly, wondering what kind of magic his grandson had used. Knowing that the rumors about Karen would spread throughout the capital, Gale wondered how he would explain it to Halo, but he quickly thought of something. He wouldn't send Karen to the capital thoughtlessly. Of course not. He would never do that. Shock appeared in Gale's eyes as he understood Halo's plan to unleash a mad dog in the capital. Meanwhile, leaving the building, Karen said goodbye. It was a pleasure meeting you, police chief. I will visit you often. Upon hearing the young man, the police chief was shocked, as that meant the boy would cause trouble more often. Before leaving, Karan remembered something and questioned, Gal even confessed, so you will handle this properly, right? The officer scratched his head, answering awkwardly, well, in principle, investigations involving nobles are the responsibility of the Imperial Guard. Hearing that there was such a rule, Karen stated that he would ask his grandfather. Upon hearing him speak of Archduke Halo, the officer was scared. The protagonist soon also thought aloud, oh, I can ask my maternal grandfather too. Hearing him speak of another grandfather, the officer, who was already opening the gates for him to leave, asked the name of that grandfather. The protagonist replied with a smile, he is Sir Gale, tax commissioner. Why? The officer was even more frightened upon hearing him and shouted, I will do my best. Outside the police station, Hugo, Leo, and Amy were already waiting for Karen. Oh, there he is. Curious, Hugo asked what kind of conversation he had had with the officer for him to be acting so subserviently. The protagonist merely responded humbly and imagined joking. Maybe it's just an incentive to do justice? Hugo remained silent until he sighed. Well, since the case is closed, then I won't hold you responsible. But the next time you cause trouble, at least notify me first. Hugo felt that this young man could not be controlled. If he tried to do so, Karen would probably cause even more problems. Since Karen affirmed that he would notify him next time, Hugo thanked him, but Karen countered him, asking him not to thank him. Hugo observed Karen and couldn't understand how someone like his uncle, Pale, who was so respectful, could have such a crazy son. Karen joined Leo and Amy, who apologized to him for involving him in trouble. She offered Karen tea as compensation for the incident. While Amy guided the way, Hugo thought about his father's orders and wondered, what should we do when he doesn't get involved in an incident but causes one himself? Wondering how to control Karen, Hugo even thought about stopping by the magic tower to get some magic. Sometime later, the group arrived at a tavern where, on the sign, there was a teacup. Before Karen were some biscuits, as well as tea, cake, and other things. He sighed when he saw what they were going to eat. Leo was incredibly excited about the sweets, but Amy thought Karen didn't really like the snack. The protagonist, however, denied it. That's not it. The confectioner carried a tray with more cakes and smiled at the group. There are several desserts, so eat as much as you want. Surprised by more food arriving, the protagonist questioned, hey, shopkeeper, isn't this already too much? The confectioner, however, denied it. Absolutely not. Do you know who you are? He smiled with happiness, as he already knew the rumors. You were the one who brought divine punishment upon the wicked Gal. While eating the biscuits, the protagonist internally grumbled, why are they treating me like a hero in the rumors? Despite that, he acknowledged that the food was tasty. Changing the subject, Karen approached Amy. He wanted to know how she had ended up owing money to the Kian family. Amy was surprised and warily revealed, my father tried to expand the business and ended up in debt. Leo entered the conversation asking, was it difficult to manage everything just with the territory's taxes? Amy tried to explain a little more in depth. The situation between her and the Restons was completely different. For provincial nobles like us, living in the capital is difficult. We needed additional resources. Taking a sip of tea, Hugo questioned if there was no support from the Imperial Guard, since, with her talent, it would be natural for her to gain some support. Amy revealed the reason why that hadn't happened. She hadn't chosen a faction. If she had chosen to stay on one of the sides, she would have received support, but that was something she didn't want to do. Karen was curious to know the reason. Amy smiled with a glow of lightness. Well, sir, Kian, with his great pride, would have followed the path of the sword, not politics. Cain himself, being before her, knew the truth. It wasn't out of pride that he did that, but to survive. Entering the subject, Caron asked, and if I pay the debt, will you come with me? The question surprised Leo and Hugo, who spat out all the tea in their mouths. Amy was confused by Karen's question, and Leo hastily stood up. Karen, even for you, that's not right. Karen was confused. Then he heard his brother saying you'll pay her debt if she becomes your woman makes you someone just like that bastard Gaul. Upon hearing Leo's thoughts aloud, Karen almost beat him up. When did I say anything like that, you idiot? Hugo wiped the corner of his mouth and tried to make Karen reflect. Miss Amy may not be a knight yet, but you shouldn't trample on the honor of someone aspiring to become one. Karen felt that everyone was misinterpreting his words. He slammed the table, explaining himself angrily. What I wanted to ask is if she wanted to join the Harang Knights Order. Leo sighed, recommending that his cousin not try to change his words just because he messed up. Seeing the two arguing, Amy smiled, happy after a long time. Amy thanked him for the offer but refused, surprising Karen. He asked, just to be sure, so you really want to stay in the Imperial Guard and change things from within? Amy nodded, agreeing. The young woman smiled as she imagined. If Sir Kane were alive, he would answer the same way. However, Kane himself before her showed that she was wrong. He wasn't the type of person she thought he was. Yet he knew people like her. They were stubbornly principled for no reason, integral, and foolishly loyal in the most idiotic way. When the war exploded, Kane ordered his knights to flee to survive. However, each of them wanted to remain by the commander's side until the end. When they left the confectionery, Amy asked what they would do about the duel. Since it was already too late, Karen didn't want to duel at that moment. Instead, he revealed, I will ask my grandfather to request an official match. Amy agreed with Karen's idea. It sounded very good. Thus, the Reston family trio said goodbye to Amy, each wishing her a safe return. Leo had especially enjoyed meeting her. As Karen walked away, Amy shouted to him, Karen, the next time we meet, speak formally to me. I am older, so I am your Nuna. Karen shouted back to her, I only respect people stronger than me. If you want my respect, beat me. Hearing the challenge, Amy smiled. She then left the cafe, vowing, I will try my best. Upon returning to the residence, the protagonist received a call. I received a report from Hugo, but what were you thinking hitting the son of Count Kian? The protagonist replied calmly, that served to cure the villain. You know that always works, Xerus. Sir Xerus didn't imagine Karen would go that far, especially with Hugo present. The protagonist revealed to Xerus that, surprisingly, he and Hugo were getting along. Xerus on the other side of the crystal ball was relieved. Thanks to the victim asking for leniency, there were no problems. But you have caught the attention of many noble families in the capital. I feel like I've told you that many times. Xerus asked Karen to go to the palace the next day, and made him promise that he would restrain himself before the emperor. Karen swore, I promise on my father's honor. Xerus, however, wanted to know why he swore on his father's honor, and not his own. The answer was obvious to Karen. It's because I have no honor. Changing the subject, Karen revealed he had offered to recruit Amy, the Imperial Guard apprentice. Xerus knew Miss Amy and recognized her talent. He was curious to know the answer. Karen revealed that he had been rejected, scoffing irritably. For Xerus, something like that was a shame. Amy was a valuable talent for the Imperial Guard. Changing the subject, Karen asked Xerus to connect him with the head of the family. There was something he wanted to discuss personally with Halo. While waiting, Karen sat on the bed, letting the wind enter through the open window, swaying the curtains and cooling him from the heat. Sometime later, he heard Halo's voice from the crystal ball. You called for me, Karen? Since Halo was called by the title of head of the family, he believed Karen wanted to talk about a matter of that nature. Halo was worried and curious and told Karen to say what he wanted. Karen's request was direct. I want to hold an official match with the Imperial Guard. Halo crossed his arms, asking the reason. Karen reminded his grandfather that they always competed against the Harang Knights, so he wanted to cross swords and test his own abilities directly. Halo was silent for a moment and asked if he only wanted that. The protagonist nodded. Halo agreed, but stated that he would impose a condition. Until you meet the Emperor and the royal banquet ends, you must not cause any trouble. Understood? The protagonist nodded, agreeing with the head of the family. Satisfied, Halo reminded him, be careful with your conduct in the palace. With his grandfather's order, Karen imagined that staying quiet for only one day wouldn't be a big problem. It's not like I want to cause any trouble anyway. After all, this place is my grave, too. The next day, at the Blue Fortress, Xerus knocked on the family head's door, announcing his arrival. Halo ordered him to enter. Upon entering, Xerus reported that he had sent an official letter to the Imperial Guard, just as Karen requested. Halo received the message and asked for the Imperial Guard's response. Xerus revealed that they had accepted without even hesitating. Halo thought for a moment and imagined that, since it had been a dual request requested by the Archduke's grandson, they would prepare appropriately. Confused, Xerus asked the head of the family if he was worried. Halo sighed and replied, worried about that boy? No, he just reminds me of Cain. Xerus was surprised. You mean Sir Cain? Halo nodded and thought of his friend. If that guy were alive, the Harang Knights and the Imperial Guard wouldn't have to waste time competing like this. Xerus felt that the family leader missed his old friend, but Halo roared, "No way! Why would I miss a man who ignored my desperate pleas?" To Xerus, Halo seemed like a terrible liar. No way would I miss that bastard. Changing the subject, Xerus asked the Lord if he knew Amy Altura, a female knight. Halo nodded, remembering that she was a knight apprentice of the Empire's Guard. Xerus then revealed that Karen wanted to bring Lady Amy specifically to the Harang Knights. Confused, Halo asked why. Xerus knew Karen's intentions. Her talent is too good to be wasted in the Imperial Guard. I believe the almost obsessive respect she has for Sir Cain is part of the reason. Halo knew this was strange for a young knight. Ordinary Imperial Guards usually avoided even mentioning Cain's name. Xerus knew it was precisely to erase history. If you hadn't insisted on the matter, Chief, he would have been remembered throughout history as the worst villain. Halo understood, curious to know why this had piqued Karen's curiosity. Xerus reminded the leader how Karen had always been interested in Sir Cain. Returning to talk about Amy, Halo asked if Xerus knew anything about her family. Having conducted investigations, the head of the guard revealed that Amy's family was a modest noble family from the provinces. There was nothing notable about them, except that 50 years ago, they changed their name from Akti to Altura. Halo was shocked to hear Xerus, as he knew the Akti family very well. In the capital's streets, several people cheered, as if at a festival. Glory to the heroes of the Reston. Ducal House! Long live the young heroes who defeated the traitors! Inside the carriage, Leo looked out the window and asked, "Aren't you embarrassed, Karen?" The protagonist asked why he would feel that way. Leo showed how everyone was cheering for him. Karen, however, revealed, "They are not doing this for us, so don't pay attention." Leo was confused and asked, "Why are they doing this then?" Karen revealed that this was something the Imperial Palace had planned. They want to show everyone that the Reston family remains behind the royal house. Confused, Leo asked who they would want to show this to. Thinking his brother was an idiot, Karen questioned, "Who else?" Obviously the nobles who want to control the emperor. Leaving Leo confused by the political scenario, Karen began to look at the scenery through the window. He saw the people on the street waving to the caravan, and in the background, the emperor's castle. Those who were serving as puppets there should at least possess some political instinct. Upon descending from the carriage, the duo unexpectedly met someone they already knew. Sir Ryuk was there to receive them. Ryuk pretended to be honored to be remembered by Karen, who didn't give much importance to the matter. Ryuk revealed that they could not enter the palace with swords and asked for the young men's cooperation. Beside him was another knight with a bag to store the items. While placing the sword inside a bag, Karen commented to Leo, "Did you know that Grandpa already broke this rule once?" "Curious," Leo asked when he had done that. Karen smiled, replying, 50 years ago." Leo was confused and began to wonder what had happened 50 years ago. The guards, who had already understood Karen's words, showed grim looks. Karen was smiling maliciously when Leo realized, startled, "Are you crazy? Why talk about that now?" Ryuk cleared his throat, drawing the boy's attention. He then warned, "It would be wise to be careful with your words before the emperor." The protagonist merely casually stated that he would keep the advice in mind. The two were talking, until suddenly, the guard who was close to them fell to the floor. Ryuk spotted the sword that had fallen to the floor, slightly unsheathed. He was surprised by the aura it emitted, tremendously powerful. Seeing Ryuk's reaction, the protagonist merely commented, "My sword is a little wild." He smiled maliciously, provoking, "You better take care of it carefully." Despite the provocation, Ryuk volunteered to escort them to the main hall. Thus, they entered the palace. Ryuk and two knights accompanied Leo and Karen across a golden carpet. Leo looked around, impressed. "The royal palace is really extravagant, isn't it, Karen?" However, upon not getting a response, Leo started to get worried. He observed his cousin and noticed the mana he was releasing. Looking around, Leo found it strange that the knights hadn't noticed, but he was relieved. Leo had never seen that expression made by Karen. He didn't look angry, it was something else. This made Leo remember the request their master, Lady Sabina, had made, to observe Karen's ocean carefully. However, he couldn't really understand Karen. The protagonist looked at the castle corridors that made him remember the past. There, where 50 years ago the fire raged out of control, was his body, full of wounds, and a sword stuck in him, bringing about his end. The screams echoed throughout the palace, while he lay in silence. Closing his eyes, Karen wished to stop thinking about that for some time, as there was still much to be done. Sometime later, they arrived at a door where a butler stopped them. "This is His Majesty's court. Please state your identities." Sir Ryuk took a step forward, presenting, "They are honorary guests of His Majesty, the grandsons of the Reston ducal house." Upon discovering the young men's identity, the butler quickly allowed entry. "Shall we go then?" Thus, the door was opened and the servant announced, "Leo Reston and Karen Reston of the Reston ducal house are entering." Karen led the way, with Leo following him. They would be seeing for themselves the face of the one who became the heir to the demon, Emperor. Upon entering the grand hall, Karen spotted a man with his back to him, wearing a long white cloak. From where he was, he spoke to the guests. "Welcome to the Imperial Palace." Karen was confused, as he didn't know that man. Turning to look at them, the man revealed, "The Emperor's health is declining, so he is resting. He is very sorry for being unable to greet you personally. He asked me to deliver this message to you, so do not misunderstand me." The man they encountered instead of the Emperor was unexpectedly the Crown Prince, Yorn Karien. Upon meeting the prince, Karen immediately knelt. "We salute your highness, the Crown Prince." Beside Karen, Leo was startled, quickly kneeling, imitating his brother. "It's an honor to meet you." The prince observed the boy's actions with his orange eyes and commented that he had heard about what they did in the Bellis barony. Truly fitting for the grandsons of a hero. While replying that he had merely done what he should, Karen trembled slightly. Internally, he was euphoric. "You must be kidding, right? You look so much like him." From the facial expressions to the gaze, Yorn Crane was exactly like the Emperor who had sold his soul. Karen quickly washed away any thought that indicated Yorn was the same as the old Emperor. They were only similar because they were grandfather and grandson. The Crown Prince moved on to another subject, revealing what he had heard. "You became close to Revelio?" It's a relief to know that the Archduke's grandsons are his friends. While Karen ground his teeth just thinking about the sixth prince, Leo smoothed over the fact, "Friends of a royal heir? We are merely acquaintances." The protagonist ground his teeth, internally cursing Leo. "Do you think that was a compliment, you idiot?" Karen recovered and responded to the prince. "I thank your highness for overestimating us so much." Yorn Crane was confused and heard the young man say, "I will make sure to honor the Restini house's friendship and continue to maintain good relations with the sixth prince." The crown prince, upon hearing the words, remained silent, thoughtful about their meaning. Karen smiled, maliciously satisfied with his intervention. Leo, who didn't even understand politics, looked from side to side, trying to understand the reaction of the two. In the end, the crown prince merely nodded. Changing the subject, he reminded them, "Tonight, the banquet will be in your honor, so enjoy it." In unison, Leo and Karen thanked him. Saying goodbye, Yorn Crane recommended that they rest until the banquet began. Thus, the two stood up, following the butler who had guided them to the prince. Upon being left alone, Yorn Crane could elaborate on his thoughts. Contribute to friendship with the royal family, being little friends with that brat Revelio. In the end, the prince managed to form an opinion about Karen. He really is as amusing as the rumors say. While being guided by the butler, Karen, and Leo discovered that their swords had been stored safely, according to him, in the rooms where they would stay. In the duo's room, they sat in front of a fireplace. Leo started the conversation as he was still curious. "Our grandfather overthrew the emperor who sold his soul, right?" Agreeing, Karen told him to continue. Leo was sweating cold, unable to even speak properly. "The current emperor is the son of that emperor." Quickly, Karen warned him not to say anything disrespectful in the palace. While the sword that had returned to him mocked lightly, Karen told it to investigate if there was any listening magic in the room. However, the sword had already checked, and there was none. It was even irritated about being used as a detection device. Discovering that he could speak freely, Karen answered Leo's question. Normally it would be strange, but the new emperor personally participated in the revolution. Thanks to that, our grandfather even has even stronger justifications. Karen's answer intrigued Leo, who asked why the imperial family didn't like them when they had helped them. Karen returned the question, asking why Leo thought such a thing. Leo didn't know, but he felt there was something wrong with the crown prince in relation to them. Leo ended up being praised by Karen for developing some awareness. Just remembering, Karen commented, "When you talked about us being friends with the sixth prince, I really wanted to hit you." However, he agreed that the prince had looked at them with hostility. The two were wondering why this was happening, when suddenly, someone opened the door, answering them. "Because your maternal family is the Marquise Diaz family." The sixth prince excitedly burst into the room. "Boys, how are you? You look quite decent in formal clothes." Leo became alert upon seeing the sixth prince, while Karen felt his night had gotten worse. Before Leo stood up to greet him, Revelio stopped him. Hey, don't be rigid between friends. Taking an apple from the fruit tray in the room, Rio continuously tossed it up, commenting, since your mother's family is the Marquis Diaz's, it's clear that the imperial family wouldn't like the Reston house. He reminded them of what he had said in Thebes. Like it or not, the Reston house will move soon. Karen felt that Revelio was holding something back from them. To try to explain, Revelio instructed them to think of it as an imperial tradition. Eating the apple, he explained, isn't it obvious? The tradition of the son overthrowing the father and taking the throne. Karen observed the prince frowning. Sitting down comfortably, Revelio continued to say things that left them confused. The timing isn't really perfect. Even the county of Kiel is benefiting from the influence of the Marquisate of Diaz. All the capital's nobles would show up tonight, and thanks to you, the banquet will be even more vivid. Revelio was enjoying himself at Karen's expense, who stood up, questioning exactly what the prince meant. Revelio already imagined and asked, you want to cause a great chaos, don't you? Karen returned the accusation. You are the one who wants to make things wild. The prince didn't deny it and insisted on the matter. I can set a scene for you to do whatever you want. Are you interested? Will you join me? Faced with the proposal, Karen remained silent until he asked the prince to tell him his plan. While Revelio chuckled with satisfaction, Leo felt they were walking into a trap. He could only think that they must be joking when talking about causing chaos at an imperial banquet. Later, that night, the lights of the chandeliers turned on, illuminating a grand hall, where several noblewomen were already gathered, with their voluminous dresses, to talk about royal gossip. When Karen and Leo entered the hall, the latter was surprised. Leo focused on looking at the beautiful women, with a flushed face and dropped jaw. Karen quickly told him to compose himself. Thinking about his own life, Karen felt it had been a long time since the last time he had gone to a banquet. In that past life, as a servant, no one welcomed him, however. It was at this moment of reflection that Leo felt a wave of dark energy. The sword, just like him, became alert. Both, from somewhere in the hall, felt the power of black magic. Karen couldn't believe he was feeling the energy of dark magic inside the imperial palace. The magic spread throughout the hall, which should have countless detection spells. This meant that if something could deceive the detection ability of the mage's tower, its power was certainly not ordinary. As soon as Leo and Karen entered the hall, two men who were talking in a distant corner saw them, verifying their identities. Oblivious to what was happening, Leo was more impressed with the large audience at the banquet. Karen quickly told him to stop being annoying, as he was starting to feel embarrassed. Leo tried to defend himself, stating that he wasn't acting strangely, but Karen contradicted him. At that moment, the young men saw some people approaching. A man with the sides of his hair shaved and the hair on top brown approached, commenting, "The compliments about the two of you are echoing throughout the capital. Truly worthy of being the wolves of the Reston house." He extended his hand toward the two, introducing and greeting them. "I am Karim, of the Marquis Diaz house. It's a pleasure." The protagonist barely looked at Karim and just shook his hand. Karim frowned upon seeing that Caron had no sense of etiquette. Leo tried to alert his brother and greeted Karim in his place. Karen must be nervous. It's his first time at such a big banquet. "I am Leo. Pleasure to meet you." Still not believing that Archduke Halo's grandson could be so rude, Karim dropped the subject. "Allow me to thank you on behalf of my father. I heard you subdued some bandits." Leo took charge of the conversation, downplaying their deeds. At that moment, a voice attracted Karim's attention. "Still, risking your lives for His Majesty's people, as expected of the Reston ducal house, the Empire's greatest loyalists. Quite different from the capital's nobles, aren't they?" The sixth prince had drawn attention with his words loud enough for everyone to hear. Revelio smiled, provoking. "Quite different from those who cling to the imperial family just to seek power." Karim immediately bowed, greeting the arrival of the sixth prince. Despite this, he didn't believe that Revelio, as a half-blood, was speaking so freely. "This is an assembly of nobles loyal to His Majesty. Please control your tongue." The sixth prince merely shrugged his shoulders, apologizing falsely. While the prince continued to provoke, Karen looked around, increasingly worried. Despite being weak, Karen couldn't help but see the trace of dark magic. He followed it until he found the source of the magic, a woman sitting at one of the tables. Wearing a mask, the woman with braided hair acted as if nothing was happening, but as soon as she felt the gaze falling upon her unexpectedly, she smiled with her red lips. The The prince still didn't know anything and hugged Leo's and Karen's shoulders, welcoming them to the imperial palace. Karim felt uncomfortable when the prince started to intrude, but he insisted, "Won't the pleasure of socializing be greater if we all talk together?" But Karim advised him, "There are better moments for reserved conversations for those who serve the throne." The comment only served for Rio to provoke him. "Trying to teach us who sits at the center of power? Is there really a need to try to reassert yourself? Even a street dog knows that the Marquesat Diaz is the true center." Karim Diaz quickly tried to correct his words, but it only served for Rio to smile mockingly. Karen, at that moment, interrupted the quarrel between the two. "You are talking non-stop. Do you mind shutting up?" Immediately, Karen placed his hand on his sword, removing part of it from its scabbard. Leo and Karim were surprised by Karen's actions. Looking lightly at the prince, Karen warned, "Sixth prince, the theater is over." Confused, Rio asked why, as he was already having fun. Karen whispered, surprising him, "A rat with dark magic is hiding in the hall." While everyone started to turn to look at Karen's actions with looks of astonishment, he asked the prince to buy some time. The prince wanted to call the Imperial Guard, but with a malicious smile, Karen reminded him, "Did you perhaps forget who I am?" The prince sighed, remembering the saying, "Doctors care for the sick, and Restons care for demons." Asking what he should do, the prince was ordered to ensure that no one could escape. Seeing Karen advance with a sword in his hands, Karim quickly put his hand on his sword, asking, startled, "Back off!" However, with just his gaze, Karen intimidated him. "Get out of my way." Karen passed by him, as if he didn't even exist. Staying behind, Karim had to admit he couldn't even draw his sword faced with the overwhelming pressure. Karen walked through the nobles, clearing a path with his mana overflowing like a turbulent sea. Leo, who was trying to ask what Karen was doing, saw the prince draw a small staff with an orange sphere at its top. In his other hand, the prince took an identical sphere. Using the staff, the sixth prince transferred energy to the golden sphere in his other hand. Although he used those items, he never imagined he would actually need them. From the sixth prince, magic was generated, a sphere of light which grew rapidly. With the artifact that his sister Poina had given him, he created a large barrier, which would buy time until the Imperial Guard arrived. Seeing the barrier that encompassed the entire hall, the nobles began to get scared. Leo, next to the prince, asked why they would need to buy time. Karen, repeating the saying that the prince had commented, approached the woman who was the source of the dark energy. Holding the sword pointed at the masked woman, Karen commented, "I didn't expect someone in the capital would welcome our family since we are a thorn in their side." Leo was shocked to hear Karen's words about the woman's identity. While watching the woman take off her mask, Karen continued, "Unexpectedly, here is someone welcoming us. And even more unexpectedly, I can't call her a person." Upon seeing that she had been discovered, a dark but controlled energy enveloped the woman, overflowing from her eye. As expected of someone from Halo's bloodline, "You found me. I was worried you might not find me." Karen was surprised when the woman's energy overflowed, becoming much more powerful than he imagined. The energy attacked the barrier created by Rio, destroying it. Standing up, the woman looked at Karen, commenting, "You are quite handsome, aren't you? I like you." Faced with the provocation, Karen brandished his sword. "Don't you dare do anything!" Karen's sword cut through the creature of darkness, making her lose the connection between her head and the rest of her body in a single second. Seeing the woman fall to the floor, everyone was terrified. The eyes of the head on the floor were closed until they opened with a terrifying dark tone. The woman's voice became somber but did not lack interest. "You really are lovely." The nobles closest to the woman were frightened and screamed, "It's a monster!" The screams of panic spread through the hall, filled with a dark light. The head on the floor distorted, transforming into a bouquet of black roses, which, with the wind, released its petals to fly around the hall. Karen frowned, analyzing each of the black petals. Before he realized it, the petals gathered behind him, reforming the woman's body, revealing her true appearance, which let long green hair flow down her back and bore a red tattoo on her chest. She touched her own body. "It seems the regeneration wasn't perfect. This sword, it devoured my mana. I didn't know the Reston family possessed something like this." Having the secrets of his sword revealed, Karen gripped it tightly. Irritated, he advised her, "Consider yourself lucky. If I were a little stronger, you wouldn't even be able to be standing and talking." In the woman's hands, metallic claws emerged, she joked, "I would love to devour you, here and now." However, going against her desire, she jumped toward Karen, opening her claws to attack him. With the movement of one of her arms, the creature created a trace of malicious energy which traveled toward the protagonist. In the last second, Karen moved to the side, trying to dodge the attack that sliced the air next to his neck. Despite having acted, Karen was still wounded. A slight cut appeared on his neck from the claw attack. The woman licked the claws, now stained with the red released from Karen's neck, provoking him. "You taste sweet." Leo, upon seeing Karen attacked, placed his hand on his sword. He intended to draw it to help his brother. However, the sixth prince stopped him. Leo was confused, but Revelio advised him, "Don't go. This is Karen's fight." Leo still wanted to go, but the prince reminded him, "You know Karen better than anyone. If he needed help, he would say so." Even reluctantly, Leo put his sword away. He was trembling, irritated, because he wanted to at least be stronger to help. The prince knew that Leo would be stronger in the future, but at that moment, if he faced a creature of darkness like that, he would perish in exchange for nothing. While Karen's neck continued to drip, even with the attempt to control it through mana, the sword warned him, "Master, she is too strong for you to defeat. Keep fighting, and you will only sacrifice yourself for nothing." The protagonist sighed, commenting to himself, "For nothing? If the prince ends up following my beliefs, then even a meaningless farewell isn't so bad." Karen would be fighting mainly because his enemy was a creature of darkness. He didn't intend to let it go freely. Pulling up the collar of his cloak to hide the wound on his neck, Karen released the maximum amount of mana he could control, facing the Master of Petals before him. The penetrating gaze he displayed was one that even she felt interested in seeing. "A child like you holding so much hatred. Incredible. The Reston family bloodline truly is on another level." Once again, the creature charged against Karen, extending one of its sharp-clawed hands. The energy of the attack it carried cut through the air toward Karen, carrying dozens of sharp petals with it. The attack passed through Karen and, unexpectedly, did not stop, hitting the people who were behind him. The creature chuckled with a sweet voice, introducing herself. "My name is Shunya. I will make sure you never forget me in your entire life." Seeing that other people started to get hurt, Karen charged against Shunya, brandishing the sword that carried all his mana. From a distance, the sixth prince shouted to the protagonist. He also went into action, raising his arms to create a protective magic with his own mana. "Don't mind us. Just do what you need to do." As soon as Shunya attacked once more with her claws, Karen managed to avoid it, jumping backward. She overflowed with fury and provocation. "You aren't stupid enough to relax just because you managed to dodge, are you? My petals aren't just for decoration after all." Karen's own sword tried to warn him. "Hey, why aren't you dodging?" But soon it understood the boy's intentions. A light emerged from Karen's eye. It entered his body, dangerously traversing several levels of energy until it reached the fifth form of the Harang sword attack, the high tide. Around Karen, true ocean waves appeared. The mana he overflowed seemed to transform into an intense and deep liquid, like the waters of the chaotic seas. Shunya curiously observed the movement of Karen's power. The protagonist had forced the opening of his mana to a point where he coughed dangerously, his body almost at the point of collapse. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Karen didn't care about the consequences. All he wanted was to pierce through that creature of darkness, to finish her off at once. Shunya didn't expect to see Karen go that far to face her. This made her smile in delight. The sixth prince stared at the situation with a worried look. He ground his teeth, not understanding what was happening. The illusion magic had been broken a long time ago, and even so, the Imperial Guard still hadn't arrived. Outside the castle, things were more agitated than Revelio expected. Ryukheimer hastily shouted at other knights, trying to understand what was happening. Upon meeting Sir Ryuk, the guards revealed that magic had been detected inside the banquet hall. Surprised, Ryuk asked about the mages of the tower. Having already contacted them, the guard warned that they had arrived through the portal, clicking his tongue. Irritably, Ryukheimer couldn't believe that magic had been used inside the royal palace, especially on the night the emperor was hosting a banquet. He hastily ran toward the banquet hall, but found several mages and knights struggling to enter. Seeing knights carrying away mages who had exhausted their capacities, Ryuk roared, "Why haven't you managed to enter the hall yet?" The closest knight to him tried to explain, "The mages can't break the barrier." Ryuk couldn't assimilate the idea that there was a barrier that even mages from the tower couldn't break. He couldn't understand the meaning of that. Seeing the confusion in the captain's eyes, the knight revealed, "The mages are saying that is the work of dark magic." Shock appeared in the eyes of the knight's chief with wide eyes. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and wondered what was happening in the castle. Shunya mysteriously stated that she could not eliminate Karen, as the king would not allow it. Walking toward him, she reassured him, but suddenly leaped to attack. "Rest easy. We're just going to have a little more fun." Karen felt an immense pressure and tried to brandish his sword to strike her, but she mysteriously transformed into petals. Twisting her body, Shunya leaped over the protagonist to attack him from behind. With no room to dodge, he remembered a teaching from Lady Sabina. The power of the sea was not under his control, but he accepted the challenge. Shunya dove toward him just as Leo shouted in concern, "Watch out!" With a malicious laugh, Shunya enjoyed herself. Leo tried to do something. He wanted to help, but it was too late. A crimson fountain spurted as an attack was executed. Shunya, standing so close to Karen, praised him. "Truly, you are fascinating. I knew you would force your mana pathway open, but I never thought you would desire to be hit just to create an opening." Karen's mana exploded with the fury of a rough sea. Making a decision that could harm his own body, he used that power to attack. A slash parallel to the ground struck Shunya. Although split in two, she still smiled as she transformed into petals to escape. "You really are fun, Karen Reston, and that sword, now I understand." She recognized the sword guillotine, the devouring blade. Just as Shunya said, guillotine revealed to Karen that it could devour dark mana and use it as its own power. The more dark beings it absorbed, the more mana it could use. At that moment, the barrier was undone, and mages rushed into the room. Guillotine revealed to Karen that the dark being in front of him was not the real body. Karen understood then, even though she had invaded the castle, that was not a place where her real body could move freely. While Chief Ryukheimer cleared the way, Karen swore to Shunya, "One day wait for me, I will tear your real body apart." She was eager to see him try. "I will be waiting beyond the northern sea. Even the king will be looking forward to that day." Shunya turned into an explosion of petals and disappeared. Ryuk, having just arrived, was shocked to see the demon that had just vanished, a being of darkness in the imperial palace. Around them, people commented in relief. "I don't know what would have happened to us if the sixth prince hadn't protected us with magic." Ryuk became even more confused, as no one knew the sixth prince could use magic. Behind him, a guard approached and whispered a few things. Leo ran to Karen, who was staggering after suffering so many wounds. Karen fell, and Leo quickly caught him. Still, Karen wanted to appear strong. "Don't make a scene out of this." The sixth prince approached with his hands on his hips and handed him something. Karen, not knowing what was in the flask he had been given, questioned if the prince was trying to feed him something strange. Rio revealed that it was World Tree Dew. With pride, he revealed that such a thing could not be obtained even with money. Karen knew the value of the dew, but didn't understand why he was being given something so rare. Rio had made a decision. He wanted to make an investment. World Tree Dew was an elven elixir that possessed an immense amount of mana. Since he wouldn't have to worry about side effects, Karen drank the potion. Thanking him, Karen swore he would not forget the help. Rio replied happily, "It's better if you don't forget." Recovering slightly, Karen stated he would handle things there and asked Leo to contact their grandfather. Leo wanted Karen to receive proper treatment, as did the prince, who slapped the back of Karen's neck, since Karen could no longer dodge, causing him to faint. Leo looked quickly at the prince and then at Karen. The prince reassured the boy and revealed that Duke Halo should already be on his way to the palace. Since Leo didn't understand how the prince could already know that, Rio revealed that the moment a trace of dark mana appeared in the palace, the House of Dukes would have been informed to intervene. At that moment, Ryukheimer approached with several other guards. "Sixth Prince, you are under arrest for being a suspect in this attack." Hearing such a thing, Leo raged at how ridiculous the idea was. The prince calmed him and stated he would go willingly. He didn't need to be tied up. As he walked with the guards, the sixth prince immediately stated, "I'll say it right now, I am innocent." Ryukheimer did not believe him. It is hard to believe the words of someone who broke imperial laws and learned magic in secret. Before leaving the hall, the sixth prince looked back. "My bet is over, now it's the Reston house's turn." With a smile, he asked Leo to make sure the duke knew he had helped them. Thus, Leo watched the prince leave with the knight. Confused, the young man wondered what was really happening. Rain fell against the palace windows. Halo, looking out the window, spoke. "Crown Prince, you understand this is no time for formalities, right?" The prince, sitting on the throne, was about to speak when Halo interrupted. "The Reston Kingdom, according to the pact with the imperial family, promises to eliminate the enemies who invaded the palace. But before that, I will take care of my grandsons." The crown prince might not have liked Halo's words, but the duke would make him accept them. "You have no objection to that, do you?" On a random sunset dozens of years ago, guards patrolled the walls. One, holding a knife and an apple, remarked, "What are you thinking so hard about?" Seeing his companion, Karua, Kane later sighed. Karua thought Kane was nervous, but Kane claimed that wasn't the problem. Karua went back to eating his apple, understanding his comrade. "You've never defeated the young Grand Duke before. It's normal to be nervous." Kane gritted his teeth and swore he was stronger than Halo, claiming he was simply holding back. As time passed, Kane said to Karua, "You will be hunted for the rest of your life because of the black magic the Emperor possesses. With your skills, you might be able to survive." Knowing how strong his friend was, he recommended, "Flee now, before Halo's army brings a storm upon the capital." Karua felt that being hunted forever would be a hassle, so he vowed, "I will live and perish with you here, Captain." Karua was curious about one thing, though. The captain had never made a choice for himself, yet here he was risking his life for a mad emperor. Kane corrected him. It wasn't for the emperor, but for his own life, which he had decided to end in that place. This was the choice of a former slave. Karua thought it was a stupid decision, but chose to remain loyal and stay by his captain's side. In the present day, 2 knights walked through the castle. Upon seeing 2 members of the Seawater Knights, they snorted, "Damn them, I wouldn't be so comfortable if I were in their shoes." The 2 knights who had traveled with Halo stood guard at the door. For them, being there wasn't comfortable either. One asked his companion, "When do you think we'll head back to Azure Sea Fortress?" She didn't know, but she knew they would stay until the Grand Duke finished the investigation. Given the nature of the incident, it wouldn't be a short stay. Karen had nearly lost his life. Inside the room was Karen, lying in bed with various bandages on his body. On either side of him were Leo and Amy. Leo thanked Amy for helping him and Karen. Considering the relationship between their family and the Imperial Guard, he knew this couldn't have been easy for her. Just as he was about to mention that Kane would have done the same, the protagonist sat up. "There you go again," repeating the same words. Leo hurriedly asked if he was okay. Karen ignored the question, and touching his face, asked where the prince was. Leo revealed that Levelio had been taken by the guard, and that their grandfather was likely on his way to rescue him. Karen was quite confused by both pieces of news. Leo explained that their grandfather had arrived at the palace with the Seawater Knights following the attack. After learning of his grandfather's arrival via the teleportation circle, Karen asked if there had been any further attacks. Leo shook his head, stating that no one would dare move while the knights were on guard. Karen looked over at Amy and asked Leo why she was there. Leo explained she had helped them, which was why he had been able to treat Karen so quickly. Karen flexed his muscles with conviction, asking Amy, "Did you do this just so you can take a beating once I'm better?" Before the two could continue bickering, 2 people entered the room. Halo was the first to ask, "Are you feeling better, Karen?" Followed by Xerus, Halo ordered everyone to sit. Karen greeted his grandfather formally. "My greetings, my lord." Halo dismissed the formality, noting, "I can see that the ocean within you has grown to the 5th wave." Karen revealed that he had been forced to wrench open the path to Maelstrom to fight the Woman of Darkness. Halo scolded his grandson's foolishness, asking if he hadn't just mastered the 4th form. Looking away, Karen admitted he had learned it just by observing, so it wasn't yet perfect. After the moment of surprise passed, Halo prepared to deliver an order as the head of the family. Upon returning to Azure Sea Fortress, all your external activities will be prohibited for 4 years. During this time, you will focus exclusively on your training. With a hollow gaze, Karen simply obeyed. Seeing such surprising obedience, Halo asked if he had learned anything from the incident. Karen's answer was simple, "I realize that I am still extremely weak." Halo warned him, "A desperate craving for power always invites disaster." Karen reassured his old friend and grandfather, "It isn't because of greed. The demon who attacked the palace left a few words before disappearing." Halo asked what she had said. The words were still fresh in Karen's mind. "She said she would be waiting for me beyond the Northern Sea." This prompted Karen to ask, "My lord, what lies beyond the Northern Sea?" Halo fell silent and looked away. To Halo, Karen was not yet ready to know. Closing the subject, he asked if there was anything else. Karen mentioned that the 6th prince had given him World Tree Dew to heal him, so they couldn't ignore the favor. Halo reminded him, however, that those of Imperial blood were forbidden from learning magic. Although no evidence linked him to the incident, the 6th prince had violated the pact. From now on, he will be under the surveillance of the Sea Wave Knights. With that, Halo turned to leave. Leo tried to warn his grandfather that the 6th prince had helped Karen, but Karen stopped him. Halo ordered the 2 boys to remain with Xerus until the investigations were concluded. Before his grandfather left, Karen raised his hand, mentioning he had one more question, stating he had no place to train. Halo had already prepared something in conjunction with the Imperial Guard. "They will take you there." Karen thanked him, and Halo asked Xerus to continue watching over the boys. Leo tried to tell Karen that the 6th prince had tried to help, but Karen was already aware and revealed, "Grandfather is protecting the 6th prince." Leo didn't understand. Karen broke it down. "Grandfather assigned the Sea Wave Knights to him personally, don't you see? It's protection disguised as surveillance. It's exactly what that Levelio guy wanted. Our family has become his backer." While Leo grew more confused, Karen asked Amy to serve as his guide. "Let's go to the Imperial Guard barracks. I'm curious." Amy frowned, wondering what he was planning. Karen noticed her look and asked if there was a problem. Xerus closed the bedroom door and immediately caught Karen's attention, winking and flashing a smile. "I'll be in your care, Sir Xerus," Karen said. Xerus asked himself the same thing Amy had. What is he planning? In the capital, Tails remarked on how Karen was being praised everywhere. "You must be proud of your son, Pale." Pale, however, slammed the table, his mind fixed on how close he had come to losing his child. "Those rumors don't matter. This is the second time I have almost lost my son." Raphael agreed with Pale and looked down on Tails with disdain. "It seems even the intelligence you boasted so much about was useless." Tails furrowed his brow in irritation. After all, it was Raphael who had bared his claws first. Closing the subject, Pale stood up to leave. Trembling with rage, he swore, "Someone will be held accountable for this." Raphael was the second to rise, bidding Tails farewell. Left alone, Tails realized Karen was no longer just a potential threat. He had become the greatest obstacle to the family's succession. He was even more dangerous than his brother, Raphael. Tails walked to a crystal ball and made it glow, contacting someone. On the other side, the person asked what he wanted. Tails made a request to the elder. The elder replied that the timing was poor, but upon hearing that the matter concerned the family, he decided to join him. "Wait a moment, I will arrive soon." After the contact, Tails looked at the moon through the window. "Karen, soon you two will have to choose whether you will stand by my side or become my enemy." In a room of stone bricks, Karen sat on the floor training his mana. After keeping his eyes closed for a long time, he finished the session and opened them. Even Karen was impressed by the difference in the purity of his mana. It was far beyond what it should naturally be. Now he understood why World Tree Dew was so difficult to obtain. He wondered where Revelio had found something so rare, but remembering it was something only elves could acquire, he thought of Poina. Leaving the room, he told himself he should ask Revelio for more when they next met. Waiting at the door, Leo asked if Karen had finished his training. Upon seeing him, Karen asked if he had been guarding the door to ensure no one disturbed him. Leo, though reluctant to admit it, agreed, as their master had asked him to look after Karen. Changing the subject, Leo acted with an air of superiority. "Regardless, you are my little brother." Karen smiled and gave Leo a few taps on the back. "Compared to when we first met, this is a great improvement, brother." As he followed Karen out of the training area, Leo called out to him and stated, pounding his chest, "Even if I am flawed in many ways, at least I will block a blade flying toward your back." Karen observed Leo's attitude and nodded, leaving him behind. "I know." Leo sighed softly. He knew the profound gap in talent between them, and that Karen would reach heights he could never imagine touching. It was exactly why he wanted to pursue him. Only then could he, in some way, help him. After crossing a tunnel, they arrived at an arena where various warriors were training. With his hands on his hips in an arrogant stance, Karen glanced around while the Imperial guards watched him. Leo quickly alerted his cousin, "Borrowing a training chamber is one thing, but why did we come here?" Karen smirked with his typical malicious smile. "Why do you think we came to the training grounds?" "To train, of course." As Leo continued to worry, Xerus approached the duo. He greeted Leo and Karen, who returned the gesture. Xerus was there to say they had managed to proceed with his request. Karen saw Amy appear from behind Xerus and waved to her. Amy wore a serious expression. "I truly don't understand why you would choose to fight in a situation like this." The protagonist questioned if one even needed a reason for a duel. He walked over to some wooden swords and made a proposal. "If you have the skill to follow in the footsteps of Sir Kane, whom you admire, I want to verify it for myself." He pointed the sword at her, issuing the challenge. Amy was taken aback. Everyone watched her as Karen questioned, "Don't you want to prove yourself in front of all these people?" In response, Amy gripped the hilt of her sword firmly. Karen bowed slightly, thanking her. "That's the spirit. Amy Altura, I challenge you to a duel." Amy returned the gesture. "I accept, Karen Reston." Satisfied, Karen asked if they should begin immediately. As Karen approached the stairs to the arena, Leo wondered what he was thinking. Testing the skills of a recruit in the Imperial Guard's own backyard? This is basically a provocation. Just as Leo thought, all the Royal Knights were already staring at Karen. After clearing some space, Amy and Karen faced each other. He allowed her to strike first. Amy accepted and did not hold back, lunging forward rapidly. Her sword swung horizontally toward Karen's head. However, with a simple movement, he positioned his own sword close to him, blocking the strike. Moving his blade downward, he deflected Amy's attack, throwing her back. Amy was shocked. Karen hadn't even taken a proper stance, yet he deflected her attack so easily. She was even more stunned because she felt something beyond the Imperial swordsmanship, the harang style. With a serious look, Karen asked before attacking, "Is it my turn now?" He lunged at a speed Amy could barely see. Karen leaned low, crouching as he ran with his sword held lateral to his body. Amy placed her sword in front of her to block his strike. The sound of a heavy impact echoed throughout the arena, signaling the end of the battle. Lying on the ground, Amy could see the clear blue sky. Beside her, Karen advised, Get up. Enemies you meet on the battlefield won't wait for you. Amy used her sword as a crutch to pull herself up. I already know that. You don't have to tell me. Burning with courage, Amy lunged once more. Karen gave a slight smile. Her movement was so predictable that he easily dodged and struck her with the hilt of his sword, throwing her off balance. Amy endured the pain and spun her body, aiming a strike at Karen's leg. Karen understood her move was intended to make him lose his footing, but the attack was so easy to read it was as if Amy were throwing her own life away. Before she could even land a hit, Karen struck her in the back, dropping her once again. Karen leaned on his sword, questioning her. If you are defeated before eliminating the enemy, what happens to the person you were supposed to protect? Karen's words echoed throughout the arena. Xeris found himself agreeing. The Imperial sword, whose purpose was to stop the enemies of the Imperial family, was known for ruthless movements aimed at taking the enemy's life. That was why, if you didn't find the opponent's weakness in a single strike, you would lose. However, Xeris could see that Karen's movements using the harang style went beyond that. Leo thought the same, and asked Xeris if Karen's movements didn't seem a bit strange. Xeris praised Leo's insight, confirming he was right. Xeris could see that the swordsmanship Karen was using was neither strictly the Imperial style nor the harang style, it was a fusion of both techniques. Waiting, Karen ordered Amy to get up. Leo asked Xeris why Karen was going so far as to continue the fight. Xeris smiled, sensing that Karen held a grudge against Lady Amy, who unexpectedly seemed to be enjoying the fight as well. Little by little, her movements were improving. Leo watched the combat with a worried gaze. Even bruised and battered, Amy was smiling. After Amy fell for the umpteenth time, Karen asked if that was all she could take. Amy tried to get up but gave up, accepting her defeat. Karen smiled, satisfied. He then looked at the knights outside the arena and challenged them. So, who's next? Leo was startled by the request, and Xeris slapped his own forehead, realizing exactly what his young master intended to do. The knights outside the arena fell silent, some even averting their eyes. A stern voice emerged, challenging him. If you are curious about the swordsmanship of the Imperial Guard, how about facing me? Karen turned to see the owner of the voice and found it was Ryuk Heimer. With a calm gaze, Ryuk offered to fight him. My subordinates need to focus on defending the Imperial Palace. It will be difficult for them to entertain you. Karen hadn't expected to hook such a big fish. If Sir Ryuk intends to teach me a thing or two, I will gladly accept. Ryuk Heimer was about to pick up one of the wooden swords when Karen interrupted. How about a battle with real blades? Ryuk Heimer looked at Xeris while commenting to Karen. You could be gravely injured. Are you sure about this? Xeris simply ignored him, while Karen nodded in agreement. Ryuk wondered why Xeris wasn't stopping the youth. Does he really think the boy has a chance against me? This time, Karen turned to the commander of his house's knights. What happens on the training ground stays on the training ground. That is the rule of Cheong Haishong, isn't it, Sir Xeris? Xeris simply agreed. Confident, Karen rested the wooden sword over his shoulder. Then shall we begin? Despite his uncertainty, Ryuk drew his sword. If you want it that badly, very well. He decided to face the boy and teach a lesson to the young mad dog of the Cheong Haisong. Karen decided to take the first strike and, with a wild smile, lunged forward. The absurd mana the youth carried startled Ryuk. He hurriedly placed his sword in front of his body, blocking guillotine, which exploded into sparks upon the heavy impact. Ryuk Heimer realized that against the harang style, he needed to stay focused. The moment he thought about taking the battle seriously, he saw Karen leap toward him, raising his sword with a dark and piercing gaze. He jumped back hastily to avoid being swallowed by the waves of the attack. As the youth delivered his strike, Ryuk saw an opening and used a thrust to try and end the battle quickly. However, at the last second, he realized Karen was unexpectedly smiling. Ryuk's strike grazed Karen, tearing his skin, but the youth had used the opening as a feint just to make him lose his balance. Karen's counterattack closed in rapidly, and Ryuk realized as he faced it that the movement resembled Imperial swordsmanship. As the battle raged, Xeris watched. He remembered Lady Sabina's words. Calling him a genius is so inadequate it might be an insult. Xeris could feel, watching Karen cross blades with Ryuk, that the 13-year-old was facing the man considered the next commander of the Imperial Guard as an equal. He was even adapting perfectly to his opponent's style. Having defended the attack, Ryuk showed his surprise. How interesting. I never imagined feeling the sword of my seniors in the Imperial Guard coming from you. Ryuk stated he would fight with all his strength from that moment on. Karen was happy to hear it. At that moment, guillotine alerted him. I can feel a malicious intent coming from him, master. Ryuk Heimer raised his sword, and flames erupted around him, gathering on the blade. Karen felt a great shock seeing the technique Ryukheimer used, the moonlight. Karen inwardly praised Ryukheimer for mastering the sixth form of the Imperial Sword Moonlight. If an enemy failed to dodge the hidden sword aura lurking behind the glow of the moonlight, they would be finished. The protagonist circulated energy around himself like a flowing stream. Against the technique charged by Heimer, he unleashed the fifth form of the herring sword, High Tide. A crescent-shaped slash of light erupted from Heimer's blade as he surged forward alongside the strike. The blow closed in rapidly, but Karen prepared to meet it head-on. Moving as if swimming through the water's flow, Karen confronted the strike directly. However, as the waters of High Tide cut through the crescent energy, Karen realized it was a feint. He furrowed his brow, remembering the only person who had ever thought to use such a strategy, Karua. Leo shouted in panic as he realized something had gone wrong. "Karen, dodge!" Ryukheimer spun his body, launching a new crescent of energy toward Karen's back. A massive explosion of clashing powers erupted, startling everyone outside the arena. As the smoke cleared, a muffled cough was heard. Karen was down on one knee, but the sight before them chilled Leo to the bone. Karen was holding Ryukheimer by the throat, asking grimly, "Answer me! Who taught you the moonlight?" As the chaotic energy dissipated, Karen realized the crowd was still watching. He released the Royal Guard Knight, apologizing for taking things too far. Ryukheimer clutched his neck, wondering how a child could possess such monstrous strength. He quickly asked if Karen was all right. Believing the knight was referring to the thrust that had grazed him, Karen reassured him, "I recover quickly." Heimer also apologized for getting too caught up in the heat of the moment. Brushing the apology aside, Karen asked again who had taught him the moonlight. In response, the knight asked how Karen even knew the technique. He couldn't fathom how the boy could know the moonlight of Circaria, one of the last great imperial guards of the past. Karen scratched his head, seeing that Ryuk had answered his question with another question. Before the knight could say more, Karen interrupted with an instruction. "Regarding your moonlight, Sir Ryuk, what if instead of one false moon you used several?" The knight was stunned by the sudden advice. Like an expert, Karen continued, "Or how about using physical strength for the false moons as well?" "Ah, forget it. Did I interfere too much? My apologies." Ryukheimer reassured him and bowed slightly, thanking him for the invaluable tip. Since Ryukheimer was backed by the Marquisate of Diaz, a house hostile to Karen's family, Karen had assumed Ryuk might be another rotten root, but it seemed he was not a bad man. The duel seemed to wake the Imperial Guard from their stupor. The guards began whispering to one another about the feat they had just witnessed. Changing the subject, Karen requested, "Sir Ryuk, though it is not my place to say, I hope you don't let a diamond in the rough go to waste." Ryuk realized he was referring to Amy. It was surprising that the boy was not only giving him tips, but also looking out for Amy's talent. Watching the youth leave the arena, Ryukheimer felt he had been utterly defeated, both in swordsmanship and as a person. Ashamed of the malicious intent he had briefly held against Karen, he stopped him. "Thank you for teaching someone like me, who had so much to learn. I would like to duel you again in the near future." To Ryuk's disappointment, Karen revealed they would only meet again in 4 years. Xeris, standing outside the arena, explained the reason. "By the Lord's orders, Sir Karen will be confined for 4 years. As you know, he has caused many incidents." Despite this, Ryuk expressed his eagerness to see what Karen would achieve in 4 years. Karen returned the sentiment. "In 4 years, I'll be looking forward to seeing how much Sir Ryuk's moonlight has improved." In an isolated area of the castle, a grave conversation was unfolding between Halo, the crown prince, and a third man. The third man remarked, "To think it could hide dark mana. That is why the detection magic failed." Curious, Halo questioned the crown prince on why the ducal house of Salmon was not participating. The crown prince revealed that they were preoccupied with the issue of refugees from the war against the southern kingdom. Halo reminded him that the deserters who attacked the Bellis barony were also from the south. The situation was delicate. The crown prince stated the Imperial Guard was investigating, but they needed time. Halo shook his head in dissatisfaction. Even if the dark mana could be hidden, a verified identity would be required to enter the palace. He ensured neither the prince nor the third man would forget a vital fact. The body of the young lady of the Viscount Tillsman family, whose identity the succubus stole, was found on the outskirts of the capital 2 hours ago. Halo looked directly at the man beside him. "Tillsman? Aren't they strongly linked to your family, Kieran?" The man reminded the Duke they were in the Imperial Palace, and that he was also a head of a family, requesting that Halo use polite honorifics. Kieran Diaz admitted the Tillsman family was close to his own, but insisted the Diaz family had no connection to the incident. Halo didn't argue, already knowing how the Diaz family operated, and stated he was merely asking for cooperation. His gaze turned dark as he warned them. "Not only did a demon appear in the Imperial Palace, but my grandsons nearly died twice during this trip. Karen and Leo are our future, yet some rat has infiltrated the palace and its supporters. They tried to ruin the future of House Reston. Halo's fury was so immense it made the palace walls tremble. Even the crown prince remained silent. Eorn, the crown prince, had visited his father on his deathbed, and the emperor had given him a strict command. Make absolutely sure never to irritate Duke Halo. You must not make him an enemy. Do not forget my words, my son. Suddenly, Halo declared that starting that day, 4 squads of Harang knights would remain stationed at the palace. The prince asked if that was truly necessary, but Halo ignored him, stating he had already discussed it with the emperor. Hearing that Halo had gone over his head to speak with his father, Eorn was startled. Halo crossed his arms. My grandsons will visit the palace regularly for the investigation. Though this is conducted on sacred ground, we will find the culprit and hold them accountable. It may take time, but no one will be exempt from the investigation. He looked around and concluded, even if it is someone with royal blood flowing through their veins. Feeling the direct threat, the crown prince finished the meeting by grinding his teeth in fury. As the meeting adjourned, Kieran grew even more worried. With the end of that session, the 50 years of peace that had reigned over the kingdom had also come to an end. One night, a grand residence revealed only a few lights switched on, reflecting a mellow atmosphere. Karen's grandparents gathered at a table for a drink. Halo felt it had been a long time since he had shared a drink with Gale. The same was true for Gale. It would be good if we could meet more often. Both you and I have been busy lately. Despite this being true, Halo surprised Gale by saying they would see each other more frequently from now on. With a furrowed brow, Gale questioned if he was referring to the investigation into the incident. Halo struck the table with a rigid expression. The Reston family will exert an even greater influence in the capital from this moment forward. Upon discovering that Pale would be in charge of this role, Gale was even more surprised. Halo reminded Gale that he himself knew Pale's abilities well. Due to family tradition, Pale had been kept in Cheonghaseong, but among all the sons, he was the most ideal for the task. Gale frowned slightly, asking why Halo was telling him this, and was even more startled by the response. You too. I would like you to dedicate your strength to this. Gale smiled faintly, as this was not something Halo would normally ask. Don't you know better than anyone that this goes against my principles? As he poured the drink, Halo reminded Gale that because of the incident, Karen had nearly lost his life. Much like Halo's furious emotions, the wine overflowed from the glass as he thought out loud. In order for Pale to obtain the strength to protect his son, he needs your help. Thinking about what he could do, Gale asked if Karen would also remain in the capital. Halo shook his head, stating that he would return to the fortress and enter confinement for 4 years. To Halo, the youth was clever and would understand his intentions. Gale understood as well. The confinement was merely training in disguise. Seeing that Halo truly intended to make Karen grow properly, Gale finished his wine and reached a conclusion. If there is anything you need, just say it. Halo thanked Gale for understanding and, pouring him another drink, extended the conversation through the rest of the night. The following day seemed equally peaceful. At a tailor shop, Luhan discovered that Karen would be returning home. Karen confirmed the news, revealing he wouldn't be able to visit the capital for some time. He was there to request that, when the clothes were finished, they be sent to the Azure Sea Fortress. Luhan was happy to help. Since they were on the subject, Karen asked him to also prepare an outfit for his coming-of-age ceremony. Luhan guaranteed he would do his best. Suddenly, Amy appeared at the door of the tailor shop looking for Karen. There you are. Despite her exhaustion, she approached. Hugo, who was with them, was surprised. Karen flashed a wide smile as he asked how Amy was. I held back that day so you wouldn't get hurt too badly. Despite the bandages, Amy thumped her chest, showing she had recovered. That was nothing! However, the simple gesture made her wince in pain once again. Changing the subject, Karen asked when she would pay him back for the meal. Confident, Amy stated she would pay soon, revealing she was being promoted. Sir Ryuk said he's going to train me personally. Amy's comment brought surprise to both Karen and Leo. Karen sighed, asking if she intended to gradually join his faction. Amy denied it hastily, revealing that Duke Halo had also agreed to be her sponsor. With a serious look, she bowed her head. I wanted to truly find you and thank you, Sir Karen. Thank you very much. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. A friendship was formed, and Karen invited her to come to Azure Sea Fortress once she reached the 6-star mark. Karen smiled, maliciously planning to put her through intense training to learn the moonlight skill. Amy said her goodbyes, preparing to leave. Karen and Leo also bid her farewell as they needed to prepare for their departure. Before they left, the tailor interrupted and called out to Karen. Luhan had something he wanted to give him. He showed a small wooden box containing a brooch belonging to Sir Kane. He revealed that Kane had asked for the brooch to be repaired, but did not live long enough to come back for it. Karen took the brooch and asked curiously why Luhan was giving it to him. Luhan replied without hesitation, I saw his image in you, Sir Karen. I think Sir Kane would want me to give this to you. Karen remarked that Amy might be sad about not receiving the brooch, but Luhan believed that every object had an appropriate owner, and Amy would understand. Accepting the brooch, Karen gave his thanks. When Karen pinned the red sword brooch to his chest, he asked with a smile, "So, do you think it suits me?" Luhan saw Kane's image once more and remembered him saying those exact same words. "So, brat, do you think it suits me?" Emotions surged within the old tailor. "Of course, it suits you very well." As they left the tailor shop following Hugo, Leo asked Karen if there was something strange going on. Leo felt that people had been staring at them for some time. Karen looked to the side and saw a small group gathered, watching them without understanding why. Someone who could explain appeared. "You're a celebrity now." Looking back, Karen saw the sixth prince. Revelio, followed by several knights, commented, "The rumor that you defeated Sir Ryuk in a duel has spread to every corner. You defeated the man said to be the next commander of the knights. Of course, everyone is going to stare at you." Sunset was already approaching when they went to a park. Revelio sat between the two boys, throwing his arms over their shoulders. "You're heading to the fortress tomorrow, right? 4 years of confinement? It seems Duke Halo is fond of you." Irritated, Karen tried to pull Revelio's hand off him, though he couldn't budge it. With a provocative look, the prince reminded Karen that he had given him the world tree due and asked him to be a little kinder. Karen clicked his tongue, stating he would have refused if he knew the prince would keep bragging about it. Insisting on the matter, Revelio asked if Karen knew he had only defeated Sir Ryuk thanks to him. Standing before the garden bench, Hugo watched the two, the madman of the Imperial Palace and the mad dog of Azure Sea Fortress. The combination was enough to make anyone dizzy. He wondered how the two could act so carefree while being watched. The sixth prince suddenly called out to Hugo, "As a member of the royal family, I have always been grateful to the Reston family. I hope you understand." Hugo bowed to the prince, stating he was merely doing his duty. Irritated, Karen reminded him that Revelio should be thanking him. "I'm the one who saved you from that demon thing." Hugo looked briefly at the prince. Contrary to the rumors, he seemed to act like a decent human being. After annoying Karen a bit more, Revelio stood up, stretching. "I think I should head back to the Imperial Palace soon." He extended his hand to Karen. 4 years. I hope you do even greater things 4 years from now." Karen looked at the outstretched hand for a moment and shook it as he stood up. "I hope you become the biggest bastard in the Imperial Palace too, brother prince." It was with this agreement sealed between Karen and Revelio that Hugo thought he might have slightly misjudged his evaluation. Followed by the Imperial guards, Revelio smiled discreetly, thanking Karen inwardly. Thanks to him, he no longer had to worry about being attacked in the palace. Karen also figured it was time to go back. Time to get ready for confinement. Gale's household wept bitterly as they bid farewell to Karen. He leaned halfway out of the carriage window, waving goodbye to everyone. Leo questioned Karen, asking if he truly had no complaints about being placed in isolation. Karen sighed lightly and returned the question. "Brother, didn't you realize during this trip to the capital just how many strong people there are in this world? We truly need to become stronger." From the front of the carriage, Xerus overheard them and interjected, "And would someone who knows that cause all that trouble?" Karen fumed with rage, grabbing the back of Xerus's seat. "Sir, why don't you travel in a separate carriage? Do you really want to annoy me while we travel together?" Xerus, however, revealed he had been ordered to ensure they didn't cause any trouble while passing through Tebe, the Bellis barony and Pale's territory. With gritted teeth, Karen asked if he was speaking specifically about him. Xerus teased him, praising Karen's intuition, and told him to stay quiet since his confinement had essentially already begun. Thus, the group departed from the Imperial City, their carriage flanked by knights of the Sea Wave Guard. By sunset, they met with the mayor of the technological city. The mayor of Tebe opened his arms happily to welcome Karen and Leo, inviting them inside for dinner. Karen thanked him but stated he had something else he needed to attend to. After their greetings, they bid farewell and headed elsewhere. Karen and Leo were accompanied by Xerus. When they reached an alley, a hooded figure remarked, "I didn't expect to see you again." Pulling back the hood, Julio revealed himself. He greeted the young masters and bowed, asking how Xerus was. With a thin smile, Xerus returned the greeting. "You've worked hard, Julio." Julio's words remained polite. "It was nothing compared to the kindness you showed me, sir." Changing the subject, Julio led the way. Poina was already waiting for them. In the underground office, the elf gathered for tea with the boys and thanked Karen for fulfilling her request. Karen quickly tried to correct her. "I think you've misunderstood. I didn't become friends with that guy, got it?" Leo tried to stop Karen, but Poina didn't mind. What mattered was that Rio had gained a reliable protector. One of Poina's subordinates brought out a box, a gift for Karen. Inside was apple wine. While Karen nearly drooled at the thought of the wine, Poina asked him to continue looking out for Rio. Karen was won over. Since Lady Poina is asking, I'll do it. The elf smiled gently at his response. After saying their goodbyes, Karen and Leo enjoyed the rest of the night and waited for the train the following morning. After a short journey, Baron Rohan was there to receive them. Rohan Bellis was now a baron following his father's retirement. Karen was impressed by the power he now wielded. Rohan scratched his head sheepishly. Karen knew he should be happy after gaining a title and a mine full of wealth. Rohan thanked the Reston family, and believing they were tired, led the way. They passed through the city to a district of mana crystal development shops, created with the support of Azure Sea Fortress. He also thanked Lady Poina of the Caligo Trading Company, as they had managed to hire skilled artisans through her. The Baron presented 2 mana stones, a gift for Leo and Karen. Seeing the quality of the stones, Karen imagined they could be sold for a high price. He grabbed them hastily. My wallet is going to be happy thanks to this, don't you think? Rohan Bellis sighed lightly while Xeris looked on in embarrassment. Karen was the same as ever. As Leo and Karen walked along admiring the mana stones, which looked like diamonds, Xeris apologized to Rohan on their behalf. The Baron didn't think it was an issue. Even after those dangerous events, it's good to see you are still your usual self, Sir Karen. He was simply happy to see the boys enjoying themselves. Upon arriving at the city governed by his father, Karen hugged his mother. Leo approached, politely greeting his aunt. Karen's mother stepped toward Leo, and a sudden tension seemed to arise. Leo lowered his head, avoiding her gaze, aware of the trouble his parents had caused. However, she didn't seem to harbor any resentment. Patting the young man's head, she welcomed him. Welcome, Leo. It's good to see you are healthy. Startled, Leo nearly blushed and thanked his aunt. Pale welcomed Karen, happy for his return and relieved to have his son back safely. 2 weeks later at the Azure Sea Fortress, a meeting was held. While most of the city slept, Halo delivered Karen's confinement order. When asked if he had any objections, Karen simply shook his head. I will humbly accept the decision of the head of the family. After Karen accepted, Halo allowed him to leave the office and ordered Hugo, Leon, and Leo to accompany him. Remaining in the room, Tails asked if the Lord had separate commands for them. Before his 3 sons, Halo revealed, from this day forward, the family's diplomatic affairs will be entrusted to Pale. The 3 brothers, including Pale, were shocked. Raphael grew heated. Head of the family? Pale hasn't even awakened his mana. You want to entrust such an important role to him? Halo stood up, asking if that was truly what Raphael thought. Raphael answered without hesitation. Yes, this is unacceptable. Tails joined the argument, stating he shared the same opinion. This decision has no precedent. Despite this, Halo reminded them, however, the problems our family is facing also have no precedent. Fury took hold of Halo as he thundered, who is it that secures the majority of the family's available assets? Who is the person the nobles of the entire empire trust? Mana overflowed violently from Halo. Is there anything else to say about Pale's achievements outside the fortress? Halo decided to question the man responsible directly. Pale stepped forward as his name was called. With authority, Halo warned him and asked, this is a position in which you will wield great power. With it comes great responsibility. Will you accept? Faced with such a question, Pale wavered momentarily, the words catching in his throat. Looking at the night landscape through the window, Karen and Leo heard a woman's voice approaching. I heard you got hurt in the capital. Are you feeling better? Upon hearing her cousin's question, Karen felt it. Yes, I ate a lot, so I'm better now. Scratching her head, she smiled, revealing that she wanted to have a duel. Cousin Ryan's eyes fell on Karen, with a strong mana overflowing in her gaze. We could use real swords. What do you think? The look she carried did not seem to contain hostility, so Karen tried to think of what to say. One day, he had asked Mistress Sabina if Hugo was the most talented on the continent. How can we judge? Sister Ryan, waving her hand to dismiss the thought, young Lady Sabina revealed that she lacked talent in mana training, but also praised, if we only judge her fencing, she could even be on par with her brother. Noticing Lady Sabina's acknowledgement of Hugo's sister, the protagonist smiled slightly, attracting Leo's attention. He accepted. The duel for the sister, known in the South as a bandit hunter. Requesting a duel with real swords is certainly an honor. However, he dodged the duel, remembering, I'm not sure if Sir Geras would allow that. However, Sister Ryan realized that this would be a problem, as Sir Geras had left the fortress to go to the North Sea. Karen remembered that this was where Mistress Sabina had gone since Geras could not allow the duel at the moment. Ryan revealed she was thinking of asking their grandfather to permit the duel. As the two conversed, the door opened with Tails approaching. He called 3 people, Hugo, Ryan, come with me, and Karen. Thanks to her achievements in the capital, the family's reputation grew. But remember, if you become complacent, even a well-built tower can collapse. I will be watching. He left, taking the 2 children with him and leaving the warning behind. Since I would have to go with father, Cousin Rian said goodbye. Next time we will definitely cross swords. Raphael stayed with his brother and warned, now that the fire is at his feet, he seems to be in a hurry. Confused, Polly asked why he was telling him this now. With a cynical smile, Raphael responded that he was different from their older brother. I consider Karen to be like my own son. Raphael looked at his son Leo and Karen together and placed a hand on Polly's shoulder. These two also get along like true brothers, don't they? So getting closer to him wouldn't be a bad idea either. Raphael calmly revealed that he understood his brother didn't believe in his sincerity, but reminded him, in the end, you and I will join our forces. The father fell silent and watched his brother leave, taking son Leo with him. Seeing the father's worried look, Karen asked if he was okay. Karen placed her hands on her son's shoulders, assuring him, your father will definitely protect you. Will you? Trust your father? He asked, looking pressured. Karen reassured her father by agreeing, of course I will. The night passed quickly, just like the years. Around the city, numerous constructions continued as a car drove through a district. The person inside looked at the surroundings, commenting, the city is full of life. In just 2 years, the Ager Wall, which was always isolated, has become the center of the northern economic region. Rohan Belos praised Mr. Gay, with the man by his side. The man who wore a monocle was also aware of the work Gay was having to deal with. Speaking of Karen's grandfather, Belos remembered the young man. All the changes happened after I met Lord Karen. How much he has changed after all this time. 2 years have passed already, I'm looking forward to it. While he was lost in thought, the car arrived at a large castle. A tall, blonde young man was waiting for the Baron, arms crossed. He asked, did you bring what I asked for? The Baron, nodded and took a box. Delivering the ride that today was as high as he was himself upon seeing the 21-year-old drink, Carol eagerly grabbed it, greeting it. Instead of the Baron, I'm so happy to see you even after all these years. The Baron noticed that Carol remained the same, only her body had grown. Remembering that the Baron was there to see his father, Karen decided to guide him, humming along. He informed the Baron that he would take him the faster way. Just when the Baron thought Karen had matured, the young man smiled mischievously at him. I usually don't guide anyone, but I'll do it in exchange for something special. You got that? Sometime later, the Baron finally reached Pale's office, where books and documents piled up all around. Pale revealed that he had sent Karen to receive him since he was busy. I hope my son wasn't rude. Karen responded for the Baron, laughing, of course I wasn't, Dad. Pale approached, asking the Baron to sit down, and promptly asked how the processing of magical stones was going, revealing that business was good. The Baron, however, revealed the problem they had in ensuring that good craftsmen continued working with them. Pale didn't blame him, as they were top-tier specialists, and there were always better proposals coming up for them. Likewise, no family would want to give up their own technicians. Confused, Karen wondered why they should worry about this and offered them a solution. If it's hard to find them within the Empire, just look outside it. Pale and the Baron were surprised. Karen's father, confused, asked what his son meant. Karen reminded his father that the southern kingdoms were in the midst of a war. Bailey managed to understand. Do you want to bring technicians from the southern empires? Karen nodded with a smile. Exactly. There are many people who want to escape the war and go somewhere else. Wouldn't it be enough to promise them safety and better benefits? The Baron warned that the southern kingdoms, they wouldn't easily release them either. They were valuable specialists to them. Carol wanted them taken from the Southern Empire secretly, using the chaos of war. Pio crossed his arms, thinking that persuading the technicians themselves would be another problem. To this, Carol provided a premeditated solution. What if someone from the main lineage of our family, with a solid position in the Empire, personally visited them? Huffing, Piley warned his son, don't even think about leaving while you are in confinement. Calmly, Karen asserted that he wouldn't need to worry about going personally. Confused, his father asked, who then would they send? With a sly smile, Baron reminded him, there's my cousin, who only lives off others, right? The Baron looked at Mr. Pei, who could think of the serious problems this could cause. In the end, a decision was made. At dusk, a discreet carriage was prepared for departure. Leo, with a somber look, still didn't understand why he was being sent. Carol reassured him, don't worry so much, Sister Ryan will join you in the south, and Hans will also go with you, right? Hans was already stretching, preparing to board the carriage along with other guards. It's been a while since I've been on a mission. I'm looking forward to this one. Soon, the carriage took them to the train station that would soon depart for Tebe. Before Leo left, Carol reminded him of the plan. Register as a mercenary in Tebe first, and then depart from there, reminding him that Leo would continue to receive missions while he remained in confinement. Carol said goodbye one last time. We'll meet again in 2 years. Stay strong, brother, don't get hurt. With a smile and a thumbs up, Carol encouraged Leo's departure. The young man smiled slightly and bid farewell. We'll meet again even stronger. Carol. Leo boarded the train that departed quickly, and while at the station, Carol ended up noticing the presence of red hair. Leo's mother noticed that he had acknowledged her presence and turned to leave, giving her a slight nod. Karen asked, before she departed, "Do you think he's being assigned dangerous missions because of me?" "Well, that's true. It can't be denied. Still, wait, your son is going to become a pride for the Blue Fortress." And so, he noted Leo's journey to the southern realms for his training. Karen left for an area outside the fortress, to the house in the garden of Sabina's law. A guard approached, looking for him. "Young master, the head of the household is looking for you." However, the man did not hear any response. Confused, he approached the door, looking for Karen. The door suddenly swung open, startling the man. As he stepped out of the wooden house, Karen looked much taller. He spoke to the wind, unaware of the man's presence, trying to recall the passage of time. "It's the first time I've stepped out in a year." Kieran eventually noticed the man kneeling on the ground, trembling, in fear. Quickly, the guard relayed the message to Kieran about the family leader looking for him. The protagonist received the news with surprise and immediately headed for the fortress, followed by the guard. In his room, Halo served 2 drinks while commenting, "In the last 4 years, not only the Empire's situation, but the whole continent has changed significantly, following the interrogation of the Imperial Guard who was behind the attack on the palace. It is said that beings from the darkness are beginning to appear all over the continent." Taking one of the drinks for himself, he continued revealing the state of chaos that the continent was in. This was the reality that Karen, before him, would have to face. Serving the other drink to his grandson, he asked, "So Karen, what accomplishments have you made during your confinement? The light blue mana within you indicates that you are ready." Accepting the drink handed by his grandfather, Karen replied, "If I wasn't ready, you wouldn't have ended my confinement, head of the household." Halo furrowed his brow. Slightly sighing, the attitude that Karen carried with him, as well as his way of responding, had not changed. Leaning against his own desk, Hilo asked if there was anything Karen wanted to do. The young man promptly stated, "I want to leave the fortress." After he had stayed at home for 4 years, Hilo could understand why he wanted to leave. Accepting his grandson's request, he announced that he would find him a mission. With a hint of excitement in his eyes, Karen thanked him. Karen then left to meet someone else. A desk full of books and documents was the first thing he saw. Behind the desk was his father, whom he hadn't seen since the last year. Karen could sense how much his father was still busy with work, yet Paley reassured him, "I'm doing this for a reason." Changing the subject, Paley expressed how surprised he was by his son's progress. Reaching rank 6 at this age? They say no one since the founder has achieved such a level this early. That's impressive. Caro, the young man scratched his head, unsure how to respond to his father's compliments. Excited, Bailey asked what his son's future plans were. He revealed that he was going on a mission, thus he could leave the fortress. Before leaving, however, he wanted to receive what he had asked his father for. Paolo pulled a black card with a golden face from his pocket. "Here is the payment power of attorney certificate that you requested." Paolo told his son to thank Leo for succeeding in the mission 2 years ago. This was the money they managed to profit thanks to him. Since the money deposited on the card belonged to Karen, Bailey left it up to him to spend it as he wished. Still, he reminded him, "This is the result of the effort of our house and the entire barony of Belus." Laughing again, Karen thanked and agreed with his father. Karen's response had been good enough, but he still wasn't sure if his son had understood what he meant. Suddenly, someone barged into the room, crashing the door. "I apologize for interrupting this moment of father and son, but if your confinement has ended, you should have told that great-uncle too." Karen was shocked to see the third elder of the family. Pale smiled awkwardly upon seeing his own uncle. Pio's uncle rushed toward Karen, placing his large, muscular arm over his shoulder to embrace him. Well, when we were alone, you agreed to call me young grandfather." Releasing his nephew, the elder revealed, "I came here to deliver Karen's mission." The elders unanimously decided what mission he would receive. Karen scratched his neck, waiting for the third elder, Uric Lestern, to hand him the mission. Reading a document, Uric revealed that the mission had been a request from the south. The elders were against Karen's return to the stronghold because of all the trouble he had caused, but after all his achievements during the refinement, they began to treat him with tenderness. According to Uric, people from the south had detected monster activity in the border region between the Kingdom of Chaos and the Sacred Kingdom. Because of this, they requested that forces with good knowledge of the region's geography be sent immediately. Uric wanted to personally hand over Karen's mission because he was one of those who liked the young man the most. Uric was someone who valued strength above all. It was even surprising to believe that he was Halo's brother, as their personalities were completely opposite. Confused by the mission, Karen questioned, Doesn't this seem like something the elders would need a full meeting to decide? If it were a normal monster subjugation, it has been routine lately. Yurik laughed upon hearing Karen's analysis. As expected, sharp as ever. This is not a common mission. Yurik revealed that, as the young man had already suspected, there was a big problem. Karen, have you ever heard the name Karya Act? Karen was startled by the name mentioned by Yurik. The reaction he displayed betrayed to the elder that he already knew about them. Karen frowned. The gentleman claimed to know that this was one of the powerful squads that had fought alongside Sir Kane, albeit confusedly. Bailey questioned, but wasn't it recorded 50 years ago that all of them were eliminated in the Imperial Palace? Yurik agreed that this was how the story was told. However, he now revealed that Halo had spared some of them, despite strong opposition to the idea. Thanks to this, the methods of cultivation and Imperial swordsmanship were passed down to the Imperial Guard. A drop of sweat trickled down Karen's face, imagining that more people had survived besides Karya. Yurik, however, warned, nevertheless, since they were all imbued with the dark mana of the Dark Emperor, they were only allowed to live hidden under the family's watch. But they had done so until Karya's traces vanished from the south some time ago. He revealed, coincidentally, that the area where Karya had disappeared was precisely the one mentioned in the mission. The elder handed the IAEA true mission to Karen after going south and joining Leo and Ryon. Subjugate the monsters and search for Karya's traces. The protagonist nodded, already planning to do so. Additionally, he warned, be very careful not to get involved with the fanatics of the Holy Kingdom of the South. It's obvious what Karya's existence meant to them. Karen and Pale were left alone in the room, but only to return a second later asking, did you understand the mission? Karen nodded. Yes, little grandfather. A large train was traveling down the road that cut through the mountains. Inside the train, Kiran was organizing some thoughts and information. Luke's moonlight had indeed been learned from Karya. His very existence was a secret, so he couldn't mention it. The little man thought about the Holy Kingdom. He truly wished to avoid being dragged into the issues involving the fanatics, planning to hide his identity by using a mercenary disguise in Tibet. Karen reminded himself to be even more careful. Suddenly, the sword possessed by Karen alerted him. If this worries you, try using that jewel you obtained. Irritated, Karen commanded it to stop reading his thoughts. He had received, through the butler Heinrich, a gift from the head of the family. He initially thought it was just an ordinary jewel, but the sword corrected him. How can you be so dense? Pour mana into the jewel, you stupid master. Imagine the armor you want. Karen questioned why he would need to think about armor at all. With the sword's insistence, he obeyed, wondering what was so special about the jewel. As soon as Karen did as instructed, a great blue glow flooded the private room, illuminating even the train corridor. Karen was surprised to see the armor he wore. Even the sword was impressed. Is this the hut, the armor of Israel? Rollo truly values you, giving you the hut, the pinnacle of ancestral technology. Karen looked at the armor that could freely change shape and thought it was great. Concerned, however, he asked if the armor could talk just like the sword. Proudly, it declared, of course the armor cannot. Only I can do that because I am special. With the discussion between the two, the train continued its journey towards Thebes. Night was approaching as Karen arrived at the final destination of his trip. On the streets, several homeless people slept, while others ran begging for something to eat. After days of hunger, the refugees were scattered across all areas, causing concern among everyone. Karen silently observed the situation until someone called out to him. A hooded man approached, revealing his identity. Julio felt honored to see that the young lord still remembered him after so long. The two walked towards the town hall. Upon discovering that Karen would disguise himself as a mercenary, the man understood the reason, as the southern kingdoms had sealed their borders. Karen questioned why they had gone to the town hall. Shouldn't they be going to Caligo's hideout? To Karen's surprise, he discovered that Chief Grind and Lady Poina were in a business meeting. The mayor and the elf were standing in front of a map, discussing the development of certain areas. Upon entering the main room, Karen quickly remarked, I heard the mayor and a leader from the underworld were conducting business. So, it's true? With a mischievous look, he asked them, aren't these shady dealings? Stammering in surprise upon seeing Karen, the mayor was quick to assert that they were only conducting legal business. Because of the war, refugees are appearing in droves. We need many things to accommodate them, like work and even housing. Poina explained that the situation was the same for Caligo. If they are my people, I need to feed them, even if they are refugees, of course, always through legitimate business, Carlos reassured, as he couldn't care less. I honestly didn't plan to question them about this, well, unless it involves information about the southern realms. Poina understood what he meant, and pointing her finger commented, that's why you need a mercenary identification. But why are you trying to go south? You know they are at war. Karen did not respond. Instead, he cast a glance at the mayor. Green understood the look directed at him and prepared to leave. All right. I have other matters to attend to. You can speak freely. Poina then established a soundproof barrier, informing Karen that they were now safe. The young man revealed that the mission was nothing important. I'm going south to deal with monsters. Surprised, Poina asked if that was all he needed. Karen requested something more. I need information on an 8-star knight operating in the K's kingdom. He probably goes by a pseudonym. Poina speculated that someone of that caliber should be known, but just this information wouldn't be enough to find him. Upon hearing it would be difficult, Karen insisted. That's why I came to talk to you, Lady Poina. He may be hiding in the great southern forest, right? The elf smiled slightly, understanding that Karen needed the help of her people. The great southern forest belonged to the elves, so it would be the best option to ask for assistance. Poina agreed, but warned, even for me, persuading them won't be easy. My people do not like humans. You will need to earn their trust first. The protagonist was confused by the instruction, but decided to follow Poina's plan. On horseback, he traveled to the city of Rebim. As he passed through it, he entered a great forest while muttering about Poina. She really has a knack for making people work for her. Before Karen left, the elf had revealed that she had eliminated all the underground trade in Tabe and the surrounding areas. However, the South was still outside of her area of influence. Because of this, traders who treated people as commodities began to gather in Rebem. Poina explained that, with the chaos of war, it would be much easier to establish themselves in the city. According to the information she had recently obtained, even elves were being hunted. Karen processed the information she conveyed and was surprised. Don't tell me you want me to go there. Poina then gave him a mission, to rescue the elves. Indignant, Karen questioned her. Can't you see I'm alone? What am I supposed to do? In response to Karen's complaint, she teased, This is too much, even for the young wolf of the Blue Sea Castle. No, you have become a real wolf now. I thought you would run even more freely. He bit the corner of his mouth, unable to counter the elf's words, but tried to obtain something in return. If you make me a subspace bag, I might consider going. Snorting at the demand, she reminded him of how much time and money it took to create something like that. Since she did not accept the first proposal, Karen asked for something else, then simply offered me a dew from the world tree. Upon hearing an even more absurd request, Poina sighed and ended up accepting the first one, with pride and confidence. Karen boasted about the accomplishment. At the edge of the forest, a mercenary discreetly approached the guards surrounding the city entrance. A guard raised his hand, ordering, Halt! Show your identification. The person handed over the identification, proving to be a legitimate mercenary. The guard asked where he was going, and the hooded man revealed he was headed to the Kais kingdom. The guard was impressed and warned him, You are heading to purgatory. He let the mercenary enter and cautioned him not to cause trouble, so they wouldn't need to meet again. As Karen entered the city, he could see how the entire territory, being on the border, had a strong military presence. With the number of troops present, public order was maintained without difficulty. Karen took the horse into the city while looking for a place to stay. When night fell, all the mercenaries present began to head to the bars. One of the places where they gathered to drink was intensely lively, full of conversations and commotion. A hooded mercenary entered the bar, approached a bald man and asked, May I sit near you? The bald man, who wore an eye patch with the only eye he had left, glanced at the mercenary beside him and mocked, You have strange taste. There are several other empty places. The disguised mercenary warned him, Don't get the wrong idea, Kobler. I only like beautiful things. The bald man, named Kobler, almost got up when recognized, but remained seated and watched the young man. By his appearance, he said, You look like a noble disguised as a mercenary. Is there any reason to seek me out? Karen affirmed to the man, I heard you deal with elves. Surprised, Kobler addressed the matter quietly. Elves are not something easy to come by. Winking at Kobler and smiling behind the mask, Karen searched for something under the cloak. They are hard to come by. Well, that's not enough. Karen showed the man his black and gold card, leaving the book open. Kobler quickly set about responding as he wished. It's possible, but if you don't mind. Karen understood that the man wanted to verify if the card was real and tossed it to him. Kobler grabbed the card carefully, as if it were worth more than life itself. Karen glared at him coldly. Her mana overflowed in the form of a threat. For making me waste my time, you will pay the price for it. Kobler realized that being overly suspicious would not profit him. The two proceeded to a dark house. Inside, one could hear Karen's demand. Aren't you going to open the door? It was opened by the protagonist, who kicked the merchant inside. With an icy look, he stared at the man on the floor. Are you planning to make me waste my precious time again? Kobler, having verified that the bank certificate was real, knew that money would not be a problem. He would just have to endure this humiliation for a little longer, even though he couldn't believe the noble had hit him just to check if the card was real. Kobler hurried to obey. Karen ordered, "Quick, unless you want to suffer again." Kobler stood up quickly and led Karen to a secret passage. There was a long, underground tunnel where Kobler asked if they should proceed. When they left the tunnel, they emerged in a secret village surrounded by gigantic trees. Mercenaries walked back and forth as Kobler guided the buyer. "The floor is dirty. Watch where you step." While looking around, Karen heard Kobler say, "My trade is very different compared to other places. We manage our goods with strict and systematic control." As Kobler spoke, a large man introduced himself. "Hello, boss. Good morning." Upon seeing the subordinate named Dale, Kobler asked with concern how he was. Holding one of his wrists, Dale assured that he felt better after visiting the doctor the boss had recommended. Armando slightly furrowed his brow, waiting for the two to finish their conversation. Thus, the leader of this underworld resumed guiding Karen down the street. Amidst the mud, Karen asked curiously, after witnessing Kobler's care for his subordinates, "A merchant like you, full of compassion? This is the first time I've seen that. Do you treat everyone you capture like this?" Kobler scratched his bald head, showing a faint smile, explaining that those under his custody were treated more like goods than anything worse. Everything was done to maintain a good rating from consumers. Realizing that he had never formally introduced himself, the bald man did so. "I am Kobler, owner of the Human Resources Agency." Karen couldn't believe that Kobler had the nerve to call a prisoner shop that. Kobler was not offended, but corrected him. "That's how we live in Raven. We value quality over quantity." Getting straight to the point, Karen questioned how he searched for prisoners. Kobler did not want to explain, as it was a trade secret, but as soon as he was threatened by Karen, he decided to reveal it. According to Kobler, they captured those who escaped from other trade centers. There, they taught skills and trained them, then directed them to compatible clients. Karen, up to that moment, had realized something. The other trading centers won't just sit idle, and your subordinates don't seem strong either. Kobler tried to ease the young man's concern, revealing that the soldiers of the city lord took turns to protect them. Confused, Karen asked how such a thing was possible. Kobler saw no other option but the most obvious one. "I paid the highest tributes to the Lord." Finding out that the Lord of Raven was involved put him on alert as he followed Kobler out of the village and through the forest. Karen wondered, in doubt, "What is this guy? A trader of prisoners who educates them and helps them find jobs? I've never heard anything like that before." Kobler felt a shiver as he realized he was being watched from behind. After a few more steps, Kobler pointed to an area between the trees. "We arrived, but ahead was a wall surrounding a wooded area, and beyond it, a strong light, as if there were a small civilization." The trader revealed, "That's where our auction house is." Carol did not proceed further and reminded the man, "You know I'm only looking for side deals, right?" Kobler was surprised, not expecting that remark. As soon as he heard the young lord assert that he might want to invest in his trade, Kobler felt excited and honored. However, he stated cautiously, "But in this business, we need to build trust." Kobler ended up being more cautious than Karen had imagined. The protagonist placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, frightening the trader. The protagonist warned him, "You don't even recognize the mercy of being kept alive." The bald man's body trembled completely, not understanding what was happening with the man in front of him. First, he had offered him investment. Now, a threat was coming with a sword in hand. Karen questioned whether he still needed trust. Kobler quickly retreated, accepting to follow as the young man wanted. Karen then ordered the trader to guide him. As they approached the main gate, Kobler waved to the guards. "Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen." The guards were surprised, as that was not a place for him to be. Kobler politely stated that he was escorting a distinguished guest. Still, the guard did not accept visitors without an invitation. Kobler called one of them to a private corner, whispering that the client possessed a black card. Upon hearing that the young man had money, the soldier knocked on the large wooden gate, calling someone while he waited. Karen mentally cursed him for making him lose time. Observing the guards, Karen frowned, as they seemed different from Kobler's subordinates. They were more trained, like knights of heaven. The gates were opened, and a man in a red suit presented himself behind the mask. He looked at Karen and extended his hand. "I am Noor, the person responsible for this place. May I check your card?" Karen handed over the card, but warned, releasing a powerful aura. "You can, but you will have to pay for making me lose time." Hearing that phrase again sent shivers down Kobler's spine. Inside the territory, there was a large auction house. Guests and nobles spread out among the boxes, wearing masks so they wouldn't be recognized, receiving cold drinks and even massages. Arriving at one of the boxes, Karen huffed, "What a damn circus!" From where he stood, he looked at the auditorium and remembered the past, Karen's previous life. As Kane later, it had been tough. From a young age, he had to fight for his survival, with a sword in one hand and shackled. He fought against several others in an arena. He looked at a young man fallen on the floor who was crying, begging to be spared. His gaze was diverted, and the one he faced asked, surprised, "Oh, are you asking me what to do?" The man in the box, surrounded by women and drinks, asked curiously, "It's not like you don't already know the answer, don't you? Do what needs to be done." The fat nobleman, who only ate and drank, laughed unpleasantly, forcing those who heard him to draw their swords against their own companions to survive. As those memories surged, a voice called out to him. It was Kobler, warning, "The auction of the item you are looking for is about to begin." They listened attentively to the man on stage announcing the next item. "It is rare, captured in the south of the Great Forest." Everyone got excited upon hearing the location, imagining it could be an elf. Nura pointed to the side. When the curtains opened, a young girl with green hair and pointed ears was pushed forward by a guard. Her hair shone, standing out in the darkness. As she faced the girl, Karen felt that something was wrong. Quickly, the bids began to be shouted from the boxes. 100,000, 120,000, 150,000. A man in one of the distant boxes raised his hand. 170,000. Upon hearing the amount, Noor eagerly asked, "I have 170,000. Any higher bids?" A bid of 200,000 was heard by Noor, who joyfully ran across the stage, approaching the young elf. He asked, "Does anyone intend to place a higher bid? Otherwise, the elf from the Great Forest will be sold to the last offer." Karen stepped into view, raising his hand. 500,000! Noor was startled to hear the offer. Throughout the auction house, murmurs of surprise echoed at such a ridiculous bid. The protagonist stared at the auctioneer, who fell silent for a second. Noor quickly recovered, announcing, 500,000! We have 500,000. If there are no further bids, then the great elf of the forest is sold for 500,000. Worried, Kobler asked the young lord if he truly had 500,000 in gold. Irritated, he corrected him. "A payment certificate is only issued if you have at least that in your account, idiot." Changing the subject, Karen asked, "Can you smuggle goods bought in here?" Kobler was surprised by the question, and judging by his reaction, Karen understood that he could not. Being useless for that, Kobler explained that he had no power for such a thing. He didn't even dare. The merchant trembled in fear, asking to be left out of whatever the young man had planned. Karen, having seen a more human side of Kobler, instructed him, "Think carefully about which side you want to be on," while Kobler was still trying to comprehend what the young man meant. Someone knocked on the door, entering the room with the elf. A guard, Noor, congratulated Karen on his winning bid. "Congratulations on your winning bid. 500,000 in gold. Impressive." Shushing the compliments, Karen questioned how they dealt with the payment. For Noor, the ideal would be to receive cash. Of course, Karen nodded, stating he didn't like unnecessary suspicions that could be traced back. Noor assured him there was no reason for concern. To ensure no evidence of the trade is found, we will record this as a jewelry purchase worth 500,000 in gold. Scratching his head, Karen understood that the man was essentially laundering money. At that moment, Karen revealed that there was a problem. "I would like to pay later. My money is in a personal vault in Tebe, so I will pay from there. You will have to follow me anyway, right?" Kobler tried to intervene in the negotiation, but Noor cut him off. "First, unprepared transactions, like your identity, not being verified, become even more complicated. I'm sorry, but we cannot accept your request. You won't be able to take the elf until the payment is made." Seeing that he once again faced trust issues, Karen asked, "What if we do it this way? If I reveal who I am, would paying later be possible?" Right before Noor could say it still wouldn't be possible, Karen removed the mask with a slight smile and stated, "Now that I've revealed my face, you'd better not make excuses." Calmly, Karen instructed him, "If you are not in a position to decide, bring your superior." Noor assured him that he was the one in charge and stated, "Even if you reveal your face, I couldn't agree." A tremendous pressure was released by the protagonist. He stared at the man with deep blue eyes, commanding, "Shut up and go speak with your master. Tell him that Karen Reston wants to see him." Noor swallowed hard, quickly accepting. As soon as the man left the room, Karen ordered Kobler to release the elf. Kobler thought about not doing it, but as soon as he saw the irritated look on Karen's face, he quickly stood up. Chains and cuffs soon fell to the ground. The freed elf touched her sore wrists. Karen threw her a vial of red liquid. Drink this. It will heal your wounds. As she took the vial, she thanked him. Thank you, this is a good potion. Karen was surprised to hear the elf speaking the human language. I thought you might cause trouble when you were freed, but you are surprisingly calm. With a calm demeanor, the elf revealed that she felt her mother's presence coming from him. Though weak, I can also sense the aura of my benefactor. Karen imagined she was referring to the sixth prince. As for her mother's aura, it should be related to the dew of the world tree. He asked her how she had been captured. The elf recounted being ambushed while facing monsters near the southern forest. Karen was aware of the monsters that roamed that region. Besides that information, the elf also warned him that there were knights among the hunters. Karen speculated they must be the knights of Rebem. The southern kingdoms were at war and did not have extra knights for missions like this. Karen asked if she remembered the faces of the knights present, but she stated she had not seen them. The only thing she remembered was the knight's mana in question. For Karen, that was enough, revealing he had come to rescue her. Karen asked the name of the elf. She replied that her name was Neria. Nodding, he instructed her, "You are not free yet, so do not act hastily." Turning to look at Kobler, Karen invited him. "Let's do a job together." Confused, the merchant asked, "What exactly would the job be?" The words came out of Karen's mouth as if it were something simple to do. "We are going to start a rebellion here in Rebem." The merchant repeated the words spoken by the young lord to himself. "You might be startled by their meaning, my lord. I still want to live." Karen knew how to convince him. 100,000 is enough. Kobler immediately saluted, declaring, "As you command, my lord." The merchant thumped his chest, swearing, "I will lead the charge to bring justice to the prisoner market." Karen observed the merchant's words with strange fascination and snorted in irritation. "I just hate to see those underworld traders living comfortably." The words he spoke were attentively, noted by the elf. Karen remembered the past and the one who once imprisoned him, though not completely. That was something he took personally. Opening the door to the room, a man with a smile on his face introduced himself, apologizing for keeping Karen waiting. Dressed in a suit and tie with the smile of someone powerful, he introduced himself. "I am Leandro, Lord of Rebem. It is a pleasure." Karen rose, introducing himself. "The honor is mine." A guard following the lord of the city glanced sideways at Neria without any fear. She met his gaze. Karen looked at the elf as if searching for some signal. His gaze then turned to the guard, then back to the elf, and finally to the lord. Kobler, the weakest in the room, trembled slightly, wondering silently, "What is this atmosphere?" The wood in the fireplace crackled every second as they began to converse. Leandro glanced slightly at the elf, commenting to Karen, "I had heard much about the exceptional swordsmanship of young Karen, but coming here to rescue a prisoner elf? I didn't know you had that taste. Judging by her docility, this elf seems to like you quite a bit as well. Once the payment is made, it will be a deal that satisfies everyone." Karen nodded, but reminded, "Of course, if the subsequent payment is allowed." Considering Karen's request, the Lord of Rebem asked how he could make a decision without a guarantee. The requirement seemed more like a joke to Karen. "My family's name is not a sufficient guarantee." Lord Rebem smiled slightly. What Karen said seemed funny, but he was convinced. "We should discuss the details." As soon as Karen agreed, servants entered the room, serving drinks and snacks. Raising a glass of wine, the Lord complained, "You should have come to my castle first, receiving such hospitality." Karen expressed his regret for not having done so. Leandro quickly changed the subject. "I never expected Tiao Hai's crazy hunting dog to have such robots, a fondness for elves." Even more mischievously smiling, Karen replied, "The youngest grandson of Duke Halo bought an elf at a slave market for a huge sum. That's not a very attractive guarantee." He tried to make Leandro believe even more in the story he had concocted. Analyzing the question, Leandro smiled with satisfaction. This meant he would now have the upper hand over a scoundrel like Karen. This was something Duke Salomon would be delighted to know. Leandro watched Karen drink calmly and asked, curious, "Aren't you worried, young Karen?" The protagonist didn't know why and asked. Leandro recalled his grandfather. "I could tell Duke Halo what you were up to." Smiling, Karen replied, "I wouldn't allow you to threaten him, so I guess each of us keeps the other's secret. I won't reveal that you run a prisoner market." Also smiling discreetly, Leandro understood what he meant. "Very well then, since this is our first agreement, I will concede." He pointed to the knight by his side, warning that he would assign some men to accompany him to Thebe, and used an excuse for it, given the situation in heaven. "You will need an escort. Master Owen here will go with you. He is the commander of the Knights of Heaven." Leandro's trusted man nodded. Karen smiled as if approving the plan. "Sending the commander of your knights? I really appreciate it." Neria, who had until then just been watching. He felt a slight concern. The next day soon arrived. Upon reaching the castle, a carriage was prepared for Karen. Leandro was about to momentarily bid him farewell, showing unhappiness for not being able to arrange a train for him. Karen reassured him, "It won't be necessary. I like to take in the scenery." The response pleased the lord of the city. "Oh, a young man who appreciates the refinement of beauty." Leandro promised, "I'll prepare another beautiful elf for you next time." Karen kept a smile on his face, eagerly thanking him and wishing him a good trip. Leandro saw the entourage of knights depart, guarding the carriage. Neria was inside the carriage with Caron and saw, through the window, the commander of the knights. Noticing Neria's gaze, Karen asked if that was the knight who captured her. The elf confirmed with a few words, knowing that Neria wanted, in that very moment, to tear the man to pieces. Karen requested a bit of calm. "It is not the right time yet. Just wait a little longer." Neria was surprised by the meaning of Karen's words. Without even changing his serious expression, he brought her hope. "That's right. I am planning to eliminate them all at the right moment." Neria, not showing excitement, understood, and thinking she might be tired, he asked her to rest. "It's a long road to Tabe." Karen closed his eyes to sleep in the carriage, but Neria remained alert throughout the journey. Soon night fell, and in an area of the forest where the trees seemed lifeless, the group stopped to set up camp. Tents and a campfire were prepared. Owen, Leandro's knight, silently observed the carriage. Inside the carriage, Karen asked Neria how her body was feeling. Although she had not been completely healed, she stated she was better. Karen requested that she stay in the carriage, but she wanted at least to summon a spirit. He, however, warned her, "You would only get in the way getting down from the carriage." Karen picked up a stone necklace. "Well, the coordinates have been received." When Karen stood up near the campfire, Owen got up to greet him. "It seems you had a good time with the elf," seeing the surprise and doubt on Karen's face. The knight smiled mischievously. "Well, that's what I think, considering the beauty of the elf. I was the one who captured her after all." Karen quickly changed the subject, glancing at one of the tents. "Don't you have any alcohol?" Remembering the drinks, Owen revealed that the Marquise had given them some good liquors. He bent down to grab one of the bottles from a chest. Karen asked where the other knights were, and she was told that they had gone out to check for monsters or other nearby threats. Owen, with his back turned, did not see the sarcastic look on Karen's face. "Oh, what a shame. It would be great if we could all drink together. How about you drink with me?" Instead, as Karen asked him, Owen couldn't refuse. He cheerfully accepted to join the young man, his hand lightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Karen thanked him. "Let's enjoy." In her hideout, Poina received a report and asked if it had been sent by the young wolf. Behind her, the subordinate nodded. "Yes, a report arrived last night, and now the coordinates have just come in." Seeing the location, Poina asked if it was in the Tearsfall forest. She read the report sent by Karen to herself. "Epic rescue completed. I will eliminate the Marquise's knights in the Tearsfall forest between Tabe and Reband, requesting a meeting." Karen also made another request, asking for the forces of the Kingdom of Sion to be dispatched to the Reband border via Pi, immediate response in case of a denied request. Reading the second part of the report, Poina couldn't believe it. Her worry alerted Julio, who approached asking if something was wrong. Revealing what the young master had sent, Poina passed the report to him. Julio believed that the report was in accordance with Lord Caron's plans, unaware of what else he wanted. Poina was the one who revealed to him that it would become defenseless, it would become a vacant city. Julio nearly fell backwards in surprise, as he didn't know whether to feel excited or scared. It seems that his young master is planning a full-scale raid on an empty house. Alone, Karen and Owen talked. The commander of the knights revealed how they had leveled up thanks to hunting. According to him, financial benefits also arose, although they were not as many compared to the amount Karen must earn. The protagonist asked if the man targeted elves only because of the money, and he confirmed it. Karen asked how many he had already hunted. Revealing that elves were not common, Owen said he had captured only 4. The protagonist looked at his sword, praising it. Owen boasted, stating that it had been a gift. A master blacksmith from the capital had brought it to him. Wishing to see it, Karen ordered him to draw it. The man showed it after pulling it out. After observing the sword, Karen asked how many years Owen had been using it. The blade, used for 5 years, was in good condition. Owen took good care of his treasure. He smiled confidently. "The higher your mana level, the less stress you put on your sword." Karen had another opinion. "Could it be that, in fact, you never encountered an enemy stronger than you?" Owen frowned and asked Karen about his sword. The protagonist picked it up, asking if the knight wished to see it. Far from there, Karen's father was finishing writing a large document. Tired, he prepared to rest, but received a call on the crystal ball. Unexpectedly, he was contacted by Lady Poina. She apologized due to the late hour, but warned that Karen was requesting help. Pale listened attentively. Poina informed that the request was to move the forces in the Sayadon kingdom to the borders of Laven. Pale was confused by the request. Poina warned that his son intended to start a rebellion against the Lord of Leven. Karen's father thought it was a joke, but remembered how his son really was and asked for more explanations. Poina didn't need to explain, as it was always the same. Karen was doing something crazy. At that moment, Karen had already eliminated the commander of the Knights of Leven. Neria watched the attack through the window and stepped down from the carriage. She approached in silence, but Karen warned, "It's too early to be sentimental." With a smile, he added, "The hunt has only just begun." Later, as sunrise approached, a knight tried to flee. He looked back. "Why is he attacking us? We need to warn the Marquis." Another knight crawled along the ground trying to reach a sword. However, Karen defeated him by thrusting the blade down. Looking to the side, he saw Neria using earth magic to bury the knights. He asked if she was holding back, but the elf was already growing tired. He sent her back to the camp to rest, as he would continue to pursue those who had fled. Neria smiled slightly. The thought that Karen was a good human crossed her mind. She was about to head to the camp when she noticed a presence. A man emerged from behind a tree. "What? Are you alone?" Having spent all her strength and seeing a masked man walking toward her, Neria grew worried. The man brushed off his clothes, satisfied, certain that this wouldn't take long. Neria then heard his question. "Where is Karen Raston?" The knight who fled was overtaken by Karen. He raised his sword, trembling with fear, asking if he had sold his soul to an evil being to be so strong. The protagonist felt offended by such a question. The man lunged toward Karen, brandishing his sword, convinced of his thoughts. The protagonist arched the corner of his mouth in mockery. In the next instant, the clash of swords happened. Karen parried the enemy's blade and dealt him 2 diagonal slashes. The lifeless body fell to the ground. At that moment, Karen received a message from Poina. "I sent help to the coordinates I received. This is a special gift." Sometime later, Karen arrived at the camp. Neria was beside the horse, almost hiding. Karen questioned the prince sitting by the campfire. "Gift? You are the gift?" Fury and disgust appeared in their eyes. Being questioned by Karen, Rio winked at him. "Of course I am a gift of a person. You must be excited to see your big brother after so much time, right?" Furious, Karen questioned what had happened to the surveillance of the Helan Knights. The prince revealed, with a smile, that he had run away. Upon seeing veins bulge on Karen's face, he asked him not to worry, as they were not alone. Another person appeared behind Karen, greeting him after such a long time. Mason observed him, impressed to see that he had reached the 6th star. The protagonist nodded and changed the subject. "You still seem to be suffering as much as ever, it seems." The man carrying firewood under his arm did not say much more, which left Neria curious. The news that the Prince of Arias and the Archmage of Thebes were sworn brothers was shared. Curious, Neria asked what kind of person Lady Poina was. Rio compared her to Karen, someone who would do anything for the sake of justice. Karen corrected him with irritation. The thing he cared about least was so-called justice. Rio laughed, explaining to Neria, "He might be saying that, but you must have noticed the truth already, right?" He saw Karen as someone who would jump into a fire if it were to help someone. Neria nodded in silence. Rio looked at her. "Regarding what happened to your clan in the forest, I apologize on behalf of the king." Karen mocked Rio upon seeing him apologize on behalf of the king right after calling him a puppet. Rio stood up, irritated. "How can you insult my father?" He questioned if Mason was just going to stand there. The guard shook his head negatively, simply ignoring him. Although Karen wasn't wrong, Rio still maintained that an apology had to be made. The protagonist crossed his legs comfortably, watching Rio's actions. "That suits you," Rio guaranteed. "We will do what we can to get you back to the Great Forest." He also swore, "To everyone involved in the incident, I will make them pay for their crimes." Neria smiled slightly, thanking him. Rio then asked her to stay in Thebes and handed her a scroll she could use to go directly to Poina. Neria took the scroll, thanked him, and used it. A glow emerged, enveloping her as she wished. "I hope good things happen to you soon." Karen, the prince, and Mason were left alone at the camp. Karen imagined that the prince hadn't come there without a plan and asked what he wanted. With a provocative air, the prince replied, "I thought you had already figured it all out. They would put into practice the rebellion of the Duke's heir and the 6th prince." Upon being questioned if that wasn't the plan, Karen ground his teeth in irritation. He stood up, nearly attacking the prince. "You lunatic! Did you come here to enjoy yourself?" Mason continued to observe them, only shaking his head negatively. Meanwhile, at the Blue Fortress, Halo showed his concern for Pale, who did not look well. Pale sighed, tired. Halo told him he would obtain some elixir for him. The Lord recognized how busy they became because of Karen. He asked if Pale had moved the troops to the Scion Empire. Halo knew that Karen's mission was to subjugate the beasts in the south and track Korea's whereabouts, but something different was happening. Having thought that Karen would calm down after 4 years, Halo realized he was wrong. Pale asked permission to ask something. He questioned if moving the troops from the Scion Empire wouldn't cause potential harm to the Reston family. Halo thought for a moment and commented, Karen has caused many incidents so far, but in the end, every problem brought benefits to the family. More than that, Halo was revolted. He slammed the table. Now that I know people are suffering so openly, I cannot ignore such a thing. Pale asked if he was intervening in external affairs in memory of his friend Cain. Halo agreed and remembered. Cain wanted the slavery system to be banned from the world. I am simply performing a cowardly act of atonement. Like a hypocrite who stained his sword with the blood of his friend, the only thing I can do. Pale remained silent, knowing that Lord Cain would certainly understand him. Halo also stated that, thanks to Pale, the chances of the family receiving any damage were minimized. He imagined that sending the sixth prince had been Pale's idea. Rumors that the sixth prince and Karen were freeing imprisoned servants would benefit them, as well as the imperial family. Instead of calling such an act a rebellion, people would call it a liberation. Halo praised his son, who did not accept it. The real hard work was not being done by him, but by the two young men. Halo nodded. The table was set, and everything depended on Karen and Rio. Inside the carriage, Karen heard from the prince the same thing Pale was discussing with Halo. Rio confirmed with a smile and praised Karen's father. Despite not liking being with Rio, his presence created a justification for Karen's actions. He realized he had no choice but to follow the plan, so he warned the prince about the Marquis's relationship with Duke Salmon and cautioned that if the Salmon family was supporting him, he might not be properly punished. Rio wanted to know what Karen would do. The protagonist proposed, "Let's accuse him of treason." Rio was surprised by the bold idea. Karen would not be satisfied with just the confiscation of the Marquess's title. Rio managed to predict, "Are you going to accuse him of planning a rebellion?" The protagonist confirmed, and thus, they arrived at the Great Stone Fortress. Rio asked if Karen had a plan to create the accusation of treason. The protagonist corrected him. "Evidence is not something we need to find." Confused, the prince asked what they would do. Karen revealed with a mocking look, "Evidence only needs to be created." In the world they were in, no one perfectly cleaned up their own mess. Ambiguous funds used for maintaining public order and population control even less so. The existence of a fund accumulated through the sale of servants would certainly leave tracks. It was enough to combine them with the military force, which was excessive compared to other border cities. Karen asked the prince how all of this would appear to the central government and the emperor. The prince did not believe that this alone would serve as evidence. The protagonist agreed and questioned, "But what if there is a whistleblower from his inner circle?" While they talked, Mason warned that a night was approaching. He knocked on the window as Karen concluded, "If there isn't an opening, create one." The prince rolled down the window slightly, asking what the guard wanted. The man scratched his head, stating that martial law had been declared. The prince questioned the reason for that. The guard revealed that the Kingdom of Scion had sent troops to the border, and to prevent any sabotage, entry and exit from the city were prohibited. The prince questioned him if he intended to waste his time. While the guard tried to find excuses, another approached. "You insolent bastard!" He pushed the first guard aside and apologized to the prince, who had finally been recognized. When asked if he knew him, the guard broke into a cold sweat, nodding. "Of course, you are His Highness Leverio, the sixth prince." The guard immediately allowed the prince to pass. Karen smiled, showing how useful Rio was. Thus, the carriage advanced toward the great gate. Rio, Caron, and Mason headed to the auction house in the forest. Changing the subject, Rio praised the artifact Caron was using, the one that changed the shape of his armor. Not possessing something like that, he asked if he could borrow it sometime. Karen refused to lend it. The answer was so quick that Rio got irritated, and the two began to argue, while Mason only shook his head negatively. Rio thought Karen's plan was too weak, but the protagonist told him not to worry, as an accomplice was already spreading rumors. Rio was confused, but he didn't need to know who the accomplice was. Karen revealed the content of the rumors, that the Marquis of Levin was planning to rebel. Noor appeared to receive the prince, revealing that he had already been informed by Vice Commander Decal. He welcomed the prince and commented, "Karen told me there were good items here, is that true?" Noor never imagined that the sixth prince, known for his problematic behavior, would actually come to his servant auction house. The man behind him had to be Mason Paul, the 8-star knight. As for the masked man, he didn't know him, thinking he might just be a knight escorting the prince. Noor began to guide them to the inner area. Inside the secret mansion, Noor asked if the prince was hungry. Standing beside Rio's seat, Karen pretended to be just a knight escorting the prince, as did Mason. Rio dismissed the offer, stating only that he was spending his vacation time in Thebes. Noor understood how he had met Karen. However, Rio denied it. If I had met him in person, he would be boasting about the elf he obtained. So why would I do that? Noor commented that he never expected Karen to introduce such an esteemed guest. I never thought your highness would come here. This is not a place that receives public favors. Rio commented on Noor's boldness in trading servants, something forbidden, but warned that he wasn't someone who would go around spreading rumors like Karen. He also alerted Noor not to disclose that he had been there. Noor nodded, bowing his head. Next, he handed a book to Rio to review the merchandise. Rio could see on the list everything from tiger hybrids to cat hybrids. Noor commented on how they valued and respected each client's tastes. The prince then stated that it wasn't what he was looking for. Noor asked the prince to be more specific. Rio then ordered, "Then bring me the ledger." Noor was confused, and Rio continued, "You must have a book with the information you report to the Marquess." "Correct? I ordered you to bring it." Noor thought the prince was joking. Laverio questioned him, "Do I look like I'm joking?" At that moment, Karen moved and slammed Noor onto the table, ripping off his mask. With Noor immobilized, Rio asked, "What should I do? My brother and I don't like jokes." Noor tried to understand what was happening and who the prince was referring to as his brother. Karen removed his armor, revealing his identity. Noor was shocked and questioned what he was doing there. The protagonist lifted him up, reminding him that he had said he would pay later. Worried, Noor wondered what would happen. Throughout the forest surrounding the auction, there were tents set up. The tents were being watched by two people, who reported to the tent behind them, "There is no movement yet." The lord, sitting in an armchair, questioned why those men were acting that way. A guard then informed him, revealing that a request from Lord Dekal in Leven had arrived. The man asked what Dekal wanted, and the guard replied, "He said the 6th prince has arrived in Leven." The man was startled and wondered what the famous imperial trouble was doing there. At the auction house, the prince drank wine while Karen punished the auctioneer Noor. He tried to find an excuse. "If I hand over the ledger, I won't be able to live anymore." Karen realized the man still hadn't understood the situation. If he didn't hand over the book, the same fate would reach him anyway. Upon seeing Karen draw his sword, the man began to cry. Karen terrified him with cold eyes, reminding him that if he were punished by his hands, he would suffer until he revealed the location of the notebook. Through the communication crystal, the Lord of Leven asked a soldier if they had received any news about Owen. The man denied it and imagined he was enjoying himself in Thebes. On the other side, the Lord ordered them to give the prince a good reception. The vice commander of the guard nodded. He still couldn't believe the prince was paying a visit in the Marquess's absence, and hoped there would be no problems. The vice commander looked through the window at one of the guards in front of a door to the underground and ordered him to go down the stairs to check if everything was all right. He cursed the demi-humans, as he couldn't have peace for even a single day because of them. In the underground, Karen revealed how Noor could stay alive. Noor, however, knew he wouldn't be spared if he simply handed over the ledger. The protagonist smiled, stating that he wanted to explain how he could be saved. He also had no other options. Noor clicked his tongue and asked what he should do. Karen then declared, "You will testify that the Marquess was planning treason." Upon hearing something he never expected as a condition, Noor's eyes widened. In a warehouse far from there, Cobbler ordered, "Check your equipment. Are you focused? A crucial battle is about to happen." The men helped each other put on their armor. One of them approached, asking how they were supposed to face the Lord's army. Cobbler snorted, rebuking him for speaking nonsense when they didn't even know who was supporting them. He boasted, "It's someone who doesn't wish for their identity to be revealed, and you think I would tell you?" Cobbler continued to show off, stating that such a person wanted him to handle everything. Karen appeared at that moment. "I don't remember saying that." Cobbler was startled, sweating from the embarrassment. Karen noticed that he had even armed the imprisoned servants. A lot of money seemed to have been spent. Cobbler tried to act humble, stating that, thanks to this, his savings had been completely consumed. He was about to change the subject when Karen questioned him if he valued anything beyond money and merchandise. Cobbler was surprised by the question and tried to sound like a good person. "These people are humble, just waiting for an opportunity that can help them." Karen sighed and slapped Cobbler's bald head, congratulating him. "Next," he declared, "all the expenses you incurred will be compensated by the Duchy of Reston. I will pay an additional 50%. Cobbler nearly cried as he expressed his thanks. The protagonist adjusted a man's armor, warning that it needed to be put on correctly so it wouldn't fall off during the fight. Cobbler interrupted him, wanting to talk about something. He asked if a group of only 50 people would be enough. He didn't understand how they would face the Marquis's army, but he imagined that Caron had a brilliant plan. When asked if he had a plan, Caron responded naturally, "Of course I don't have one." He stated that what they would do was crush the Marquis's army. Cobbler was shocked by the idea. The protagonist scratched his head, stating that the first target would be the detention center managed by the Marquis, and asked for its location. Since Cobbler had the information, they would need to head there. The protagonist donned his armor using the magic tool and led the way. Cobbler realized it was too late to back out and could only trust the young man. The next day, the guards in the city were actually bored. One of them noticed someone approaching, someone in armor. They realized it was Cobbler and were confused to see him equipped and holding a club. The guards remembered he had grievances against the Marquess and wondered if he planned to rebel alone. One of the guards advised him to back off. Cobbler raised his hand as if challenging them, which left them infuriated. One of the guards noticed something. Behind Cobbler, more men began to emerge. Cobbler smiled maliciously. A small army of dozens of people appeared. The two guards shouted, trying to warn the others. "It's a rebellion!" The vice commander received someone in his office, being informed about the rebellion. Immediately, he ordered the soldiers to assemble. The guard, however, revealed, "The sixth prince requested that we gather the citizens for a meeting, so most of the troops are in the square for security." The vice commander never expected something like that to happen at that moment. He personally went beyond the gates, shouting at Cobbler, "How dare you start a rebellion? Are you tired of living?" Cobbler then stated that there was a misunderstanding, as they were not trying to start a rebellion. The vice commander questioned what then they were doing. A person emerged from behind Cobbler, pushing him aside. Karen appeared, confirming the merchant's words. "We are not here starting a rebellion. We are here to stop one." The vice commander's men, as well as the man himself, were confused. He questioned the masked man, asking who he was to say such a thing. Upon being questioned, Karen revealed his identity. "The youngest grandson of the Reston family, I am Karen Reston." The vice commander was startled and asked what he was doing there. Then he pointed his sword at Karen. "What are you talking about regarding a rebellion?" While the man shouted fiercely, Karen ignored him, scratching his ear. Finally, he mocked, "Is it all right to use troops that should be protecting the border to manage a servant trade?" The protagonist declared, "According to Prince Laverio's investigation, evidence incriminating Marquess Leandro has been found." The vice commander stated that the Marquess would never do such a thing. The protagonist then revealed that a man named Nur had confessed. Next, he asked if the vice commander wasn't curious to know what happened to the companions who escorted him to Thebes. Raising his sword, Karen declared mockingly, "The 10 knights, including Owen, the commander of the 11 knights, violently resisted arrest, so they received immediate punishment." Karen warned that the same would happen to him if he did not cooperate. One of the knights behind the vice commander asked if they wouldn't also be punished if they were accused of treason. They warned the vice commander that not only they, but their families would be affected. The vice commander tried to convince them that they were not rebels and could act as they pleased, but the knights were not willing to go against Karen's words. The vice commander lost command of the troops. Karen then commented, "The imperial soldiers merely followed orders from their superiors. If you join in the suppression of the rebels, your circumstances will be taken into consideration," he warned, raising his sword with a grim look. "If you insist on fighting, you will be treated as traitors." The soldiers looked at one another. One of them dropped his spear. One after another, they began to follow the example. Karen questioned why the vice commander was still hesitating and mocked, "I don't think you have the luxury of wanting to think." Cobbler saw how Karen's words disarmed the enemies. This showed the power of the Reston family. The vice commander asked what he needed to do. Karen replied, "All you have to do is abandon your master." The vice commander asked what would happen to him. Karen sighed upon realizing that the man did not wish to cooperate. He moved, and the vice commander's arm was severed from his body by the sword strike. The knights were shocked to see the attack, while the vice commander remained calm, for he knew that if they raised their swords, everyone would be eliminated by the young man. Karen questioned him once more. Making a decision, the vice commander ordered his men to drop their weapons. They were surrendering. Karen called Cobbler and ordered him to imprison the knights in the detention center. He then asked what they should do with the common soldiers. Karen wanted to know how many were involved in the sale of servants. Cobbler revealed that none were, as the Marquis did not trust commoners. The protagonist made a decision and approached a man, finding out his name was Kobe. He asked if the man could prove he was not involved. Kobe answered promptly, "Of course!" In a calculated manner, Karen commanded him to prove it. The man thought for a moment, and then moved from where they were. A wall was torn down, revealing a gate to the underground. That was the detention center that the Marquis himself managed. Karen thanked Kobe for speeding up his work and gave him a role. From now on, you are the commander responsible for the surrendered soldiers. Help Cobbler liberate all the detention centers in the city. Kobe expressed his thanks, and they went their separate ways. Karen headed toward the underground door. The protagonist reflected for a moment. The sword in his hand commented that it smelled blood. Karen already expected the blade to be able to perceive something like that. Without hesitating, he kicked the door down. The path ahead was quite long. Before descending, however, Karen felt something peculiar, something sinister. Upon descending into what looked like catacombs, Karen found several skeletons. He continued down the stairs, following the bad sensation. Further ahead, he encountered bars, and from the darkness someone asked, "An enemy? Human?" The protagonist managed to find the people from the catalog. Locked in that cell were a feline woman and a giant man. Karen Reston introduced himself to the demi-humans. It didn't take long for him to cut the bars and free them. The feline woman repeated Karen's name. Who would have imagined that the son of a prestigious family would come to this place? While the other prisoner, the big guy, thanked him. "The grandson of the Duke of Reston, an honorable warrior, I know you." The giant man, named Utula, introduced himself. He was part of the Black Axe tribe. Karen had to look up to greet him. The feline woman crossed her arms, asking why he was helping. Karen threw them some potions. "I came to give you a chance." The two caught the potions, and the feline woman questioned what he meant. In a provocative way, Karen replied, "A chance for you to take your revenge." Utula was interested in the comment, and his companion asked for more details. Karen informed them that he would explain better on the way outside. Next, he addressed Utula. "The entrance is tight. Can you get out?" Utula thumped his chest, guaranteeing he would find a way. Outside, Cobbler was organizing his men, not wanting to be embarrassed in front of Karen. At that moment, Karen emerged from the small door leading to the underground. Utula appeared behind him after reducing his size, something adult giants were capable of doing. He stated that he could teach this technique. Cobbler approached Karen. "My lord, as ordered, we have imprisoned the knights in the detention center." Curious, he asked who the new allies were. The protagonist introduced them as reinforcements who would help liberate the detention centers. Interrupting, the feline woman asked for explanations regarding the revenge. Recalling the matter, Karen replied, "How about a chance to eliminate those who captured you?" The feline woman showed a clear desire to face those who had sold them. Cobbler shuddered when she glared at him and commented, "This man also looks like a merchant, but since he seems to be your subordinate, Karen, I'll let it slide." The protagonist, however, stated that he wouldn't mind if Cobbler didn't make it. Terrified, the man hid behind him. After the teasing, Karen asked if they should split up. Utula and Cobbler would form one group, while Karen would go with the feline woman. Utula tucked Cobbler under his arm. Utula likes Cobbler. Handsome for a man. Karen burst out laughing, asking the giant to go easy on him. The feline woman made a request to Karen that he let her deal with one of those responsible. He asked who she wanted to face, and it was revealed, the commander of the 11 Knights. The protagonist had to frustrate her, saying that the man had already been defeated by himself. With fury in her eyes, the feline woman insisted, "Then tell me where he is. I still want to release my rage." The protagonist agreed and asked that she at least reveal her name. The feline woman said her name was Adina. The protagonist greeted her while being observed closely. Huffing, Adina asked if they should proceed. He questioned if she didn't need to recover first. Adina stated she was the type who did what needed to be done, even when tired. After arriving at the square, Adina asked if Karen's ally they saw was reliable. The protagonist guaranteed that he did what had to be done. In the square, Leverio was on a stage. An artifact amplified his voice. "My dear citizens of the Empire, this place, Levin, the very front line of the Empire, is the most important point of all. You, who are willing to make sacrifices here, are the true patriots." The people listening to the speech did not seem to have any hope. Even the soldiers were more concerned about the citizens than the border. It was evident what kind of order dominated the city's underworld. Marquess Leandro, a nobleman like him, had no right to act that way. The prince continued, "I, the 6th prince, have come to Levin with important information. Information about those who are destroying Levin, the city of patriots." He then called upon the Knight Mason and announced, "I intend to introduce to you a collaborator who knows the truth." Mason called a guard who brought a man with a sack over his head, leading him to the stage. When the sack was removed from Noor's head, the prince ordered him to confess his crimes. Noor approached the voice artifact. "I am Noor, the Marquis's right hand. Under his orders, I played the role of selling the prisoners he captured. there is something I discovered recently. The Marquis was planning a rebellion. The guards were revolted to see what Nur was doing. At that moment, an explosion occurred in another part of the city. Nur trembled with fear. More and more explosions began to happen. Rio needed Karen to be fast before the Marquis returned. Far from there, the Marquis had received the news. He held a large sword in his hands, stained red after venting his rage on an ordinary man. His teeth ground noisily as he cursed, "Karen Reston, you bastard!" The smoke was soon swept away by the winds. Around the stage, people began to comment that the Marquis was a traitor, and treason was a capital offense. One of the guards shouted at those saying such things, "How dare you speak that way?" The man pointed to the prince, stating that it was he who was making such accusations. The guard continued to revolt and drew his sword. "How dare you frame the Marquis?" At that moment, Mason questioned the man. "Are you saying the prince is framing someone?" The pressure exerted by Mason was followed by a powerful punch. Mason punished the knight's insolence. Liverio announced, "Soldiers of Levin, if you are truly loyal to the Empire, join me in punishing the traitor, Marquis Leandro." Many of the knights looked away, feeling that it would be difficult to make a decision. Rio then ordered, "Choose! Will you remain as glorious soldiers of His Majesty the Emperor and the Empire, or will you become traitors?" Rio was embarrassed to be inciting that situation. One of the men around the stage raised his fist. "For His Majesty, the Emperor, and the Empire!" The other people looked at each other for a moment before beginning to repeat the same words. The prince was surprised by the response. Mason looked around and, seeing the reaction, smiled slightly. Meanwhile, a knight ran to Mason to warn him that Marquis Leandro had returned to Levin with his troops. Leandro marched with his men. Hundreds, thousands of knights appeared in platoons outside the walls. The prince realized that the Marquis had returned sooner than expected. Beside Mason, he understood that the situation was about to become complicated. In the meantime, a servant merchant begged for forgiveness. Karen, however, gave him his sentence. Looking around, he realized there were no enemies left. Cobbler called out to Karen and, excited, informed him that they had also completed the mission. While they were talking, they heard someone eating. They soon found Adina licking fingers stained red. Upon being stared at, she puffed out her cheeks. "What a shame. Now there's no one left for me to vent my anger on." Utala and Karen smiled, while Cobbler grew frightened. The short man was pointed out by Karen, who teased, "How about taking it out on him?" Cobbler quickly changed the subject and asked what they would do next. Karen stated they were going to the square. Cobbler was worried, as there would still be many of the Marquis's soldiers there, and he believed it would be dangerous. The protagonist sighed, stating that, in truth, that should be the safest place in the Empire. There was a monster in that place, Sir Mason. Karen felt his pocket vibrate. Taking out the communication stone, he heard someone ask what had happened to the detention centers. The protagonist replied that they had liberated every last one of them. On the other side, the prince warned that, with the exception of the noble commanders, everyone had joined him. Recalling an important point, the prince revealed that the Marquis was back. Karen and the others were surprised. It had been far too fast. Cobbler was on the verge of panicking. Karen told him not to be scared. The young man even smiled maliciously, releasing a powerful aura. This was going to happen anyway. When he met with Karen, the prince asked, worried, "Do you really intend to do this?" The protagonist reminded him that this was the original plan. Rio was trembling, still not prepared, and quickly approached Mason, asking if the knight was going to stop Karen. However, Karen had already obtained Mason's permission. The discussion continued in front of one of the iron gates leading to the city entrance. Rio was still not ready. "In the history of the imperial family, I will probably be the only member of royalty who incited citizens, illegally occupied a city, and accused someone of treason." The protagonist, however, corrected him. "Wasn't your grandfather the first? He is a great man who even sold the souls of his subordinates to a demon, isn't that right?" Rio showed concern, reminding him that this story was forbidden. Looking at the army before them, the prince asked what Caron thought of the Marquis. The protagonist imagined that the best option for Leandro would be to go to the capital and declare his innocence. There was a high chance he would be found innocent. As they saw a knight approaching, Rio revealed he was curious about something. "Even if the sale of servants is illegal, aren't you going too far? Will this help the Reston family in some way?" The protagonist denied it, leading to a question about his motives. With a look of fury, Karen stated, "I simply hate the act of taking away another person's freedom." The prince observed him for a moment and remained silent. The knight who approached announced, "The Marquis wishes to meet you personally to clear up the misunderstanding." The prince replied, "Tell the Marquis that I will meet with him." When the knight departed, the prince revealed to Karen, "I also hate those who tarnish the honor of my beloved Aureus Empire." He could not accept that someone had committed forbidden acts, let alone by using troops responsible for protecting the borders. The protagonist smiled upon hearing the reason that kept the prince by his side. Thus, Karen declared, "Shall we then detain the traitors?" The prince sat in a chair, with Karen and Adina positioned on either side of him. The Marquess, followed by hundreds of troops, questioned, "I, who protect the border, conspired a rebellion? Isn't that something even a dog would despise?" The prince corrected him, "Your attitude does not seem like that of someone trying to clear up a misunderstanding." Leandro apologized to the prince but ground his teeth. "But I am being truly wronged. All I did was faithfully protect the Empire's border. I never conspired a rebellion, nor did I harbor such disloyal thoughts." The prince, however, stated that Leandro's words contrasted with what had been seen. Even without mentioning the illegal trade, there was still evidence that he ordered the capture of demi-humans. The Marquis tried to explain, but was interrupted by Leverio. "I do not want to hear it. We have already collected all the evidence. I have no choice but to judge you according to the laws of the Empire." Leandro seemed worried upon being accused of treason. Karen then played his part, provoking him. "Are you going to deny it even after your own subordinates testified that you were plotting treason?" The Marquis ground his teeth even harder, seeing Karen beside the prince. It all seemed like an attempt to strike at Duke Salmon, who was allied with him. Leandro wanted to attack at that very instant, but he restrained himself. He did not wish to fall into a trap, so his only option was to survive and reach the capital. Leandro removed the belt from his waist and threw his sword to the ground, demanding, "To clear my name, I request a trial in the capital. I need to prove my innocence to those who are accusing me. Please, take this into consideration, Your Highness." Leverio looked briefly at Caron, who walked toward the Marquis, commenting, "This isn't fun at all. Are you really not going to attack?" The Marquis stated he would not fall for his provocations. Mocking him, Caron asked if Leandro had an ego so large that he thought Caron would need to conspire against someone like him. Leandro then imagined that Caron intended to strike Duke Salmon. However, in Caron's eyes, such a person was also insignificant. He whispered to Leandro, "My fury is purely against you." The Marquis did not care, as he declared himself innocent. Karen, however, presented another idea. "A crime can be created by someone powerful. Isn't power familiar to you? You used it to take away the freedom of others as well." Leandro frowned, wondering where this was leading. The protagonist stated that he should not hold any hope of going to the capital, which infuriated the Marquis. While Karen smiled, the prince took action. A light control magic emerged, and an arrow flew in his own direction. Rio did not dodge the arrow he was controlling and allowed himself to be hit. The sixth prince fell to the ground after the impact. Cobbler was shocked to see what happened. The prince trembled on the ground, trying to pull the arrow out. Leandro was also surprised, but Karen continued to smile. "Didn't I say it? You aren't going to the capital." A grim look appeared on the Marquis's face as he understood what was happening. An arrow had hit the prince, but Sir Mason had not even moved, merely observing. Leandro realized Karen's plan and shouted, "The traitor has shown his true colors. The traitor is trying to eliminate His Highness the Prince." He understood he needed to flee. He was being framed, and Karen would go to the extreme of hurting the prince for it. The Marquis shouted to the army, "Raise your weapons! They intend to frame us all as traitors and eliminate us." The protagonist praised the prince's performance, something he never imagined witnessing. Next, he ordered him to go to the castle to rest, as he would take care of the rest. The prince warned Karen, "No matter how strong you are, there are 2,000 of them." Karen replied that he didn't even need Sir Mason's help. If the prince remained there, Mason would also have to stay. Going back to the castle would, in fact, be a help. The protagonist added, "I never said I was alone, right?" Utala stepped forward to help as a battle companion. Adina wished to relieve her fury. Lastly, Karen called Cobbler. He warned that the merchant would end up becoming an obstacle and should take care of the rescued people. Cobbler was relieved to hear that. Mason then called the prince to enter the walls, while Karen and the two demi-humans walked toward the Marquess's army. The prince asked Mason if Karen would truly be all right. The knight guaranteed that he would. Although he didn't show it, Karen was a skilled warrior who had reached the pinnacle of the 6th star. Karen faced the knights protecting the Marquess and warned his demi-human allies, "Careful, do not enter my range, and do not dare touch the Marquess. He is mine." Immediately, he released a blue aura, reminiscent of the depths of the sea. Adina and Utala's gazes were drawn to that power. The knights blocked Karen's path, trying to prevent his approach. The protagonist did not attack immediately, but declared, "I promise you, in the name of the Duchy of Reston, those who drop their weapons and surrender will have their lives spared." For those who refused, Karen revealed the movement of his aura, which blended into the shadows around him. The prince, who had stopped before entering the castle, observed that power. Even from a distance, Marquess Leandro was impressed. He had never seen anything like it and did not imagine Karen would reach such a level. The protagonist then concluded, "Those who do not surrender will find their end today." Even with the sale of servants being prohibited by imperial law, Leandro wondered furiously why Karen went so far against fellow members of the nobility. As he asked himself that question, Karen released the energy of the tides. His gaze showed the conviction that he would not turn back. Surrounded by guards, Leandro bellowed, "What are you doing? Why aren't you stopping him?" The Lord of Leven continued to threaten the soldiers, but some of them were already wondering if their families would be affected if they protected him. Some soldiers began to drop their spears. Faced with fear and Karen's power, they realized it was not worth losing their lives. The protagonist stared at Leandro, who was still hiding. The Lord ground his teeth, cursing, "You damn worm." He ordered his most loyal soldiers, "Launch fireballs." One of them began the magic incantation, but warned, "At this distance, we will also be caught." Leandro only thought of fleeing. This is no time to think about the lives of inferior beings. Attack! The fireball was launched at Karen, who didn't even bother to dodge. The attack seemed to consume him, enveloping him completely. Cobbler and the others saw the son of fire and grew worried. The prince and Sir Mason, who were already at the top of the walls, looked back. They saw the great wave of flames and Karen's disappearance. Rio became worried and thought about running to the battlefield. Mason told him to stop, surprisingly. Rio didn't understand Mason's actions, so the knight revealed, "Karen does not need help. Watch carefully the fight he is about to display." Amidst Mason's words, a knight pointed to the battlefield. "Look, there is something moving in the smoke." 3 shadows walked together. The one in the middle, holding a sword, commented sadly, "It is always like this. People like you always treat human lives as mere statistics. The arrogance in thinking that the weak can be used and discarded will be paid for directly by you." Utala and Adina stayed behind, helping the knights who were hit by friendly fire. Karen walked toward the army. Leandro began to tremble with fear. In desperation, he ordered, "Activate it." A knight asked, worried, what he meant. Leandro then bellowed, "If you want to live, use all of your mana. We must eliminate him and escape the Empire. Now we can only survive if Duke Salmon clears our names." The knights following Leandro looked at each other, agreeing on what they would do. From the walls, the prince saw a great flame ignite. Mason told him that the knights were overloading their mana cores. Those words left the prince worried. The Marquess truly seemed to be planning to sacrifice even his own knights. Mason sighed. Now that they have been branded as traitors, the only way to survive is to leave the Empire. Lord Leandro was trading the lives of his knights for his own safety. Leverio never imagined that a lord would discard so many lives so easily. I, who made Karen and the others face them. In their eyes, what do I look like, Mason? Faced with the prince's concerns, Mason placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him. History will judge whether today's actions were for the greater good or for the personal desire of those who survive. Several knights charged at Karen, lunging in his direction. The protagonist clicked his tongue in pity. He pointed his sword downward, reminding them, "I already said clearly, if you interfere, you will be eliminated immediately." The sword touched the ground, and an energy flashed in Karen's eyes. The 5th form of the Harang sword was activated, and a high tide of energy overflowed. The knights began to walk through dark waters, as if the sea had spilled onto the battlefield. Karen welcomed them. "Welcome to my sea worms who do not deserve the title of knight." The men under Leandro's command saw the water rise. Furious currents began to envelop them. The force of the water was violent and sharp. The arm of one of the knights was left behind by the waters, while the rest of his body was swallowed up. In front of Leandro, each of his lackeys fell, piece by piece. The lord stood agape and bellowed, trying to demand something. "Why go this far, Karen Reston?" The protagonist placed the sword over his shoulder, acting with contempt. "Isn't it obvious? Because I want to." Leandro could not contain himself. "Explain your reason like a true nobleman. Are you not attacking me for political reasons?" The protagonist smiled, reminding him that he had already said he had no interest in that. He walked toward Leandro, causing the knights beside the lord to retreat, gripped by fear. A wild and predatory look appeared on his face as he looked down at Leandro. "I hate people like you. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit." The words echoed across the battlefield, heard even by the prince and Mason. The knight observed the young man. Initially, he thought Karen was at the 6-star level, but he seemed to be beyond that. His growth rate was at a level never seen before. Perhaps he had already reached the 8th star. Reaching the 9th would only be a matter of time. The only problem Mason saw was the impossibility of controlling Karen. Prince Rio did not want to hear about that. He only cared about praising Karen's power. As the prince himself headed to the battlefield, Mason, behind him, stared at Karen as a possible future threat to the empire. He wondered if he would remain loyal to the prince, or if, as he was demonstrating, he would become a disaster capable of devouring the world. Karen walked toward Leandro and his men once more, releasing the energy of the deep sea. "Shall we continue?" Against that piercing gaze, Leandro stammered. Mason stopped the prince, advising him not to approach Karen, as the sea he carried would swallow everything around him. The knight warned, "If that day ever comes, even you will be no exception, your highness." Rio heard the knight's advice, and his gaze turned melancholy. In the end, he gave his answer, "Even better than me. Everyone around me becomes unhappy, but Karen, at least, doesn't seem like he will be unhappy because of me. Maybe that's why. Somehow I can't just stand still." The prince approached the walls and shouted, "Citizens of Levin, please listen!" Everyone looked toward the top of the walls. While the battle still continued, with Leandro's men advancing and being eliminated, the prince announced, "Those of you who were captured by the Marquis and liberated, listen as well. If you truly wish to regain real freedom, let us join forces and fight against the oppressor. Even without the splendid equipment of a knight, even without a great family name to be proud of, if you want true freedom that will not be taken away again, do not leave your fate in someone else's hands." Karen was already advancing through the battlefield, clearing a path. His blunt and sharp strikes eliminated enemies with every step, every swing of his sword. After catching his breath for a second, Prince Rio bellowed again, "Your souls belong to you!" Cobbler and his men, the giant Utula, and even the tiger woman Adina heard those words and took them to heart. The slaves, those who suffered the most, were the ones most impacted by the prince's words. They, along with those who had gained new hope, looked at one another, and their decision was reflected in each of their gazes. One after another, they raised their swords, their bare hands, and roared with all their breath, "Let's fight!" An entire people rose up thanks to the prince's words. Mason observed Rio's actions. Even though most of the forces had been neutralized by Karen, Rio had planted the seed of opposing an army with just a few words. Another talent capable of swallowing everything around him had emerged. The prince became so excited by the cheering that he shouted, "Should we go straight to Dacus' palace?" Mason restrained him. If he did that, he truly would be committing treason. Karen, leading the fight, charged against several knights at once. Facing a union of swords, he spun his own, cutting down the first enemy. The second came immediately after, receiving a thrust. As for the last one, it didn't take long for him to meet his end at the hands of the young man from the Reston family. Leandro hid behind one of his last personal knights. He ordered the man to advance to stop Karen. The man, however, could not advance because of fear. Karen ordered him, releasing the power of the sea, "Get out of the way and don't be a nuisance." Finally, Leandro's personal guards were eliminated, and Karen reached him. The protagonist brought his sword close to the Marquis and whispered with a smile, "This is the price for filling yourself with the misery of others." Before Karen could eliminate him, Cobbler, Adina, and Utala were already running toward him. "Eliminate the Marquis!" There were still dozens of knights behind Leandro. He bellowed, "Come on, take up your arms and fight. Risk your lives to protect your land." The knights, however, only looked away, refusing to help him. Karen began to laugh, mocking the Marquis. When his laughter ended, he stared at him with fury. "Just perish, you worm!" Marquis Leandro bellowed his last words. "You bastard, Karen Reston, I will definitely—" The words were cut short. The Marquis's body remained standing for a second, while what sat upon his shoulders flew off with the strike of Karen's sword. As a red fountain emerged, the body of the, now former, Lord of Leven fell slowly. The battlefield fell silent. Cobbler, the first to approach, stopped suddenly. Prince Rio ran toward Karen. He rubbed the protagonist's head, impressed. "So you didn't waste those 4 years of training." The protagonist pushed him away, raising his sword. "Do you want a taste of my sword too?" Even the sword seemed to agree at that moment. Mason interrupted them, clearing his throat to get their attention. The protagonist restrained himself while Rio stepped back, smiling. Mason stared at them, thinking to himself, "Brother, your grandson and Prince Laverio might bring a new wind across the continent beyond the Empire. These are the people they will become." In his past life, one day while resting with Halo in a breezy field, Kane commented, "When we grow older, if we join forces, can we take the slaves out of this world? That way, everyone could be free." Snorting, Halo corrected him, "It's called abolishing slavery, you idiot." Irritated, Kane ground his teeth. "As long as you understand, it's fine. Do you think I grew up learning to use the right words?" Halo stood up from the ground, brushed the grass off his armor, and replied, "A world where everyone can live by their own will. If we could live like that, we would be happy, right? Because we wouldn't be tied to anything." "Yes, let's do it." Kane observed him and stood up as well. Confused by his friend, Halo questioned. But why do you think you'll stay as captain to get that done? I'm the one who will take that position. As the two bickered, time passed. Now, decades later, Halo was in his office, receiving the notification that Karen had defeated the Marquis. The butler Heinrich confirmed the information. Halo then ordered, "Quickly send all the necessary resources to stabilize Levin." Faced with his grandson's actions, Halo remembered his old friend Kane. Karen, today, walked alongside the prince, being cheered with confetti and roses being thrown over him, something he detested. Meanwhile, Halo made a wish. "Friend Kane, may the path my grandson is walking bring you some comfort as well."